Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Reports suggest the US and Iran have reached an agreement, but President Trump still needs to give it his final approval. Oil prices fall as markets react to the potential easing of tensions. And the WHO chief heads to the Democratic Republic of Congo to support colleagues battling a deadly Ebola outbreak. The United States and Iran have reportedly reached an agreement to extend the ceasefire and begin negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. However, according to Axios, the deal still needs approval from President Donald Trump. According to a U.S. official, this is an agreement to get everyone to the table, and the details will be worked out in negotiations. Let's get the insight of Lord Richard Dannett, former head of the British Army. Lord Dannett, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. So, as I just said there, we're getting some breaking news through that US and Iran agree deal framework, and that is awaiting Donald Trump's approval. What do you make of this?
Well, if it's true, then it has to be a positive step in the right direction. Of course, we all know that Donald Trump is an extremely unpredictable individual. So what he will make of this, I think it's very hard for us to work out. But if there is the beginnings of an agreement, at least an agreement to get around the table and have substantive talks, that's encouraging. It's encouraging for the wider Middle East. It's encouraging for the Western economy, and probably also encouraging for the bulk of the Iranian people.
Yes, indeed, an encouraging step when it comes to diplomacy. But let's go back to events that happened yesterday. Did President Donald Trump launch the latest strikes on Iran out of frustration as Tehran's grip on the Strait of Hormuz remains ironclad?
Well, I think that's probably right. And of course, the whole issue of the Straits of Hormuz are really very perplexing. It beggars belief, really, that the Americans, or at least Donald Trump, didn't understand that Iran was always holding, I'll call it a trump card, a key card in this whole conflict, by being able effectively to stand on the neck of the neck of the West by closing the straits. So if he did launch those attacks yesterday to put more pressure on, it may be that at long last he's realizing that the Iranians are in really quite a strong position, and he is not in the strong position that he would have wished to find himself.
And there's been overwhelming condemnation from Gulf countries in response to Iran's missile attack on a US airbase in Kuwait. What does the possible resumptions of hostilities, we are now hearing about this deal that could be signed, but if the resumptions of hostilities did obviously come into the fore, what will this mean for Gulf military security and also preparedness?
Well, I think the events of the last 3 months really cast into doubt the existing security structure that's been the prevailing atmosphere in the Gulf region for quite some time. I think we're going to see quite a resetting of relationships between Iran and Gulf countries, relationships between the United States and Gulf countries. So I think this precipitate attack by the United States on Iran, very largely at the timing of Israel, I think we have to agree, has very much shaken up security arrangements in the wider Gulf area, which are going to need to settle down, be re-established for the wider security and prosperity of the whole region.
And during a cabinet meeting yesterday, President Donald Trump said Iran is desperate for a deal. We've heard him say this, haven't we, numerous times on different occasions. What is your sense of who is more desperate in getting a deal? Is it Iran or the US?
I think Iran has proven to be remarkably robust during this conflict. And I think the person who wants to end it most quickly is Donald Trump himself. He started it thinking that he could end the conflict very quickly, that the mighty power of the United States would prevail very quickly. It's turned out that Iran is more resilient than he thought and still has quite a lot of military capability. So Donald Trump, knowing that He is impacting the world economy. He's impacting the United States economy. He wants to get this done and dusted as quickly as possible.
Trump hit out at Oman over the Strait of Hormuz, saying they will behave just like everyone else or will have to blow them up. What is your reading of this threat? And what does it mean for Gulf countries who do rely on US security? Because obviously Oman and the US are longtime allies.
Well, indeed. And the UK is a very strong ally of Oman as well. It goes back to what I was saying a moment or two ago, Leigh Ann, that there's going to have to be a resetting of all these security relationships right across the Gulf region to see what the new normal is going to be, who can rely on who can depend on who, and, as I say, a resetting of the whole security infrastructure.
Lord Richard Dannett, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you for your analysis and reaction to that breaking news. For more on this, I'm joined by Freddie Gray, Deputy Editor of The Spectator and host of the Americano podcast. Freddie, let's just start with this news that we're getting in of this potential deal on President Donald Trump's desk, waiting for a signature. Good news? Positive?
Well, it must be positive in some way. I think it's very interesting that it's very often Axios that has these scoops, and Axios is a very good news service. But it's got quite a lot of Israeli sources, and often that seems to be steered by Israelis briefing them about what's going on in the war. I think more generally, you see the conflict for a few weeks now has been in a kind of strange limbo where there doesn't necessarily seem to be that much relationship between the peace process and the hostilities. Yes, things cool down. But then they inexplicably erupt again, as they did yesterday. So there are concerns about whether the IRGC, the Iranians, the Iranian military, whether they really are in a position to entirely control what happens on their own borders, or whether we are dealing with pirate elements similar to the Houthis not so long ago, and the Houthis are still a threat too. So there's lots of mysteries about what's going on with the peace process. But clearly it's a good sign. Clearly both sides do want an off-ramp because this war has been very destructive for the Iranians. And as your previous guest, the general said, it is bad news for Donald Trump politically at home.
And let's go back to yesterday, because we saw that escalation. The US and Iran are accusing each other of violating the ongoing truce following those exchange of fire that we saw. Do you think that this is a real concern, that if this deal that we're hearing about doesn't come off the ground, we could just slide back into hostilities that we've seen before, this vicious cycle you were talking about?
I mean, the good point against that is the great threat to the global economy. And there is just so much pressure to reopen the strait from so many sides that one hopes, in the name of peace, in the name of prosperity, that the pressure will just be so overwhelming that they will find a way to resolve the conflict, because so many very powerful and important forces depend on that strait being open. That is the hope for the peace process. The worry is that this war may have just got slightly out of control, and not just out of control of Donald Trump's hands, but perhaps even the Iranian government. So, yes, there's obviously a great risk of sliding back into hostilities. And there's also a risk that, similar to the conflict in Gaza, there is a kind of peace process that goes on. But it's not really a peace process because there's still a sort of war going on at the same time. And everybody's a bit mystified as to what the headlines mean. And everybody's a bit skeptical about any actual progress because they can see that actual progress is often undermined. I mean, we heard last weekend that a peace deal was on the verge of being signed, or at least a memorandum of understanding, as they call it. Again, we're hearing that tonight, but we know what happened yesterday.
You know, Freddie, I feel like it's deja vu when it comes to what we hear in the news. And some people are saying that Donald Trump actually is stuck in a loop because he seems to escalate, retreat, and then repeat. Like you said, we heard it on Friday. Nothing came of it. We've seen an escalation. Now we've seen a retreat. Why do you think we're seeing this constant loop from the US president? He doesn't seem to be able to break out of it.
Well, it's partly because Trump's Truth Social statements, his social media statements, are directed for the domestic audience. They're not really meant to be his diplomacy. They are to a certain extent. That's a bit simplistic to call it that. But certainly the US officials, as we understand, have been urging the Iranians to ignore what Donald Trump is saying on social media, because that is for the American audience, and just don't take that very seriously. And so I think Trump's whole role in this conflict does lead to this sense of déjà vu, because he is treating each day as a kind of news cycle and trying to manage it, whereas the peace process is not part of the news cycle. It has its own factions, its own people, it has its own mediators. There's lots of different people involved trying to make it happen, make it work. It's more complex. It's not the sort of daily drama that you get from the President of the United States.
But Trump yesterday hit out at Oman over the Strait of Hormuz, saying they will behave just like everyone else or we'll have to blow them up. Does this frustrated rhetoric, Freddie, risk dragging Gulf countries back into regional conflict? And also, does it make them question US security?
I think to a certain extent, most parties have got used to Trump's language. And while sometimes he can, when he talks about ending civilizations and so on, he can still shock the world with it and terrify people. I think a lot of the time, this is a cynical interpretation of it, but I think a lot of time people just sort of shrug their shoulders and say that's just Trump being Trump. And I think maybe the worry for the American side is that his threats don't seem to be taken that seriously by the Iranians anymore. And that kind of the threat of overwhelming American military force, which he does have, is not being taken seriously enough.
And the Iranians are hitting back, aren't they, with their own propaganda, Freddie, when we have a look at the war on social media in many respects. But you touched on this a bit earlier, Trump appealing to the domestic audience. Trump says he doesn't care about the midterms at all. He said that in his meeting on Wednesday, yesterday, and that was referring to concerns over how the Iran will impact Republican candidates, of course, in November. Do you think that Trump has got sort of renewed confidence, a renewed boost, because primaries went in his favor?
I think he has. I mean, of course, a lot of these primaries, they are, all these primaries, really, they are within the Republican Party. They're not Republican versus Democrat. Mm-hmm. And so the people that he prefers within the Republican Party are winning, and he takes that as a victory, and he takes that as a sign that his party will do better than people think. And he may not be entirely wrong on that. I think this idea that there will inevitably be a blue Democratic wave is perhaps oversaid, overdone in November. But I do think he's blustering there very, very hard when he says, I don't care about the midterms, because he explained it even within that quote. He said, people say that Iran think that you're worried about the midterms and that's why you want to quit. He's saying, no, I'm not, because he knows from a negotiation point of view, that's a weakness. And the Iranians think that he's worried about the midterms, and that's why he wants to get on the off-ramp. So he's trying to bluster his way out of that very clearly.
And when we have a look at the primaries, if we can just touch on them quickly, and these midterm elections coming up, do you think Donald Trump will do much better than expected? Because the Democrats don't actually have a clear frontrunner or a clear person who could become the next president when we eventually get there. They seem to be a bit lost.
Well, I think they are a bit lost. I'm not sure they need necessarily a clear frontrunner, and they may even benefit from not having one in the midterms. Because it's a state-by-state, congressional seat by congressional seat election process. But it's certainly true that the Democrats are not popular. Donald Trump isn't very popular. The Republican Party isn't very popular. But the Democrats are not loved. They seem to be increasingly radical by a large number of Americans. They have not really recovered from the kind of experiment with woke politics that was conducted in the Biden administration and then was represented by Kamala Harris in the last election. They are a party that is a bit lost. And like a lot of established parties across the Western world, big establishment parties tend to be falling apart. And with the Republican Party, they got taken over by Donald Trump, and that stopped them falling apart because he was this tremendously powerful insurgent force. The Democrats haven't had that yet. And a lot of Americans are worried that their insurgency is going to come from the very radical left. And if Trump can convince enough Americans that the radical left are a threat in the midterms, he may be able to do better than expected.
And Freddie, I just want to go back to what we are talking about when it comes to the US and Iran. And I want to talk about Israel because Israel's expanding its military operations inside of southern Lebanon. We did hear this yesterday from the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, and fighting with Hezbollah is really starting to ramp up in Lebanon. Is there risk of a wider regional conflict because of this? And how dangerous of a precedent is it right now? Because Israel appears to be escalating as the US and Iran are trying to sign this deal, and President Donald Trump's desperate for an off-ramp.
I think clearly there's always been a risk of a wider regional conflict, and the Israeli activities in Lebanon, the strikes in Lebanon, the very, very aggressive activity that Israel has been doing in that region is a big impediment to the peace process. It's often been understood that the Iranians won't come to the table or won't sign any memorandum of understanding unless there is some kind of truce between Hezbollah, their allies, their proxies, if you like, in Lebanon, and Israel. And Israel appears to be constantly breaching that. And we understand that occasionally the American side have been very frustrated with Israel for not quite playing ball and helping them with the peace process on that score. So, yes, there is a risk of regional conflict. But then at the same time, you have the Gulf states are clearly playing their part in saying, no, let's resolve this. And I think what you're getting happening, I think what is happening to a certain extent is it is the UAE, it is Saudi Arabia, it is Qatar that are emerging as the mature partners for the Americans. And Israel, while obviously the key ally for America and probably will be for some time to come, is seen as a very important partner, and it has the war wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Israel's strong relationship with America, but nonetheless a slightly erratic partner.
Freddie Gray, as always, really great to have you on the show. Thank you. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said no more Ebola cases will be allowed to enter America. It comes as the Bundibugyo virus continues to spread. The World Health Organization chief has said he's traveling to the Democratic Republic of Congo today, where the outbreak is outpacing the world's ability to respond. He also urged everyone to act together now in order to defeat the current crisis. Let's go live to the UNHCR spokesperson Rachel Chiswell, who joins us now from Kinshasa, which is the capital of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Rachel, thank you so much for joining me on the show. How is the UNHCR adapting its operations in eastern DRC, where conflict, mass displacement and the Ebola outbreak are all overlapping each other? It's a complex situation.
You've said exactly the key risks that we're dealing with here on the ground. And I have to say, first and foremost, it's addressing things one community at a time. So today, my colleagues in the town of Bunia were out in an IDP site, so internally displaced people, just outside, about 10 minutes outside of the city. They were sharing the cartoon version of the prevention methods. And then with the local committee that we've helped support in that site for the last 3 years, they were also providing masks, providing soap, providing hand washing stations so that at the entrance to the camp, there can be preventative measures in place. It's a big situation, but it's a situation that will be dealt with one household at a time. And so we're really trying to do our part, particularly with those who have been forced to flee conflict, to make sure that they have the tools, they have the understanding to be able to take the measures necessary when symptoms emerge.
You just mentioned, Rachel, you have to do it one household at a time. So it's building that trust. It's slowly going into the communities. But as we have heard from the World Health Organization, Ebola is outpacing everybody. So is this approach way too slow at the moment, do you think?
We are slightly privileged in that we have been working with community committees for a number of years as a result of the conflict. So we were able to very rapidly, this week alone, touch 10,000 South Sudanese refugees in their communities in local language with health experts from the local community who could come and give the necessary training. So yes, while the prevention has to happen one household at a time, because we have those links from our work in conflict with people forced to flee, we are able to move relatively quickly in the zones where we already have well-established local camp committees, local site committees, or indeed safety committees in towns at risk.
And how does the spread of Ebola change when outbreaks do reach refugee camps and cross-border regions such as Uganda, the places where you're working?
So one of the biggest things is it means we have to put in a whole layer of protection for the most vulnerable, who are the people who have been forced to flee. A really practical example of that this week. It's important to keep talking about things that aren't just Ebola, and we were working with refugee communities to put together a new livelihoods plan for them. Doing that in person was risky, so we were able to put it online, continue their working, continue their planning for community savings, because livelihoods for these communities are extraordinarily important at this time of risk, but doing it in a way that didn't expose them further to risks of Ebola.
And what level of coordination is there between the UNHCR, health agencies and local authorities to really ensure safe access to affected areas? Because, as you say, you have a workforce going into these places.
Yes. So we are working very closely under the government-led plan for the Ebola response, which happens both with coordination at national level. My colleagues actually just left a coordination meeting related to that, and then all the way down to the very local health district zone, which is the smallest level of administration in the country. We're working to support both in areas controlled by the government and also at this time, because of course we do have the conflict going on, those zones that are controlled by the de facto authorities as well, because epidemics don't discriminate over where people are located, and we need to make sure that those messages of prevention, the soap, the disinfectant gets to where it's needed, no matter where people are in the east of the country.
And Rachel, the US today announced that it was allocating an additional $80 million to help combat the Ebola outbreak in the DRC and also in Uganda. After we've seen those aid cuts from the US, do you think this is enough money? And do you think that some of those cuts actually played into how Ebola managed to spread so quickly?
We definitely know that there are gaps in the coordination structure as a result of the 2025 cuts and the reductions that come from a number of donors, not simply the United States. The money announced today, along with those that have been announced from other sources in the recent days, definitely do help. But we are also very much confronted right now by rising costs as a result of the global fuel crisis. For example, UNHCR is preparing right now to build houses and provide, in the short term, tarps for 25,000 people who are in the zone in question. Between the last time we ordered tarps in February and now, we've seen a 29% increase in the cost of transporting those tarps from our warehouse, which is based in Nairobi. And so it is really the situation where every little bit helps. For example, we just have an order that's coming out of International Humanitarian City in Dubai, and we were really grateful to receive an in-kind donation from a transportation company that's paying the ocean travel to help us get those materials to those who need it the most. But the combination of the rising costs and indeed, yes, the gaps that need to be rapidly filled as a result of the aid cuts last year are an important challenge for us. But it is a challenge that comes down to soap, bleach, masks. It's something each of us have in our cupboards at home, and every little bit helps.
And we've also heard a lot of reports coming through that in the communities, they are storming health facilities and they're also interfering with safe burial practices due to the Ebola outbreak, which is very difficult because a lot of it is tradition and it's religion. How is that hampering efforts too?
Yes, so there's a lot of misinformation and rumors going on at this time, which is why it was so important that the whole international community start with those messages on how you prevent transmission, what are safe burial practices, how can we move forward. And it's very important that those are communicated in local language. There's significant, in the areas we're talking about, there are significant levels of illiteracy. That's why conveying things in cartoon, like we did today, is so very important, and is an ongoing effort for our colleagues and the colleagues of the government, WHO, and others.
Rachel Criswell, thank you so much for joining me. It was really good to speak to you today.
Pleasure. Thanks so much for having me.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Israeli militaries say that they have carried out a strike in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. This comes after a wave of bombings targeting Hezbollah's infrastructure in the south yesterday. Over 3,000 people have been killed in Lebanon since the start of the war, while 23 of Israeli army and 4 civilians have died over the very same period. Australia's health minister says the quarantine period for repatriated passengers on a Dutch-flag luxury cruise ship hit by a hantavirus outbreak will be extended to 42 days. 6 people have been quarantined at a facility near Perth since returning in May. The group's discharge date of the 5th of June has been pushed back after advice from the authorities. China's army says it's driven away a Dutch Navy vessel in the contested South China Sea. The Netherlands Defense Ministry denied that the ship was in violation of international law, but said the vessel was on a planned route. Beijing is claiming the South China Sea despite a 2016 international ruling rejecting that assertion. And 16 students have been killed after a fire at a boarding school in the north of Nairobi in Kenya. Out of the injured pupils who were taken to the hospital, 71 were later discharged. Overcrowding and the failure to follow safety guidelines have been blamed for the outbreak of fires in the dormitories. Now, oil prices gave up earlier gains, turning lower after reports from Axios that the US and Iran have reached a preliminary agreement. The deal would extend the ceasefire by 60 days and begin negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. Meanwhile, gold prices jumped on the news, rebounding from a 2-month low hit earlier in the session. Let's get the thoughts and opinion of economist Laurie Laird. Always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me today. Hello. My pleasure. It's been one of those days on the markets. I feel like they're constantly reacting to the headlines, but oil swinging sharply based on these developments that we are getting. How do you assess the current volatility in oil prices driven by this conflict between the US and Iran?
The oil traders I know say they're absolutely exhausted, although a lot of them are feeling a lot richer than they were in the middle of February. This volatility, while all of us lose from an energy price shock, there are a couple of winners here and there, and people who trade this stuff and make money off of the volatility. So if they're trading, it doesn't matter to them whether the price is going up or going down. They still do well out of it. So we have a lot of very tired, but quite happy oil traders around the world at the moment. But I think looking at today's movement, we're off the lows of the day, and that to me suggests that traders are not entirely convinced that some kind of deal is in the offing. It looks like this truce will be extended. This is something that the Americans have been talking about for a couple of days now. But what this will look like, and crucially, whether the Strait of Hormuz will open is an open question. And I think that traders are starting to look at every announcement that comes out of the U.S. As they're looking at it with a bit of skepticism because we've been promised a lot. There have been promises of an end to hostilities, opening of the strait hasn't happened yet. But for all of that, Leigh Ann, I'm still incredibly surprised that oil prices are where they are. We're at about $93.5 a barrel today. This strikes me as underpriced, given that we've had the head of the International Energy Organization say this is the biggest disruption to oil supplies in history. So it seems to me that traders, people who price these things, may be in for a surprise if the strait doesn't open as quickly as they think, if it takes a while to get oil fields that have been lying idle for a period of time now, if it takes a while to get these back up and running, I think that there could be an upside surprise on the oil price. So even though dealers are a little bit skeptical right now, I do think they're quite optimistic about the future, the restoration of oil supplies in the short and the medium term.
It's so funny because I feel like you always read my mind, because my next question to you was, do you believe the oil market is underpricing the risk of prolonged disruption in the Strait of Hormuz? And you've just basically told me that. So I think
Absolutely.
probably...
And add to that, Leigh Ann, that stocks where most countries keep stocks of oil because it's such a crucial commodity. Stocks were low before this conflict started. We've had most countries dip into their strategic reserves. So at some point when oil starts flowing more freely, countries are going to have to replenish those stocks. So there will be extra demand, quite heavy demand, over and above the demand we want to power our cars and transport food, from place to place. So demand will be heavy while supply will remain constrained.
And it's just absolutely so interesting, isn't it? Because I would agree with what you're saying there. But if we have a look a little bit at the markets right now in the US and we have a look at the oil price, the markets are at all-time highs. They're doing so well off the back of these earnings. What do you make of this? Because it's really interesting where we are. We're almost seeing two sides of the market play here.
I'm doing everything that I can to not throw my hands up in despair. It's impossible to read this market. You're right. We are hitting a record high after record high. Earlier today, we had some pretty concerning U.S. data. GDP, that's the sum total of economic output for the first quarter, was marked down quite a bit, down from a 2% annualized growth rate when it was first reported, down to 1.6%. That's pretty weak growth. Yet, contained within that report, there's an element that looks at corporate profits. They rose by the most that they've risen since 2021. So we do have this two-tiered economy. Corporates seem to be doing very well, I think, and it's not just in the tech area that we've discussed before. Banks have done very well. Consumer goods companies are doing very well. Places like retailers, Home Depot, where people go to buy home decoration DIY stuff. This whole range of companies at the moment are doing very, very well. The question will be, I think, as inflation bites, will these companies feel comfortable passing on their increased cost to consumers? Are they going to have to hit their margins if consumers say, wait a second, this inflation is too much for me?
And you spoke a little bit about the fact that we got the Fed's preferred inflation measure out early today. We've got a new Fed chair. Do you think,
absolutely.
Do you think he's going to cut, or do you think that it's just something that just the other guys just won't get on board with?
Well, you're right in that Kevin Warsh, the new Fed chair, has argued that the productivity gains that we're going to get from AI are going to be so great that we can grow indefinitely with no inflation. I think that remains to be seen. But you're right, we had this key inflation data out today, up at an annual rate of 3.8%. If you take out food and energy, still up by 3.3%. That's a really long way away from that 2% target that the Fed has chasing and has not hit for 5 years. So Kevin Warsh may have publicly called for lower interest rates, and a lot of us think that he was sort of auditioning for the job, and that call for lower interest rates was aimed at an audience of one. But I don't see any way at all. He's one of 7 people who, 12 in total, a board of 7, and then there are regional Fed governors who also vote on rates. So in total, he's one of 12. I cannot see that he will bring that committee with him. And some of those regional Fed officials after the last meeting made it very clear that they were unhappy that the Fed was still talking about cutting rates at some point over the medium term. They dissented quite publicly. So it shows you the Fed is really at odds about where to go next, but I certainly don't see a cut.
Jerome Powell still be on the board. I wonder what he will say.
Absolutely, good
we will
point.
see how he will vote, of course. But we're also just getting some news through now that oil prices turned negative again after EIA data shows smaller than expected draw from US crude stockpiles last week. And you did mention, actually, oil has been volatile, but not so much hope on this deal.
And I'm a little surprised to see that those stockpiles are. And I saw the headline just as we went on air. Didn't get a chance to read it. Surprised me a little bit because this is a time of very heavy oil demand in the U.S. We've just come out of a holiday weekend. People tend to drive places. Now these numbers will be adjusted for seasonality, but the fact that drawdown is less than what was expected would seem to suggest that people are looking at the price of oil and saying, okay, we can't afford that anymore. We're going to be a lot more sparing with the oil that we buy. Maybe we won't drive long distances while the oil price remains elevated. You and I have spoken before. The price of oil is such an in-your-face metric in the U.S. You drive down the road and there are advertisements in neon for the price of a gallon of oil. Everybody knows where that is, what it is. And as a result of that, it really is a metric for how people feel about the economy, the price of oil.
Yes, and I'm sure every US president, as they say, always keeps a real close eye on the price of oil. Donald Trump, as he always likes to tell us, the US is the hottest economy right now. Laurie Laird, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Let's get a look at the sports news now. Italian tennis champion Jannik Sinner is out on day 5 of the French Open after being beaten during 5 sets in the heat in Paris. The world number 1 led 5-1 but took a medical timeout when serving for the match in the 3rd set. He was apparently suffering from cramp. And Arsenal will face Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League final on Saturday in Budapest. PSG have racked up 16 Champions League games, while Arsenal have played just 14. Now, a rare albino buffalo in Bangladesh, nicknamed Donald Trump for its blonde tuft, has been spared from sacrifice after a last-minute government intervention. The 400-kilogram viral star will instead be cared for at the National Zoo. Emily Sue reports.
Meet the Donald Trump buffalo. The 700-kilogram albino buffalo earned the nickname with its flowing tuft of blonde hair, resembling the signature look of the U.S. president. It was due to be slaughtered in Bangladesh to celebrate the Eid al-Adha feast of the sacrifice this week. But a last-minute government intervention saved it from sacrifice after the buffalo achieved viral stardom. The country's home minister ordered the buffalo be spared and the buyer refunded. The Donald Trump buffalo will instead be cared for at the National Zoo in Dhaka.
This is a special breed, so the zoo has been given the responsibility to preserve this breed. I will closely monitor all aspects, including its characteristics, diet, and reproduction.
Before arriving at the zoo, the buffalo attracted huge crowds at the home where it was kept. The buyer said he brought the animal 2 months ago.
The main intention behind purchasing it was to please Allah, that is, to sacrifice it in the way of Allah. Now it has gone viral, and because of that there is so much attention and such a huge crowd.
Albino buffaloes are considered rare in Bangladesh, as most are dark-skinned. The Donald Trump buffalo's cream-colored body, pinkish nose, and long blonde hair made it stand out among thousands of cattle prepared for the Muslim festival of Eid al-Adha, when families traditionally sacrifice livestock. Emily Sue, Arabiya English.
A reminder of our top stories. Reports suggest the US and Iran have reached an agreement, but Trump still needs to give it his final approval. Oil prices fall as markets react to the potential easing of tensions. And the WHO chief heads to the Democratic Republic of Congo to support colleagues battling a deadly Ebola outbreak. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Is there room in the Republican Party for those who disagree with the president? What about those who criticise the Israeli government? Well, if you ask Congressman Thomas Massey, the answer is categorically no. We'll ask our panel why one House race in one US state is sending shockwaves well beyond Capitol Hill. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Let's get more now. We can speak to General Joseph Votel, who is a retired four-star general and former commander of U.S. Central Command. He joins us from Minnesota. General Votel, thank you for joining us once again. I'd like to get your take on what happened sort of overnight, these so-called self-defense strikes in southern Iran. What's your understanding of what the rationale was behind them and what sort of targets they were going for?
Thanks, Tom. It's good to be with you again. I think what we're seeing here is an assessment by the United States that Iran was preparing to take some military actions that would endanger U.S. and other commercial vessels that might be traveling through the Straits of Hormuz by emplacing mines or taking some actions that would improve their military posture. And so what the United States did is they went directly after those means. In this case, after some mine-laying boats, and it looks like some missile and launching platforms along the Iranian coast, particularly in the area of Bandar Abbas, which is a major military enclave for the Iranians. It was limited to addressing very, very specific threats. At the same time, we're obviously trying to pursue these negotiations to get to some kind of long-term discussion with the Iranians about resolving the conflict.
Right, and U.S. Central Command said that these strikes had been carried out, quote, using restraint. I mean, what does it look like when you carry out airstrikes with restraint?
Well, in terms of, I think what they're trying to communicate is that they are specifically focused on very direct threats, those things which they consider to be direct threats to U.S. or other, normal commercial movement through the strait. So immediate threats, I think, is what we're talking about. So ships where there is some intelligence that they are going to lay mines, or missile preparation and launch sites that look like they are undertaking activities that would improve their posture to respond. It's going directly after them and then not expanding beyond that. It's about addressing the immediate threats that the United States perceives here.
Okay, I mean, there is, of course, a ceasefire in place. It's been in place since the 8th of April, and yet we had attacks overnight. I mean, is that unusual, from your experience, for there to be a ceasefire and attacks at the same time?
Well, it is a little bit unusual, but there has actually been a steady, flow of military activities over the last several weeks. There actually have been a number of missile and drone strikes on some of the Gulf countries. Certainly not as extensive as it once was, but there has been a continuing number of these strikes that have gone back and forth. So even despite the ceasefire that is in place, there has been a low level of military activity. And of course, this really, runs a little bit in the face of the ceasefire, but it is the nature of what we are dealing with right now, that there are continued military interactions between the United States, between the Gulf, and certainly between Iran in this particular situation.
I mean, could one interpretation, General Votel, be that, a ceasefire for 6 weeks or more suggests that neither side is able to map out an obvious military way forward or a military way out of this conflict?
Well, I think that's very true. And, my analysis is that while I think a lot can be done militarily to continue to weaken the Iranians, and certainly by the Iranians to punish the Gulf or attempting to punish the United States for this conflict, neither of these really can be decisive. What I think has to happen is there has to be a kind of a skillful application of military, diplomatic, economic efforts that are designed to create the maximum amount of pressure on the regime to get them to, move in a more positive direction towards some kind of negotiated settlement of this. And it does appear from some of the discussions, at least from what we've heard over the weekend, that there is some movement in that direction, although it does also appear that both sides are still, a long ways apart in terms of trying to reach some kind of negotiated settlement, or at least create some kind of platform along which discussions can be based going forward.
Yeah, of course, there are those two sides, and then there's Israel that presumably is less inclined, let's say, to pursue diplomacy and a deal. Iran has threatened that if there is a resumption of hostilities, there'll be a much broader conflict. It will be beyond the Middle East. What could that mean? What would you expect that to look like?
Well, it's very possible for Iran to activate their proxy network. I mean, we've known for some time that they have operatives that operate on a global basis that can orchestrate attacks in a variety of locations outside the Middle East, and of course, they create some kind of impact. I don't think these are decisive in terms of changing the course of the war or the conflict, but they can certainly do damage. They can certainly widen the concern about this particular war. So I think it's important to appreciate that Iran has spent decades building up this network of proxy capabilities globally, not just in the region, that they can activate. So while they won't necessarily be decisive, they can do some damage, and they can really cause some problems in trying to resolve this overall conflict.
Yeah, and clearly they have caused damage right across the world with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, economic damage. And I'm wondering whether the fact that, you know, the US has not managed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz militarily suggests either that it cannot be done, or that it cannot be done with the resources that the US currently has deployed there. Which one is it, do you think?
Well, my view is I think the United States could actually do this if they chose to. I think so far the United States administration has not necessarily seen that in their interest to devote the resources necessary to open this up and then be able to sustain it. I think that does require a long-term commitment of resources to not only opening the strait, but keeping it open going forward. We will have to provide the military resources to protect ships going through here and defend against Iranian threats. And so far, I think the administration has not necessarily seen that in their interest. And of course, the president has made no secret that he would like to see more international partners come in and help with this particular effort. And of course, that has not manifested itself at this particular point. There is a considerable buildup of naval resources, maritime resources in the region, but so far we've not seen that in our interest to do that. So I think this is actually more of a policy choice than it is a capability choice down the line.
But I mean, wouldn't you have liked to have seen the United States reaching out and trying to build a coalition back in March, as opposed to accusing countries of failing to step up to the plate? I mean, they weren't really briefed, were they? They weren't told what the end game was. They weren't told what the strategy was. And that's why they say not only do they not have the resources in position that were needed, but they weren't inclined to come on board because they weren't really invited to. I mean, how does it look to you?
Yeah, yes, of course. I do agree with you. I think the way that the United States has gone to war and waged our conflicts in the past has been to do the work up front of building coalitions of the willing, or bringing on nations that have aligned interests with us before we undertake military operations. In many cases, giving countries the opportunity to say no has oftentimes resulted in them saying yes and coming on with us in terms of this. So I do think it's in our interest to build the alignment up front before we undertake operations, so that we do have a series of partners as we step into this. In this particular case, that was not the situation. We undertook a different approach after we largely unilaterally, or I should say bilaterally, launched operations with Iran to bring nations on board. And I think that has created some friction with nations who weren't consulted beforehand. So I think it's always in our interest to do the work up front, the diplomatic work up front, to try to explain our objectives and to bring people on board before we undertake. I think it's much more difficult to do it after the fact than it is to do it up front and explain what our objectives are that we're trying to pursue.
Yeah, I mean, President Trump's in a difficult position in some respects, even domestically. On the one hand, observers are saying things like there is no deal that would satisfy Israel, and clearly Israel favors a hard line being taken with Iran. And there are probably quite a lot of Republicans who also favor taking a hard line with Iran. And yet there is a process of negotiations taking place, suggesting that there will be some concessions and some compromise made. I mean, where does this leave President Trump? Because it sounds like politically it is quite risky for him, one way or the other.
Well, I think that I won't really talk too much about the politics. That's not my area of expertise. But I think in terms of reaching a conclusion on all of this, is there will have to be some amount of compromise. The Iranians are looking at this through kind of an existential lens here, and so they are going for broke. They don't have the same view on this that we do. They don't assess their progress in the war the same way we assess our progress in the war by accomplishing military objectives. So it's likely that it is going to continue to be very difficult to achieve a conclusion on this, and we are going to have to kind of work forward and look for areas where we can achieve some compromises that allow progress to move forward in resolving this conflict. And of course, some will not like that aspect of trying to compromise, but I think that's what has to be done as we move forward to kind of gain some compromise so we can actually make progress in resolving this conflict.
How degraded would you say Iran is militarily, as opposed to where it was late February?
Well, I think there has been some significant degradation of their capabilities. I think what we knew, what we saw, I think we largely destroyed and disabled. I think we actually took out a lot of their command and control nodes and certainly their ability to produce things. But I think there also was a number of their resources that were hidden from view, that were much more protected, the things that we couldn't see that, are now forming the basis upon which Iran is trying to recover from this. And I think that is of some longer term concern. So I think it's important to appreciate that Iran has been building up these capabilities for years and decades. And so they likely had more resilience in this area than just what was exposed to us during the principal military campaign that we waged here in March and into early April.
And if the war comes to an end by some negotiated settlement, I mean, do you think it's from that point onwards that the leadership in Iran then starts to look more vulnerable? Because, it was looking vulnerable at the start of the year. Now there's been this rally around the flag era, while the country's been under attack from the United States and Israel. Do you think it's likely that after the dust has settled from this war, that's when the regime really does start to look vulnerable?
Well, I think that's hard to tell. I mean, I think the Iranian regime, again, has had years to basically, put security places in place, put measures in place that control the population. And of course, over the last several weeks, and certainly starting in late January with the protests, has undertaken a lot of measures to really crack down on the population. So I think there is always concern that the population can rise up, but the regime has a lot of measures in place that are designed to present that. And of course, there is no real indication that the opposition, elements have unified in a way that could be a serious long-term threat to the regime. So I guess, I would sum it up by saying there's always a concern of that, but I don't think there is a meaningful threat to the Iranian regime coming from internal capabilities at this time.
We know the Supreme Leader is still alive. His injuries from the attack in which he was involved back in March, described as being superficial, and he's been issuing statements. And one of them reads as follows: Washington is losing its influence in the Middle East, and countries in the region should stop hosting bases from which the US can launch attacks. And I'm wondering, General Votel, whether you think one of the legacies of this conflict is indeed going to be for some countries to reconsider the US presence on their soil. What do you think?
Well, I think that's likely. Over the last number of years, a number of these countries have tried to diversify their economies and are becoming much more modernized and going into new areas like finance and emerging technologies and trying to diversify their economies. So they certainly all have national objectives that they are trying to pursue. My belief is that most of them view the relationship with the United States as a very, very positive one. But again, our basing of military capabilities there could be viewed as a vulnerability to them. So there may be some relooking at that by these countries. I think that will be something we'll have to look at long term. I also think that the United States at the other end of this conflict will have to look at what our future posture looks like to defend our interests in the region, and whether, basing our forces out of a series of land-based locations across the region is the best approach to doing that. And I suspect there's probably some good case to be made that we have to relook at those postures. So, I think it's hard to say at this particular point, but I certainly think there will be a relook on both sides, both on the part of the Gulf partners and on the part of the United States in the way forward.
Okay. I mean, do you see it likely that Iran would, for example, retaliate to the sorts of strikes that were carried out overnight? Is that something you would expect to see? Or do you think perhaps the Iranians have reasoned that, given that they were carried out with some degree of restraint, the Iranians will decide perhaps it's not worth responding to?
Well, I think it's likely that the Iranians generally will try to take a tit-for-tat response here. So, we'll see. We may see some limited response here against some of the Gulf nations, and in many cases that will be something that will likely come relatively soon here. But I don't think it will necessarily spark a broader conflict at this particular point. I do think the Iranians will try to respond with some type of measure of restraint of their own.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed, General Joseph Votel. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, Lieutenant General Sir Simon Mail is a retired British Army officer and former Middle East advisor at the UK Ministry of Defence. He joins us now from London. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. In the last 24 hours, there have been these so-called self-defence strikes in southern Iran. I just wonder whether you were surprised that those sorts of hostile activities are happening at the same time as we're being told progress in these advanced negotiations.
No. I've been watching this area for nearly 50 years, Tom. The Iranians are past masters at spinning out negotiations. They come from a civilization and a culture that's very good at negotiating. So I am not remotely surprised the Americans, having reached a point of military superiority, I just decided to remind the Iranians that they have many, many military options at a time when the Iranian economy is on the brink of collapse, when civil disorder is probably just around the corner, and we're still trying to focus the minds of rational people in Tehran, as opposed to those who are the fundamentalist militant element of the IRGC, who are almost prepared to take the whole region back into some sort of volatile area of conflict. So no surprises at all. Only probably slightly that it's taken this long for the Americans to remind the Iranians who holds the military upper hand.
Right. So you're saying that these strikes are, a demonstration or a reminder of U.S. military might, and to keep Iran on its toes, for lack of a better expression.
Yes, and the reality is we don't know what the chains of command are, Tom. The IRGC, it's quite decentralized at the moment. Any number of people may or may not, and I obviously don't have access to the intelligence, may or may not have gone out with small boats or threatened a US vessel or done something that could look belligerent. And it's very much to say to Tehran as well, just make sure all your assets around the Strait of Hormuz are firmly under your command, or we will retaliate. But it has, as you say, been characterized as a defensive measure, not as a breach of the ceasefire.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Americans are saying that the targets they were specifically going after were missile launch pads and boats that may or may not have been laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. And we've heard Central Command in the US saying that they were strikes carried out using restraint. How do you carry out a strike with restraint?
Well, there's very little restraint if you're personally on the receiving end of it, having been there myself, a number of times in my career. But the reality is it is restrained. It will be definitely aimed at reducing collateral damage. It will definitely make sure that it's a targeted precision strike on a military target. But it will be obviously a military strike, but sending a strong political diplomatic message.
And what do you read into the fact that here we are more than 6 weeks into a ceasefire, and yet, there is no deal on the table that we're aware of? I mean, we keep being told that one is just around the corner, but we never seem to get around that corner. Does that suggest to you, perhaps, that there isn't an obvious military way out for either side here?
No, I don't actually, Tom. I really think obviously if we do break the ceasefire, I mean, in a militarily significant manner, there is a danger, of course, the Iranians have the capacity to retaliate. They probably won't do damage to the American assets there. And be under no illusions, 3 carrier groups, 2 Marine Expeditionary Units, elements of the 82nd Airborne. But of course, what they could do, lashing out, is take out more infrastructure in Saudi Arabia, in the UAE, in Qatar. And undoubtedly, the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Qataris, the Kuwaitis, etc., will be urging a degree of restraint on the Americans. And in the meantime, they will be negotiating furiously, as I suspect the Pakistanis will, to get the Iranians to see that really they've backed themselves into a corner at the end of this 50 years. There is no way out. The straits must be reopened and the nuclear file must be dealt with. In addition, the ballistic missile program is going to have to be absolutely scaled back, and the support for proxies in the region will have to stop. And on that basis, there will be a deal. But again, I have no surprises that the Iranians will be thrashing around trying to find a way to negotiate some wriggle room within that agenda.
I mean, the Trump administration's, caught between two sort of voices as well here. They've got, on the one hand, the Israelis and people like Prime Minister Netanyahu saying that the nuclear threat must be entirely eliminated, they're saying. And on the other side, presumably, the Americans are being asked by Gulf allies to perhaps bring this to an end fairly promptly, and therefore compromise will need to be found. Which of those two scenarios do you think is the more likely avenue for the Trump administration to pursue?
Well, there's a mixture of both, Tom. The reality is they've moved a huge amount of firepower into the area. As I say, this is just the latest episode in 50 years of dealing with the Islamic Republic. And I suspect in Riyadh, in Abu Dhabi, in Doha, everybody's saying what we can't do is have basically what would be a ceasefire and armistice where we go round this boy again in, you name it, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years' time. We do need, and I hope the Americans will stay firmly on the case, to convince the Iranians that the alternative to continuing to negotiate in probably bad faith is that the economy will collapse. There are ways of bringing down regimes without necessarily having to bomb them. But I cannot believe Riyadh, Doha, and Abu Dhabi wish just another cold war or hot peace to continue. So my feelings is they'll be very keen to try and bring this to a peaceful end, but everybody is agreed that we want the Iranian nuclear file firmly under control, which means giving up the enriched uranium and allowing themselves to be open to IAEA inspections. And then the ballistic missile program, and then now you can sweeten it, of course, with relief of sanctions, with economic support, with a deal that's a regional deal that sees Tehran, Riyadh, etc., Baghdad coming back into a sort of that sort of regional agreement. But at the basis of it is the Strait of Hormuz, the nuclear file, proxies, and the ballistic missile program. And Iran is negotiating from a very weak position, other than the capacity to bring a sort of destruction across the region, as we've seen in the early days of the war.
Do you think the United States has got enough resources in the region to meet those objectives and to send out the right signals that it really intends to, in many ways, finish the job?
I've never seen a bigger armada collected in my military career. You don't notice it. It's off bases. It's out in the Indian Ocean, Tom. Let alone what you, of course, can project from mainland America itself. And when you assemble that, I hope you're pretty clear in Clausewitz's terms that this is politics by other means, and the politics has at its heart to stop the malevolent, malign influence of Iran that has driven so much volatility, violence, and death across the Middle East in all my adult lifetime.
And with all that military hardware that you've just described, the largest armada that you can remember having heard of, why is it that it's so difficult with such military superiority to get the Strait of Hormuz open and operational once again?
Well, part of the problem there is an insurance one, to be honest with you, Tom. You can risk it, but nobody, if they're not fully insured, are going to put civilian crews through there. As you know, some tankers have gone through. Some of it, I think, was to do with Trump going to see Xi Jinping the other day. I think that's why 2 Chinese went through. I think anything else that's not headed for somebody who the Americans think is important will not get through. But at the moment, it is a bit of a stalemate. But the Americans are making it very clear that their patience will run out. You can't keep this sort of firepower in a region. The Americans are stretched. There are issues, of course, to do with Ukraine and Russia. There are certainly issues to do with the South China Sea and that standoff with the Chinese. But people are urging a diplomatic route, and I suspect promising that they will get to where they want to do at the end of it. But as I say, I don't remotely underestimate both the willingness and the Iranian and the preparedness of the Iranians to spin this out as long as possible and to give themselves as much wriggle room at the end of it. But fundamentally, the regime, both socially and economically, is absolutely now on the ropes. And I begin to suspect in the next few weeks you will see a breakdown in their oil infrastructure. So they are aware that clocks are ticking. But you're quite right, Tom, to say you've got media, you've got public opinion, you've got the midterms, etc. So there are a number of clocks running at the same time with different timelines.
Do you think, General Mail, that the involvement of other countries could help tip the balance? And on that particular note, would you like to see the United Kingdom get involved more than it already is? I gather a destroyer is not so very far away. Would you like to see greater involvement by the UK and other countries to help tip the balance?
Yes, I would. I think we've got to make it certain that the military is a public expression of diplomatic solidarity in many ways. Wasn't remotely surprised that Britain didn't take part, or many other allies take part in strikes on Iran. But I've been very outspoken about how I felt our response to our great ally, the Americans, was really pusillanimous. Part of it reflected that our military is going through slight doldrums at the moment. And part of it, I'm afraid, reflected the realities of British domestic politics at the moment and the position of our Prime Minister. But at the end of the day, we have huge, to say it's not our business, as it were, it's not our war, absolutely ridiculous. Our allies all across the Gulf look to Britain to be a responsible, reliable ally. We have several 100,000 expatriates, as you know, there. We have long, deep relationships on the intelligence, the military, the diplomatic, the monarchical side, and Britain certainly, but other responsible European nations should absolutely be rallying round to be prepared to do whatever might be required. And that was to my mind, my real objection to the slowness of the British response at the beginning. We didn't even prepare ourselves to have options on the table. We're beginning to write that. We're beginning to stand by our friends in Bahrain, our friends in the UAE, friends in Saudi Arabia, politically, diplomatically, but also militarily, because we have seen the scale. I don't think people understand of the strikes on our Gulf friends, and so Britain should absolutely be there alongside the Americans to be ready to do something hopefully constructive at the end when we reach some sort of resolution.
But I mean, some of America's allies would argue it's been quite confusing. I mean, looking back to what was happening in February, I mean, the case wasn't really made for other countries to get involved. There was no sort of coalition building overtures being made by Washington. And they were also characterizing this as being a NATO conflict, which most people that I've spoken to at any rate agree that it wasn't, because it was not an attack on a NATO country, so to speak. I mean, do you think perhaps some of the blame rests with Washington for not having made the case clearly from the beginning?
I think that's a very fair statement, Tom. I get that, and there's no doubt about it. We've seen a lot of it. The language that President Trump uses is not sometimes helpful to European politicians who don't see any domestic advantage in being seen to support Trump. But from a statesman-like point of view, of which there are not many around, people should have said this is our war inevitably. If the straits are closed, we need to be in a position at a certain stage to have options to help. And I totally understand from a straight legal point of view or international relations point of view that the case was not terribly well made, but we knew what it was all about. This is not a new issue for us. All the way back when I was in the Ministry of Defense, my several iterations, we were dealing with how do we constrain Iran on this? So I'm afraid, yes, the American rhetoric was unhelpful. Yes, the case wasn't made, if you wish to be legalistic. But from a personal point of view, that was weasel wording to avoid making a commitment that we should absolutely have stepped into much earlier. We've been involved in this region for a very long time. People have certain expectations of the British, maybe other European nations as well. And we should have looked like that long-term reliable ally who was going to stand by with options on the table to contribute to the politics, the diplomacy, possibly the military, or possibly the clear-up after the military operations.
I'm just wondering whether part of the calculation in the mind of the Prime Minister was perhaps that nervousness that he would find himself 20 years down the line in a similar position to the position Tony Blair found himself in, being blamed, you know, and having something hanging over his legacy for quite as long as it has done, namely the Iraq War. Do you think that was what did it? Do you think there is this nervousness, the sort of inherited trauma, if you like, of what happened in 2003?
Well, I'd say the Labour Party are worried about it. They've torn themselves apart over that. The reality is, the UK government, and I'm retired now, I can be very candid, engaging in the Middle East, engaging with Gulf monarchies, military operations, defence spending, etc. None of these are particularly catnip to a Labour Party or a Labour government. And the reality is the Prime Minister doesn't really have a great deal of political capital to expend within his own party. So I think you're right. For him, it was an easier option to go down the route of saying we don't want to get involved, we're not involved. This is all about Trump and the like, because it played well within his own party where his own stature is very limited. But for the British people, I think, I'm not saying anybody is angling to go to war. Everybody knows how complex the Iranian issue is, the Gulf is. I get that totally. But good statesmen, as opposed to politicians, explain things. They have a narrative. And a lot of it could simply be we have interests out there. We have many British passport holders. We have huge economic interests. We have an overall interest in helping to manage the volatility or violence in the Gulf. And we should be in a position, Prime Minister, to give yourself options in due course. That's what planners do. Have options, pre-position. But you decided to play domestic politics with it. And, of course, you're quite right, Tom, some of it, if you're in the Labour Party, goes back to Blair and, of course, Iraq and how that went out. But none of us were arguing that we got involved in combat operations against Iran, but there were clearly going to be a range of second-order issues to which we could usefully contribute if we had the assets and if we had them pre-positioned or in position at a particular junction. And that's what politicians, frankly, should look for. Give me options.
One of the comments, General Mail, that I've heard in the last 24 hours, a statement attributed to Iran's supreme leader, who appears to be alive and in reasonable health. We understand the injuries he sustained, described as being superficial. He said this, he said that Washington's losing its influence in the Middle East, and he argued, it seemed, along the lines that having a US base on your territory in this region is more of a liability than an asset. Do you see comments like that gaining traction as a result of what's happened these last 3 months?
Yes and no, Tom, because it depends how this ends. If you remove the nuclear capability, and threat is all about intent and capability, so I'm not interested if Iran tells me it's never going to use a nuclear bomb or get a nuclear bomb if it has the capability to get one. But if you remove the capability, remove the capability for ballistic missiles, which we knew they were getting very close to having very long-range ballistic missiles. If you remove their proxy influence and absolutely stop them spending money on sowing disorder in Iraq and in Syria and in Lebanon and in Gaza, then, frankly, you want the Americans there. If you leave it back to a ceasefire, you probably still want the Americans there. However, if you don't have the Iranian threat, you probably won't need the Americans there. But I think although it's useful to say, get rid of the Americans, or it plays well in certain areas, and it's very helpful for the Iranians, back to the reality, they're playing strong cards, they're playing a weak set of cards strongly. That is exactly the sort of rubbish I'd expect to come out of Tehran at the moment. But I suspect if you're looking for genuine security guarantees against a range of threats, then actually an American base and a commitment there. Look what's happening in, we'd hear the same argument from Putin in due course about American bases in European countries supporting NATO. It's a very good line. I've got no surprises that the Iranians are playing it, but I would argue you probably would not want the Americans to step away from this region when people are thinking clear-headed about the long-term threats.
Okay, and just lastly, General Mail, you've been very generous with your time up until now. Where do you sort of see things heading to from here? Do you think these talks that we're told are in an advanced state, but that they have been for quite some time, do you see them yielding results in the near future, or do you think perhaps there will be a second round of hostilities and that's going to be the chosen course of action to break this deadlock?
I hope there won't be, Tom, but it's exactly why the American armada, however you want to describe it, remains on station, cocked, locked, resupplied, rearmed, refueled. Because if the Iranians try to spin this out, I think they'll make a major mistake. Iran is very, very isolated at the moment. The Chinese want a deal. There's nothing in it for the Chinese other than annoying the Americans to have an Iran with this capability. Russians are totally, focused now on Ukraine. They can make mischief. Most of Iran's regional allies, Pakistan is on one side, of course, the Gulf Arabs on the other, Iraq want a deal on this one. The Israelis will always keep the option to strike almost independently, and they know they can hit Iran with absolute impunity. If the Iranian leadership wish to have to spend the rest of their lives deep in a cellar, not coming up again, be that as it may, and some of them may be prepared to do that. But for the most part, I see us edging towards a deal, however much the Iranians, elements of Iran, won't want that to happen. Many, many Iranians do want it to happen because we know the regime is deeply loathed by many Iranians, and they've been held hostage by this awful regime for too long, half a century. So I do see us moving towards a political outcome with those elements I've talked about within it, but I expect a few more turns of the wheel, but the Americans will reserve the right to keep reminding them what the alternatives are, and I suspect you'll find most people in the Gulf are backing the Americans to stay the course.
Well, a very big thank you to you for taking the time to speak to us. Lieutenant General Sir Simon Mail, thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Our allies. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Well, we're joined now by Adam McEwen, who is the Group CEO of Hero Experiences, which describes itself as a portfolio of immersive eco-luxury experiences in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. And it includes Platinum Heritage and offers things like balloon flights in the oasis city of Alula here in Saudi Arabia. Adam, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us. I just wanted to start by asking if you could just tell us a little bit more about Hero Experiences and what you actually offer.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for the invitation, Tom. So Hero Experiences is entering into its third season in Alula. I actually visited as a tourist the first time I went to Alula, and I was absolutely blown away by how beautiful it was. And I was actually attending the Alula Skies Hot Air Balloon Festival. As an owner of a hot air balloon company, that was of particular interest to me, of course, as a tourist. But when I was there, I was absolutely blown away. And I was just thought to myself, you know, for 2 weeks of the year, you can show up to a festival and do these amazing balloon flights. But what about the remaining 50 weeks of the year? So I then embarked on discovering how I could launch hot air balloons in Saudi Arabia, because there was no hot air balloon companies running permanent commercial flights. That took about 2 years working with the civil aviation authorities, trying to work out exactly how we can get that done. And eventually, 3 seasons ago, we launched permanent hot air balloon flights. What is very, very special about Alula, of course, is the UNESCO site of Hegra. It's something that is very, very fascinating to see from the ground, of course, but from the air offered a completely unique perspective. A lot of people haven't seen it from above, and you get to see the whole landscape, the whole area, and of course the beautiful canyons and dunes around it. So it was just an absolutely perfect flight and something that we just had to embark on as a business. So since then, it's been very, very successful. We flew 5,000 guests last year, which is fantastic for a small little destination. And then following that, we entered into the Sharan Nature Reserve, absolutely stunning natural reserve and future home of the Arabian leopard, where they're going to release the Arabian leopard in its natural habitat. And we conduct eco safaris inside the reserve, where we drive through different kind of ecosystems, different biomes, and take guests out to do everything from beautiful curated dinners, stargazing, night walks, and of course a safari through the reserve.
Wow.
That's what we do.
Okay, so Hero Experience is offering some wonderful opportunities to people in the region and further afield as well, I imagine. But this ought to be peak season for you there in Alula, oughtn't it? I mean, it ought to be the time of the year when you've got the highest number of visitors. It's kind of academic school holidays in lots of parts of the world. And yet we are in a situation where there are ongoing regional geopolitical tensions. What impact is that having on you, Adam?
So when the tensions first started, it was during Ramadan. So Ramadan is traditionally a quiet time anyway, and that's something where we always kind of take our foot off the gas. Maybe some of our guides go on leave. So for us, the impact wasn't noticeable straight away. Then Eid came around, and Eid was surprisingly good. We were hopeful that the domestic tourism market would pick up, but we were a little bit surprised about how good it was. So we had multiple days where we were sold out. We had no more balloon spaces available, and our safaris were sold out. So we were pleasantly surprised. It has started to kind of taper off now that the Eid holidays are over and it's kind of business as usual. And we're just finding the dynamics have changed a little bit. So, for example, we always had a very strong domestic travel on the weekends, and the international travel is usually coming midweek. So it kind of evened itself out a little bit. So at the moment, midweek travel has taken a bit of a dive. So we're down about 40% midweek compared to where we were same time last year. But our weekend traffic is roughly about the same as the year before. So the impact across the week is actually fairly minimal for us so far.
Okay, so domestic tourism, again, it's a recurrent theme in this program today, a real cushion, isn't it, for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia versus other markets that just don't have that demographic. You are, of course, just listening to what you're saying and also looking at your website, at the higher end of the market, catering to one could call it a luxury segment. And I'm just wondering, does that tend to be the most resilient segment when times get tough?
Yeah, usually luxury segment is the first to arrive after a crisis and the last to leave. So we're very lucky to be positioned in that place. But I would say the luxury market is more about concentrating on privacy. This is something that we've been doing for a lot of time. So we don't do mass tourism events. We never run events for hundreds of people. It's always been about curating special journeys for people and exceeding the expectations that they come in. So for us, we're kind of, let's say, in the right place at the right time to have that type of business model for an event like this.
Okay, I'm just wondering about your cost base. Are you having to do anything on that front to adapt to the current situation?
Yeah, well, in Saudi Arabia, no. We're actually running business as usual at the moment. We are anticipating potentially a quieter summer because there were some international tourists that were flying through and they would come and visit Alula during the summer. So we'll have to do some slight changes. In the UAE, it's a very different story. We've had to halt all of our operations in the UAE. There's no inbound tourism, and the domestic market is extremely small in comparison. So we've had a significant impact in the UAE and a very minor marginal impact in Saudi.
Okay. I mean, were you operating, I can't recall, were you in operations during the time of COVID, either in this region or elsewhere? And if so, were there any lessons that you learned from the sort of the pandemic years that perhaps can be put into action now?
Yeah, we are calling this COVID 2.0 because it feels very similar. And surprisingly enough, happened at almost the same time of the year. It was about 2 weeks apart, 1st of March versus 15th of March. So it's feeling eerily similar, but we have learned a lot. And I think this time we acted a lot faster. We were able to kind of understand the gravity of the situation in the UAE a lot faster. And we were, let's say, hopeful about the Saudi domestic tourism market from what we had seen from COVID, where the domestic market, let's say, switches itself on in those times where it's difficult to travel. So we'd learned a lot from COVID. But what's interesting from the experience I had with the global financial crisis before, where the industry doesn't go back to normal, it always comes back slightly different. And the adaptation is what's important. So from the global financial crisis, for example, after that was, let's say, a little bit of a race to the bottom. So price became the most significant factor when it came to choice. After COVID, price became irrelevant, and it was more about the quality of the experience, the privacy, and getting out and let's say, living your best life, because people had been impacted by being indoors for a long time, and they just wanted to go out and explore Mother Nature. So we were really adapted to that more private nature. What happens after this? I think there will be not back to normal. There'll be a new normal. What that looks like, we're still examining what that market will be. But we are definitely going to be there to explore, and hopefully our adaptations work.
I mean, before these geopolitical tensions really started having an effect, I mean, what were you seeing as far as the evolution of the tourism landscape here in Saudi Arabia?
So when we first started, what we saw is two predominant markets. We saw the international market, and we saw the expat domestic tourist. So we saw people that were working in Jeddah and Riyadh that were then going out and spending their time doing experiences like ours. The Saudi domestic market was slower to adapt, but once they did adapt, and it seemed to come through different channels, predominantly via word of mouth. Once word of mouth spread, we saw like a rapid acceleration of adoption from the Saudi domestic tourists. So we were really on a positive trend. I think that trend is continuing. So we're very optimistic and hopeful that the impact will be minimized by the fact that that word of mouth and excitement was definitely starting to spread.
Adam, is there an argument for seizing this opportunity that we have now, perhaps slightly quieter during the weeks, as you were saying, than it is at the weekends, and perhaps, implementing some upgrades or some improvements to your business or your product? Is that something you've got in mind?
Well, one thing that we are working with the Royal Commission for Alula is developing packages together. Very, very significant studies have shown what I guess in our industry we always felt, that when people choose a destination, they choose a destination based on what there is to do. Not usually how to get there or where to stay, but what to do. So we're working with them to put hotel activity packages together to make a midweek stay more attractive. So hopefully we'll be able to launch some special tours soon, where we can do things like flying over Hegra and then combining that with a classic Land Rover tour inside Hegra. So you see the beautiful UNESCO site from above and then from below. These are the kind of innovations that maybe take a long time to roll out, but at the moment, everyone is all ears on how to fill that midweek. So hopefully we'll be able to launch some innovative products very soon.
Yeah, and those new products might be part of the new normal that we were talking about just a moment ago. Just lastly, Adam, I mean, fewer tourists, some good deals. Sounds like a pretty good time to visit Alula.
Yeah, I mean, there's some fantastic deals on the hotels. The midweek prices especially, I've never seen rates like that before. And you've got beautiful hotels like the Chetty that's inside of Hegra in an old restored train station. You've got Banyan Tree, Habitas, even the caravans. And a lot of times they're upgrading people from the caravans into Habitas. It's a fantastic time of the year. The weather is perfect. It's perfect for ballooning. It's perfect to go in and explore. And the hotel rates are the best I've seen in 3 seasons. So definitely a good time to go and explore your own country.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Adam McEwen, Group CEO of Hero Experiences. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you, Tom. You're welcome.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Is there room in the Republican Party for those who disagree with the president? What about those who criticise the Israeli government? If you ask Congressman Thomas Massie, the answer is categorically no. We'll ask our panel why one House race in one US state is sending shockwaves well beyond Capitol Hill. This is Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. A moron, a nutjob and a loser. You'd think the president would reserve this kind of name-calling for his Democratic rivals. But no, this is how the Republican president has been describing incumbent Republican Congressman Thomas Massie ahead of his primary race in Kentucky.
This guy Massie is terrible. Let's see what happens. It's not easy beating incumbents, but we have a great guy running against Massie. Massie's a terrible, I think the worst congressman the Republican Party's ever had.
After more than a decade in Congress, Massie lost the Republican House primary to Trump-endorsed candidate Ed Galrine. Massie has openly criticised the administration's handling of the Epstein files release, US military spending in Israel and the wars in Gaza and Iran. His loss has raised concerns about Trump's stranglehold on the GOP. It's also, once again, shone a spotlight on Israeli influence in US politics.
I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galrine in Tel Aviv.
One Israeli newspaper described the Kentucky race as perhaps the most important for Israel to date. It was also the most expensive. One Israeli lobby group poured more into this contest than any other during its 40-year history. So, on this episode, we'll ask, how consequential is Massie's defeat for Donald Trump and the GOP? Can dissent still exist in the Republican Party? And does Israel have too much influence over US politics? Well, joining us for this discussion is Anna Kasparian, co-host and executive producer at The Young Turks, an independent American media organisation. Robbie Suave is back with us, journalist and senior editor at Reason magazine and co-host of The Hill's Rising programme. And rounding out our Counterpoints panel, Shabbos Kestenbaum, political commentator at PragerU, another independent American media organisation. To all of you, welcome back to Counterpoints. Well, Congressman Thomas Massie lost the president's endorsement, and then he lost the Republican primary in Kentucky's 4th District. He had high-profile stoushes with the president over things such as the release of the Epstein files, the Iran war, and, of course, the big, beautiful bill. The victory for Trump-backed candidate Ed Galrine leaves no doubt in many people's minds that the president alone can make or break a politician's future in the GOP. Take a listen, first of all, before we get into the discussion, this comment from Senator Lindsey Graham.
So Bill Cassie's lost because he tried to destroy Trump. Massie's going to lose because he's trying to destroy the agenda. You can disagree with President Trump, but if you try to destroy him, you're going to lose because this is the party of Donald Trump.
Shabbos, is it the Republican Party, or, as Senator Graham calls it, is it the party of Donald Trump?
I think the two are synonymous. And look, last night we kind of realized that the woke right did what the woke right does best, which is lose. They do not have any political support across this country, assuming you don't count, of course, Pakistani bots on Twitter. They have elected 0 people to Congress. They have passed 0 pieces of legislation. They do not build. All they do is blame. And I was on the left. I grew up watching Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur on the Young Turks. And then I decided I wanted to be a conservative. I wanted to be part of Team MAGA. And I'm very happy to know that the overwhelming majority of the Republican Party still side with President Trump. Thomas Massie is an example of it. But to Lindsey Graham's point, you also saw Bill Cassidy. He lost his renomination bid, which is the first time a Republican senator lost in in 2 decades. So ultimately, the mainstream media is going to concoct a narrative whereby this is about Israel, this is about the pro-Israel lobby. But at the end of the day, Thomas Massie himself, between himself and his super PACs, raised close to $15 million. Of that money, only roughly $150,000 came from Kentuckians. His biggest fans are people like Anna Kasparian, people like Ro Khanna, people on the far left. So when you spend your campaign or the day before your campaign going on the Young Turks and not campaigning in your district, not speaking to conservatives, it's kind of no wonder that you will lose elections. So yes, if you call Donald Trump a pedophile, which is what Thomas Massie was doing for months on end, and then Donald Trump in a district where he won by more than 40 points starts speaking out against you, you'll probably lose.
Anna, obviously, I need to hand this straight to you. What do you make of it?
Well, for anyone who's listening to this right now and maybe questioning the credibility of Chabos, you should consider the fact that if he had grown up watching the Young Turks, he would know how to pronounce Cenk Uyghur's name. It's not Cenk Uyghur or whatever it is that he said. His opening line is literally, "Welcome to the Young Turks. I'm your host, Cenk Uyghur." So unnecessary lies. If you're lying about that, what else are you lying about? To say that the Israel lobby had no impact on this election is laughable when you consider the fact that Thomas Massie has drawn the ire of President Donald Trump in past election cycles. Trump has tried to primary him previously and failed to do so. If you look at the in-depth reporting in terms of the campaign funds raised against Massie in this race, this is according to Politico, a pair of pro-Israel super PACs linked to the American Israel Public Affairs Committee and the Republican Jewish Coalition spent more than $9 million targeting Massie, who has routinely rejected efforts to financially aid and symbolically support Israel. Another PAC, known as MAGA KY PAC, unfortunate name, stood up to Trump's top political rival here, Massie, by spending $7 million berating Massie in this election. Now, MAGA KY, that sounds like it's a 100% American-led super PAC, except you do a little bit of digging and you find out that the two founders of that PAC, one of them is Chris LaCivita, who, of course, was one of Trump's campaign managers. And the other individual who co-founded it, Fabrizio is his last name, turns out that he helped to get Benjamin Netanyahu reelected. He works as a campaign strategist for Israelis. We have Israeli infiltration in our political system, in our elections, and it's a huge problem because how are you going to compete against Zionist billionaires like Miriam Adelson as they're pumping more and more money into defeating anyone who dare cross Israel? And if you want to talk about why Trump turned on Massie in the first place, okay, he turned on Massie over the Epstein files. The Epstein files were something that the Israelis weirdly didn't want released. And then once you get a little bit of those files released, you realize that Epstein had a very close and cozy tie with Israel, including making deals, cybersecurity deals for them. So again, this idea that it was totally Trump. Okay, even if you buy that argument, why did Trump turn on Massie? It was because Massie was refusing to do the bidding of the Israel lobby.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna have to quickly respond because Anna, it's good to see you again. And again, my coffee invite in LA is still open, but you've mispronounced my name every single time on Piers Morgan, and I never accused you once of lying. I just think it's a tough name, so I wouldn't accuse you of lying. So I will accept your apology later, but I digress. It's interesting that you talk about Zionist billionaires because actually Jeff Yass funded Thomas Massie's campaign as well. I find it interesting that you don't talk about NIAC, the National Iranian American Council. I find it interesting you don't talk about the Council on American Islamic Relations. I find it interesting you don't talk about the Jordanian Muslims, the Marouk family, who also funded him. You don't talk about the Iranian Joe Keeney, who I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. I find it interesting that you're talking about how AIPAC has this ability to simply fund elections with any money they want, yet Maureen Galindo, who said that American Zionists need to be put in internment camps, actually won her election yesterday. Chris Rabb, who said that the Bondi Beach massacre, which killed 10 Jews by an Islamist, including a 9-year-old girl, Matilda, he said it was a false flag. He won his election yesterday. So if AIPAC is, buying any election they want, how come they didn't buy those elections? Why did they allow those candidates to win? So again, if you want to focus on money, then sure, Thomas Massie also raised $15 million from Islamist groups, from far-left Democrats. He went on your show repeatedly. But look, Kamala Harris raised $1 billion.
He did not go on our show repeatedly.
You
made that up.
Excuse me. He went on your show the day before the election, all right?
You can't just lie.
He came Thomas on for Massie a second, go on your show the day before the election.
Technical issues and had to drop off. Let's be very clear about that.
Okay.
Why are you lying about that? That's such an unnecessary lie. Okay. AIPAC, after the election was called, after the election was called, after the election was called.
No, you don't get to interrupt. Yelling is not an argument.
Zionists can't rub into our faces that they buy elections and then gaslight us when we say, oh yeah, they buy our elections. AIPAC posted about this immediately after Massie lost the election and said, our community was proud to help pro-Israel candidates win these races. Okay. So which one is it?
I want to bring Robbie in. First of all, Chabos.
Hang on, let me quickly respond because she keeps interrupting. And I have to say that, Anna, for the millionth time, yelling at me is not an argument. Like, being aggressive is not a qualitative, substantiative claim. If you want to say that there's money in politics, I agree with you. But
Stop whining about my tone and focus on the substance. Be a grown adult.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm about to do, but you keep interrupting me. I agree there's too much money in politics, but when you only focus on one political group, which does not even represent more than 0.5% of all political lobbying being spent, then you're doing it for nefarious motives. Why don't you also talk about the fact that Thomas Massie Massey was being run by billionaires, by radical Islamists. Why don't we talk about that as well? I agree there's too much money. But I am making the point that even if you have money in politics, which I want to get rid of, that still doesn't translate into forcing Kentuckians to not support a candidate. Kamala Harris had $1 billion and she still lost. What, you're telling me that 60,000 Kentuckians who wanted strong borders, who wanted DHS funded, who didn't believe that Donald Trump was a pedophile, they were forced into voting against Thomas Massey? No, they didn't like the guy. That's what elections come down to.
Okay, all right, Robbie, is it that they didn't like the guy? Is it as simple as that?
This is fun. Look, I speak for
you've got a lot to weigh in on,
Americans.
Robbie. Go for it.
Sure. Millions of Americans who are neither obsessed with Israel and see it as the prime mover in everything that happens in politics, nor incredibly defensive of Israel more so than any other country, and who don't care one way or the other and want to be less involved, which frankly is, I think, mostly where Thomas Massey was. Not all of his fans and supporters are like that. Massey has said that he opposes funding to Ukraine and Egypt and USAID and every other thing you can think of, but it was Israel-backed or Israel wealthy people who were most involved in this race. Look, this is mostly about his personal beef with Trump. It's personal for Trump. It's not personal for Massey. Massey has continued to vote the same way he's voted for 14 years, saying he will not vote to impoverish, to riddle with debt his children and their children's children. Nothing there has changed. What changed is the Republican Party, which has promised my whole life to actually do something about the size of government and debt, now having a unique moment of vast political power over every, aspect of our government, did nothing to follow through in their promises and betrayed the fundamental. I'm sorry, they made this promise. It came out of Trump's lips himself. No new wars, and we're doing new wars, and Massey was critical of it. Trump,
so, Robbie, do you think there can be dissent within the Republican Party? Can the Republican Party handle the dissent?
Well, it's not handling it well, and I think that's a huge problem. This is a Republican primary district. Primary voters are not like voters at large, and in a Republican primary in a deeply red state, whatever Donald Trump says goes. That is absolutely true. I knew Massey was cooked, or I suspected he was cooked weeks ago, because you can't have this kind of difference with Trump. Republican primary voters don't tolerate it because they're disproportionately boomer, more neoconservative Republicans. And my warning to the party is, if you're totally giving nothing, throwing no bones to the younger voters you brought in, the newer voters you brought in the last election, you're going to get crushed in the midterms, and J.D. Vance is not going to have a chance, snowball's chance in hell in 2028 with this level of disrespect for what you ran on and the people you brought into the coalition. Keep running with the boomers who love Ed Galbraith, a totally empty suit who didn't do any campaigning, didn't debate Massey. We have no idea who he is. His campaign slogan was, "Trump's read my secret files and says I'm great." This is laughable. It's good enough for primary voters. It will not be good enough in midterms and in 2028. That's my warning.
Mm-hmm. All right, Chabos, what do you make of that warning? I mean, Trump and his loyalists have won, but Massey is still a popular figure within some of the Republican base. Is this, again, a sign that the Republicans are trying to grapple with a divide within the GOP that could hurt them in the midterms?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you where Thomas Massey is not a popular figure, and that's Kentucky's 4th congressional district, by the fact that he just lost by 10 percentage points. But I agree with you. The average American is not voting for Israel. They're not really considering Israel, and I think that's a fine thing. If you want to cut foreign aid, I'm in support of it. But that doesn't just mean Israel. I'm in support of cutting all foreign aid, including to countries like Nigeria and Somalia. But I digress. I think Robbie is right that Donald Trump obviously has a hold on the Republican Party. I mean, you asked in the beginning, what is the Republican Party today? And I just say it's Trumpism. That can be good because the majority of the Republicans actually like Donald Trump, but there will be consequential ramifications down the road, especially, I'm not so convinced about the midterms, but certainly in 2028, when there will be a question of, like, what does it mean to be a conservative? And I don't think J.D. Vance necessarily has an appeal to a large swath of our constituents, a large swath to our base. So we do have to recognize that, yeah, there have been certain campaign promises that President Trump promised that have never come into fruition. Like, I don't know, getting rid of our national debt, which has only ballooned. But when it comes to, like, core campaign promises, like national security, like border control, like DHS, I mean, that's why I voted for him, and Thomas Massey turned his back on all of those things.
How do you suppose Trump would lessen the federal debt when we keep getting dragged into wars on behalf of Israel? The war against Iran allegedly has is going to cost us $29 billion, except the Trump administration is asking for an additional $100 billion. How is that going to, how do you square that circle when it comes to our federal debt? Do you think that the United States should pull out of the war that we are currently engaged in against Iran on behalf of Israel, which definitely has no control over our government whatsoever?
Yeah, sure. Well, as I'm sure you don't know, because Ben Shapiro had to tell you on CNN with Abby Phillips, we spend far more on Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
No, that's BS.
More on healthcare.
We spent $8 trillion fighting Israel's wars in the Middle East. $8 trillion. $8 trillion. Yeah.
Right.
But anyway, continue.
I find it remarkable that I always want to have intellectual discourse and have an exchange of academic
ideas.
No,
you don't. You want to lie to people, and you don't know how to address the substance of what I'm saying. How do you square that circle? $8 trillion.
So again, I'm happy for the audience to demonstrate.
Entitlements. Lots spent on both these categories of spending. I would love to get either of those both of those ideally under control, for sure.
Right. We pay for our Social Security,
though. They're not doing that. They're not doing. Yeah, the Medicare is what's really destroying, breaking our backs. But Trump yesterday, he's standing. You can hear the construction for the ballroom in the background. And to be clear, I have supported. The ballroom is fine. They can renovate the White House. Every president has done that. I have no derangement or opposition to it whatsoever. And it's ostensibly being paid for by people he's gotten to invest in it, not taxpayer dollars. Although Lindsey Graham, for some reason, proposed, let's do $1 billion of taxpayer spending too. I don't know why you needed to do that when Trump said it was not going to be paid for with tax dollars. Anyway, I digress. But you can hear the construction in the background. Trump is railing against Massey, talking about how great the ballroom is going to be, how many extra rooms it's going to have. Was this in the top 1,000 things that people who voted for Trump wanted to accomplish 2 years ago? Did they race to the polls as, I can't wait for us to get Massey out of office and add to the White House? I'm so excited about this. And it's Mad King vibes. And again, I have no Trump derangement syndrome about me. I don't even care. Build the freaking ballroom. It's fine. But it does come down to priorities. And I'm waiting for any of these priorities to be delivered on. And that's going to be a real problem. We're just already seeing the fatigue in the poll numbers for Trump. And I don't know. Trump is spending. I mean, he expended effort to get someone out of Congress who was mostly voting with him. He just endorsed Ken Paxton, going to make winning Texas a little bit harder. There's a finite amount of money they can spend on Senate reelections. Every dollar they have to spend to drag Ken Paxton over the finish line is a dollar that doesn't go to Susan Collins or whoever else. Like, what is the strategy? It seems like there is no strategy to have this coalition win again. I don't get it.
All right, Shabos, speak to that. Is the president letting himself get very distracted by people who he might not personally like or thinks that maybe have done him wrong in the House, and without actually focusing on the real issues that people elected him for?
Yeah, it's a good question, but let me just state for the record that roughly 13% of the $7 trillion that we expend as the federal budget every single year goes to the military, whereas 55% of total expenditures are going to entitlement and mandatory safety net programs, which does not even include the money we're spending on inflation on the debt alone. So the idea that the reason you don't have,
I know you'd like that money to go to Israel, but we fund those programs. My money funds those programs. So we are entitled to them. So we are entitled to them. But continue. I know you'd like that money to go to your precious Israelis, but continue. Yeah.
Again, I find your ability to dumb down.
I don't care what you find. Continue your statement.
So then stop. No. So just stop interrupting. You're double my age. Just shut up.
I can't stand your lies, and I can't stand that you feel entitled to our money going to anywhere other than the very entitlements that we are funding with our tax dollars.
Okay.
But okay.
So lady, let me say it again. I don't want.
Don't call me lady.
Aid to any country, whether it's Israel, whether it's Taiwan, whether it's Ukraine. I don't want foreign aid. So when you keep saying my precious Israel, I've already stated repeatedly, I don't believe in foreign aid. But the idea that you are propagating to your audience that the reason we don't have universal health care is because all the money we're spending on wars, I agree. So let's cut down the military budget. But 55% of how we're spending doesn't go to war or the military. It goes to our massive, massive entitlement programs that are full with waste, fraud, and abuse. But I digress. In terms of your actual question,
focus back on where we're at.
Well, I was trying before I was interrupted. In terms of your actual question, yes, I agree. It is a major question today. What is conservatism? What is republicanism? Having said that, though, a cornerstone of Trump's campaign was mass deportations. And when you have a candidate when you have a congressman who is voting against the DHS historic funding, when you have a candidate who is voting with the Democrats twice to shut down the government, when you have a candidate who does not believe that I should go about mass deportations, even with judicial warrants, then it is obvious that the president is going to fight back against that candidate. It's not just true of Thomas Massie, it's true of any Republican. Trump is like 30-0 in his previous endorsements because he only wants people who are affiliated with the MAGA movement. And this idea that this particular election is because of a foreign lobby, it is ludicrous because his own people, 60,000 Republicans in his own district who have human agency, who can make choices, who are smart human beings, decided that they don't want a guy who keeps campaigning with Ro Khanna of California and talking about Jeffrey Epstein nonstop. Meanwhile, that has led to 0 criminal convictions. He has full opportunity to go to the House floor right now and name the pedophiles. And should he do that, I hope he does. Castrate them. Let's arrest them. Let's prosecute them. But he's not doing any of that. All he's doing is trying to cement himself as part of this stupid Podcastistan universe. And congratulations, because he got exactly what he wanted.
Okay, Anna, I want to ask you specifically then. I want you to keep Israel to one side for one moment. I want you to respond directly to what Chabos is saying there, because Thomas Massie has been in the House for a long time. He knows how politics works. If he's regularly going against the administration on many of the agenda points that they are pushing, surely he expected some sort of blowback. Messaging needs to be coherent. So isn't it right then that if you're not adhering to that coherent message, then you have to pay the political price?
Well, let me just double down on what I said earlier, which apparently was not at all taken as the reality of what's going on here. Yes, Trump turned on him. Why did Trump turn on him? Trump turned on him because he refused to support the war against Iran. He demanded the release of the Epstein files, which was embarrassing to the Israelis, as much as people want to bury that and pretend like it doesn't exist. He turned on Massie over the same reasons the Israel lobby was furious with him. You're right, Massie was in Congress for a long time. Trump had been unhappy with Massie previously, which is precisely why Trump attempted to primary him previously, but failed to do so. The only thing that changed this time around was that there was the weight and the funding of the lobby, the Israel First lobby, and those ads that they were playing honed in on nonsense, total lies, AI ads purporting, claiming that Thomas Massie was in a sexual relationship with AOC and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. They fight dirty, they play dirty, because at the end of the day, the American people serve as pay pigs for foreign wars, and Massie was one of the principled Republicans who actually was a fiscal hawk, who actually cared about this country and our economic situation. And so he kept voting no for all sorts of funding projects, including wars for Israel or military aid to Israel. And Israel didn't like that. Their benefactors here in the United States didn't like that. And so the campaign worked this time around. And I have a question for Chabos, if you don't mind. I'm very curious. Do you believe at all that our media is influenced by the pro-Israel faction within this country?
Well, as evident by the propaganda you spew each and every single day, no. Unfortunately, one of the hallmarks of having a liberty and a democracy is people can say stupid things. So when you talk about how 1% of our federal expenditures, which is foreign aid, is the reason why, the Israel lobby had to take out Thomas Massie, you're referring to Americans. I don't like AIPAC. I don't support AIPAC. I'm not affiliated with AIPAC, but they are Americans. And if you want to make laws that forbid Americans from lobbying their government, then fine. I'm totally in support of that. But the problem I have with you, Anna Kasparian, is you ignore the fact that Thomas Massie took money from the National, you ready for this, American Iranian Council. He took money from Jordanians. He took money from people outside of the United States. But you don't seem to have a problem with that.
Let's focus on the media. So you don't think that Zionists control U.S. media? You don't think that? Which is interesting, because it really depends.
No,
hold on.
You're totally ignoring my answer.
Speaking to, right? You totally change your talking points depending on who you're speaking to. When you're speaking to us in the context of a debate, no, Israel has no control or influence over anything. But when you're speaking in front of a room full of Jewish students, you say this. Basically, all right, Nick Fuentes, you're right. We control the media. So what?
I'm so happy you brought this up.
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? You're just going to complain about it on Twitter. Meanwhile, we're going to control more of the media. That is a direct quote from you.
It is.
So how do you square that circle? Why are you
I'm so happy you brought that up
right now? Yeah, go ahead.
Anna,
what kind of lies are you going to spew now?
Yeah. Oh, get ready.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Hurry up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I brought that up by saying I actually used you as an example. So I'll send you after this. I'll send you the full quote. I said that we live in a democracy
where the whole video, Shabos. I've seen the entire video.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen the whole thing.
Also, it's pronounced Shabbos. I encourage you to also keep it. President Trump just issued a proclamation encouraging Americans to keep Shabbat. I encourage you to do the same thing.
Oh my God, just shoot me in the head, please.
I had said, gladly. I had said
I know,
that individuals are free to lobby their government.
For culture, right?
No, that individuals are free to lobby their government.
No, a lot of that.
I used as an
they
example,
show it every day.
And then I used as an example of people will say lies. So they will say that American Jews, they will say AIPAC, they will say Israel controls your life. And so I pretended for the sake of argument, let's assume that's true. Okay, Why don't you do something in response? Elect candidates. This is the problem I have with the woke right. If you believe that we're controlled by a foreign government, okay, so put up sensible candidates and get them into power. But none of you do those things because all you do is complain in your echo chambers that the reason you are not successful in life is because of foreign lobby. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Oh, you mean?
Yeah, we don't have billionaires. We don't have Mary Nadelson.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I need you both to finish your point because I've got a question for Robbie.
But okay,
Anna, let Shabos finish, please.
Direct quote.
Yes. Again, I'm using that as an example. Yeah. If you believe those idiocies, if you believe that to be true, which it isn't true, then you should elect candidates and use the democratic process. And it's interesting, you keep going back to billionaires, but you ignore the fact that Thomas Massey took money from billionaires. So I'm politically and morally consistent. There's too much money in the political process. So let's get rid of all of it. But you only focus on one lobbying group, which is actually comprised of American citizens.
I want money out of politics, period. I want money out of politics, period.
Right,
I want elections to be publicly funded. No, we're not in agreement because you're lying about the influence of the Israel lobby, and you know better than anyone that Massey was outraised significantly due to the Israel lobby.
Okay, so Anna, I'm going to put a pause in that for a moment. Robbie, I want to ask you, we're talking about this being the most expensive House primary in US history. Why? Why this one? Why the primary in Kentucky? It's one race in one US state. Why has it become global news? It's the most expensive in history.
Well, you can see the intense feelings it stirs up among people on either sides of this particular debate, the Israel debate, which, again, to be clear, I would enjoy never having to discuss in the context of American politics ever again because it's all-consuming. But that is the shape of things. I don't think the Jews or Zionists or pro-Israel forces control our media. I think the nation of Israel and its advocates have more influence over what is said than the average country or average ally of ours, and that manifests itself in what happened in this race. I don't blame Thomas Massey or his allies for feeling resentful about the amount of spending that against him for that issue when he is the consistency that's being called for because he opposes the funding of foreign funding to all of these various nations, a position that is generally very popular with Republican voters. And now I think the reason for his loss is actually the dispute with Trump, the votes on the One Big Beautiful Bill and the Epstein thing. And I disagree with Massey on the Epstein thing. I agree with Massey on probably 92% of issues, but ever having watched the fallout from the Epstein files, I now think how he handled that was certainly a mistake. However, what else was he supposed to do when J.D. Vance and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and every significant person with an R next to their name went on independent media and conservative media and promised that the release of those files would be the number one priority when they got into office, and that they were all supposed to just betray that promise? Thomas Massey refused to betray the things he ran on, and ultimately that is what doomed him because Trump demanded betrayals of promises to voters, and that bothers me, that offends me. It's not about, again, for me, it's not about Israel one way or the other. I do not care. It is about being
Robbie.
forced
You're smarter than
to
this.
bow to this president for heresy on things he ran on.
Love you, Robbie, but you know you're smarter than this. And you know, like, I don't know why there's this effort to downplay Israel's influence on this race. I mean it was in our faces the entire time. And it's just, okay, all right, yeah, totally. I mean, again, the previous efforts to primary him totally failed. This time around, you have the infusion of, you know, the Israel lobby cash, which seems to be the only thing that made a difference, but we're going to pretend like there was no influence. Okay, well, whatever. I mean, I guess the audience can decide for themselves.
I'm not saying there's no influence. I am acknowledging the influence. We maybe disagree on the, you know, degree of how that is the final thing, but.
Okay, all right.
There obviously was money being poured into from the pro-Israel lobby group. Thomas Massie raised roughly $14 million. Ed raised roughly $19 million. But the idea that you can fool the people of Kentucky into voting for someone who they don't actually support is ludicrous. So again, if Kamala Harris raised $1 billion, then using your logic, if money is what determines outcomes of elections, then how come she lost? So yes, it's true. When you have an individual
was a terrible candidate.
Support in particular. Oh, so I would argue that Thomas Massie, who was campaigning with individuals like Ryan Matta, who was wearing an American Reich sweater, who said that Hitler was awesome, who was saying that he hoped that U.S. service members would be killed in Iran. When Thomas Massie campaigns with a guy like that the week of the election, the average Kentucky voter is saying, that's probably not someone I want to support, especially in a district that Trump carried by more than 40 percentage points. Thomas Massie keeps referring to Trump as part of the Epstein class and keeps implying that he's a pedophile. So if I'm a Kentucky pro-Trump voter, why would I want to support Thomas Massie? It has very little to do with the amount of money being spent on that thing.
He's been in Congress for 13 years. So has he just radically changed his political motivations and behavior now, or has he always been like this?
He's changed.
I would say the core
motivation.
Robbie? All right. Let's see what Robbie says, and then Shabos
anyone could argue that he fundamentally changed in any way whatsoever. He takes all the same votes he has taken since 2010. I don't see how anyone can argue that there's a change in Massie's behavior.
Okay, so Shabos, is there a change in Massie's behavior? Robbie says no. Why all of a sudden do they not like him?
I would say yes and no. I would say it's true that Thomas Massie is one of the more principled libertarians, but his constituents changed because they really like Donald Trump. Proportionally, they voted for him in much larger numbers than they voted for Thomas Massie. So when Donald Trump sends someone like Pete Hegseth to Kentucky to campaign, when Donald Trump gets his entire White House communications team to talk about Thomas Massie, when Stephen Miller keeps tweeting about Thomas Massie, and again, Thomas Massie constituents like Donald Trump far more than Thomas Massie. It's not exactly rocket science. And again, I'll sound like a broken record here. While it's true, I would say in certain respects, Thomas Massie was principled politically towards the end. There were also votes that really hurt the MAGA agenda, like voting to shut down the government twice, like voting not to fund DHS, like voting against the one big beautiful bill. And the point that I think you were alluding to earlier, which I'll just piggyback off of, I think we're all in agreement that if someone commits a crime, especially a crime against a child, chemically castrate them, prosecute them, electrocute them, do whatever you need to do. But Thomas Massie had repeatedly said that he knows of this list. He knows of this cabal of pedophiles who are part of this, grand conspiracy. Okay, I want to believe you. So tell me the names. Tell me the crimes. Let's convict them. But he hasn't really done that. He's played what I would characterize as this media circus.
But Donald Trump said he had the list as well. So why shouldn't he?
No, Donald Trump didn't say that. Pam, hang on, let me finish. Pam Bondi said it, and I agree. She should not have said that because she was wrong to have said it. And I agree with Robbie. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, and to a certain extent Todd Blanche, I hold them accountable because they were saying things that they knew at the time were not true. If there were individuals who were committing child sex crimes, then identify them and let's prosecute them. But they haven't been able to do any of those things. And yes, they campaigned on this idea that there was this grand global cabal. I want to believe you. Just give me evidence. What you can't do is go on podcasts day in and day out and say, we're one day closer. This is what Candace Owens does. We're one day closer. Just stay with me. Just donate just $5 more. Just say the thing and then I'll believe you. But Thomas Massie never said the thing. He just dangled it in front of you and then got upset when people didn't like it.
Look, I think Candace Owens is a lunatic. I've said that multiple times, and I disagree on the Epstein thing. But set that aside. Anyone who is mad about any single vote, look, Donald Trump, the Republican Party, has control of the executive branch, control of Congress, control of the Supreme Court. So every way policy is positioned legislatively is a choice they are making. It was their choice to have everything wrapped up in one bill and say, vote for it, yes or no. They could run all these things as different bills. They could say, here's just a bill, to fund deportations or just fund DHS or just whatever. And then the objections of principled libertarians to raising the debt or to maybe aspects of the Patriot Act that violate our civil liberties, like you could just do it differently and let us vote no on that. But no, Trump insisted it has to be all or nothing. And then I'm sorry, a man who has said since 2010, I will not vote to do it this way. You don't get my vote. Sorry. That's the way the administration chose to handle it from a position of power where they don't need to. And this is the end it's coming to.
Sure. But I agree that's part of the Democratic process.
Hold on. Lauren Boebert votes along with Trump literally 99% of the time. Trump has directed his ire toward Lauren Boebert because she also signed the discharge petition to get the Epstein files released. So all it takes is simply voting in favor of transparency with the American people as it pertains to a notorious pedophile who ran with a lot of elite Americans, elite business people who are potentially implicated in those files. I just find that super fascinating to claim that, oh, well, you know, Thomas Massie, he was a huge thorn in Trump's side the entire time. You know, you mentioned the DHS funding, but the framing here is intentionally dishonest because he was not against DHS funding. He was against funding for CISA, which conservatives, I was led to believe, were totally against because CISA is used to censor Americans, especially when it comes to, you know, health claims and things like that. It was becoming too broad in terms of censoring the American people, and the Republican Party is supposed to be against that. That's why Massie voted against that DHS funding bill. It's because it had a provision that allocated more funding for CISA, which he is totally against.
And you misunderstand. They're only against aspects of that violate their own Republican members' rights. They're for it generally. They only
I know it's
care
unfortunate.
when it impacts them. It is unfortunate.
It's unfortunate because, look, Thomas Massie held all sorts of policy views that I vehemently disagree with. Obviously, I am not a conservative. However, what I liked about Thomas Massie and what I'd like to see more of from our politicians, both on the left and the right, is principles, actual values. So he was one of maybe the only Republicans who's actually a deficit hawk. And we should be worried about our deficit. We should be worried about our federal debt. We're now up to $40 trillion. We're spending $1 trillion a year paying interest on that debt. This is not sustainable. So there were things about Massie that I liked, far more policy views that I disliked. But what I loved about him was that he was a principled politician who remained consistent, and he wasn't allowing anyone to bully him from abandoning his values. That's the reality of the situation. And as we, enter this new phase of, enhanced surveillance of the American people, more censorship of the American people, it would have been tremendously helpful to have some players on both the left and the right in Congress looking to protect Americans as opposed to, engage in the very behavior or enable the very behavior that does away with our freedoms.
All right, I'm going to move us to a slightly off that particular topic. Shavos, we've seen other figures, such as Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, also come under fire from Republicans, and she ultimately left her congressional seat. She had some of the similar opinions as Thomas Massie. Do you think Republicans who don't support the Iran war and question Israel's actions in Gaza have a place in the Republican Party?
Yeah, well, first of all, I reject the premise of the question. I mean, I often question Israel's policies vis-a-vis Gaza. I'm generally supportive of the war. I'm generally supportive of our allies, especially ones that advance American military dominance and Western hegemony. But overall, yeah, we're a broad constituents. I mean, most conservatives disagree with my stance on, Ukraine. They'll probably disagree with the fact that I believe that climate change is, in fact, caused by man. So, yeah, it's a big tent party, but there are certain principles that we are not willing to compromise. And it's interesting because I know, don't tell the Prager, you guys. But you got me. But what I will say, though, is it's interesting because when I was on the left, I despised Marjorie Taylor Greene because she was someone who was harassing the Parkland school shooting survivors like David Hogg. And then when I was on the right, I started to dislike Marjorie Taylor Greene because she just was not an effective congresswoman. She did not pass pieces of legislation. This is my problem with Thomas Massie. What did practically he do in 14 years? You can talk about the Epstein discharge papers, which, sure, even though it led to 0 convictions, even though he randomly misidentified 4 American citizens on the floor of the House and had to retract it because he brought up some auto mechanic in Brooklyn or whatever. But ultimately, if you're not an effective member of Congress, if you're not campaigning, if you're not connecting with your constituents, then of course you're going to lose. So in general, are there room for these questions? Absolutely. That's what politics is. But politics is also the art of the possible. So when you talk about, Robbie, I agree with you in an ideological sense that the One Big Beautiful Bill comprised many different things that many different policymakers didn't like. But that's how the political system has been structured for at least 100 years. He didn't really offer counter proposals. He just said, no, no, no. This is why President Trump also hates Rand Paul, which is why I'm sympathetic to the arguments that Rand Paul should be next. Because if you're not delivering goods for your constituents, then what exactly are you doing? So ultimately, should we question policies and ideologies? Yeah, obviously. But again, the overwhelming majority of the Republican Party supports Donald Trump. So I don't understand why we have to pretend there's this grand conspiracy when, like, no, if you don't support the president's agenda, obviously the president doesn't want you in power.
All right, Robbie, what do you think? Can you question the actions in Iran? Can you question Israel's war on Gaza and still have a strong place within the Republican Party?
I don't know. I think it's hard to tell whether that's the case. I think this is a blow against that idea. I think that is unfortunate because, as I've said earlier, Donald Trump won a lot of young people. He won like first-time black male voters. He won. He did well with groups from tapping into people who watch, bro-coded podcasts, the Joe Rogan voter. We've all made a lot of that over the last couple of years, that sort of thing. And as I've said, those people are animated by being less involved in foreign policy. Donald Trump clearly knows that because he promised no new wars. And yet we've had interventions everywhere from Cuba to back to Venezuela. Cuba threatened a blockade around Cuba and to the Middle East. And, keep at it if you think this is working great, but it's not working great for the general election poll numbers. Again, Trump can do whatever he wants and have his preferred candidates still clean up in primaries. I think that much is true. I think Donald Trump has more control over the Republican Party than he has ever had, and that, frankly, anyone has ever had over the political party they represent. There's something something amazing about his level of political power within the party, but is that good or healthy for them to win more elections is where I would start to wonder that that's the case. And just, picking off a couple heretical people who are mostly with you but vote against these things from time to time is a good way to consolidate power even further. I don't know whether that's a good way to win elections. I think there's going to be a lot of demoralized voters going into midterms and going into 2028. By the way, J.D. Vance, the likely inheritor, the most likely successor to President Trump, the vice president, is the most skeptical of all these things in a person in the administration. He's going to be in a Kamala situation, or he's going to be at great pains to avoid being in a Kamala situation, where he's going to be forced to run on and defend things that he was a lukewarm supporter of at best in terms of the foreign policy. That's a pretty damaging position to be in, we found out.
All right, we're almost out of time, so I'm going to wrap us up with this. The Democratic mega donor, Haim Saban, says, and this is a quote, he said, "Those who give more have more access. Those who give less have less access. It's simple maths." So, Shabbos, Republican, Democrat, regardless, how can you argue, if they're saying this is simple maths, you pay to play, how can you argue that Israel doesn't have strong influence?
Well, because you're conflating two separate things. It's obvious that in the American political system that those with money have positions of power and influence. I mean, I've only been involved in the political world for about 2 or 3 years. It is shocking to me to see how easy it is to get access if you are wealthy. I wish I was wealthy. I am not. But of those who have money, yeah, it's scary. People should be afraid of the fact that individuals who do not have our best interests at heart are able to have such positions of power, which is why I would encourage all of us, whether you're on the left or the right, to believe in comprehensive campaign finance reform, which is why, again, I would imagine that Anna Kasparian, you would condemn Thomas Massie for accepting $1 million donation from billionaire Jeff Yass, but you won't, which I find interesting. The problem I have with the
I'm
way
pretty
in which
consistent on rejecting money in politics, so don't put words in my mouth and don't straw man me. I know you love to lie. I know you like to be dishonest, but let me speak for myself when I say, as I've consistently said, I'm against money in politics, but as it pertains to the most powerful lobby here in the United States, AIPAC happens to be the most powerful lobby. They have incredibly powerful billionaires funding them, and they usually get what they want. So I would like all that money out of politics.
Okay, Shabos.
But I'm also not delusional enough to say that money in politics has no impact. You seem to think so when it comes to one lobby, though.
Anna, I literally said the opposite. I said money does, in fact, play a role, but if you're going to suggest that 60,000 Kentuckians were somehow fooled, yet at the same time there are people who've raised far more money, yet their candidates didn't win, then you're going to have to explain that one. When it comes to AIPAC,
I'm sure those Kentuckians...
Okay, Anna, we're almost out of time, so I need you to let Shabos finish so we can wrap up. Shabos, finish, and then I'll go to Anna.
I mean, I'll just say it's impossible to have conversations. You can disagree with me, and that's fine. That's healthy. That's vital for democracy. But when all you do is shout and interrupt, it's not a disservice to me. I mean, I might feel bad after the fact, but it's a disservice to people who actually want to have informed discussions. And you are a living proof that you can't do it.
Israel. Okay, so you just go on and you filibuster. And when you say things that are untrue and you straw man me, I'm going to interrupt you because I'm not going to let the audience think something about me that's untrue based on your lies.
Okay,
so,
thanks, Anna. Thanks for making that point. Shabos, quickly make your final point, and then I need to wrap us up.
Yeah, thanks for proving my point, Anna. And I would say this, any individual who believes that it's simply money that controls elections. I believe in the power and the intelligence of the American people and my fellow countrymen. They made a decision that they don't support Thomas Massie for a whole host of reasons. If you want to get money out of politics, I would agree with you. But unfortunately, the far left and increasingly the far right, they're not interested in serious policy discussions. They're not interested in serious campaign finance reform. They're only interested in acquiescing to the lowest common denominator with spewing these bizarre conspiracy theories that an American lobbying group, which I don't even support, AIPAC, is controlling our government, controlling our lives. Show me the evidence. Show me the proof. These are American citizens. If you want to make policies against American citizens lobbying their government, sure, I'd probably support it. But no one is making those actual arguments. They're just deluding their viewers into these grandiose conspiratorial thinking, and it is damaging to the political discourse. It is damaging to the psyche of the American people, particularly my generation, Gen Z, who believe that the reason the economy sucks, the reason I can't get laid, the reason I can't get a job is because something AIPAC and something BB. And again, cut foreign aid. It doesn't bother me at all. But let's have serious intellectual discussions about our politics and not trying to grift after the dumbest podcast to stand narratives.
Okay, we're almost out of time. Anna, give me your condensed response. Do voters have more power and intelligence to outweigh all this money that you say is trying to influence them? Surely not.
I would just like to note that Shabos thinks that it is a grift to be concerned about what benefits the United States before it actually benefits any other foreign country. Okay, but okay, let's put that aside.
I literally didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Now you're interrupting me, Shabos. Now you're interrupting me.
How does it feel?
Going on?
How does it feel?
I thought you were against it. I thought it was a big problem. Okay.
I know, but you don't play by the rules.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do?
How about you stop
I'm going to hand it over to Robbie if the
second.
two of you don't let each other speak.
Well, listen, I mean, Melinda, are you going to stop him from interrupting me? If I'm going to answer the question,
as I have done, Anna, I'd like you to wrap up your points, please.
As it pertains to the Republican Party, there is a divide. Okay. And the divide is unfortunate for younger Republican voters. If you are a young Republican voter, simply sharing your political views on social media is not going to do the trick. You have to show up and vote. Right now, older Republicans are very much in line with, the Zionist movement and with everything Trump wants. Younger conservatives are moving away from the old school mentality of the Republican Party, where you absolutely must support Israel and you absolutely must believe in the cult of personality that is Donald Trump. So if you don't show up to vote, of course, Massie is going to lose. I think that played a huge role here, but that also addresses the future of the Republican Party, because eventually these boomers aren't going to be around anymore. And the younger conservatives are going to be the one in power. You look at the Democrats, almost the entirety of the Democratic electorate has turned on Israel for obvious reasons. So it's going to be harder to primary an anti-Israel Democratic incumbent, although we don't really have many of them, to be honest with you. So I'm very curious to see what the future of this country looks like. I think young people are a lot more savvy on what's going on, especially as it pertains to foreign policy. And that's why you see this growing coalition between young Democrats and young conservatives when it comes to the influence of foreign countries in our politics. We want it out. And at some point, we'll finally get what we want. But right now, unfortunately, we're not there yet.
Okay, Robbie, round us out. Do we need foreign lobbies out of US politics? Are they having an unnecessary and unfair weight on the outcome, or do people have enough power and intelligence to see through it?
I might be the outlier here in that I do frankly think money is speech, and I'm fine with Citizens United, and I think the First Amendment protects your right to spend as much to get the people you want elected. Sorry about that, I'm in my Slack. Elected, and that's just how America is, and I think money can only get you so far. You need an appealing message too. So I'm not really trying to limit. I would not place legal limits on the ability of pro or anti-Israel people to try to influence the American voters, but I think what would be healthiest as policy would be a compromise, and that we don't give foreign aid anymore to Israel or anyone else. If they want to buy weapons at full market price, not through some reverse subsidy arrangement, then they can do that, just as France, UK, Japan, any nation who wants them that is not Russia or China, that's all fine with me. And then we can stop talking about it. And we have to vote. The Congress has to vote if we're going to attack someone else. We're not attacked. That would be a nice starter too. We do all those things. I think you could keep the MAGA coalition together. If you don't do those things, as Anna says, the boomers only have so much longer to run the party.
Thank God. We'll see what happens. It's been, as it always is, an interesting 24 hours, 48 hours in US politics. Diverse opinions. It's what we love on Counterpoints, and it's why we really appreciate having all of you here together on the show. Anna Kasparian, co-host and executive producer at The Young Turks, Robbie Suave, journalist and senior editor at Reason Magazine, and Shabbos Kestenbaum, political commentator at PragerU. To all of you, thanks for being on Counterpoints. And thanks to you at home for tuning in to this episode. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And, of course, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together?
And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
To be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Life is meant to be a celebration. Wise is the person who finds a reason to make every day a special one, said the professor and writer Leigh Ann Gerrans.
Why do we love to celebrate? To be perfectly dressed, surrounded by people, confetti, cake and fireworks. Does sharing a moment of happiness or sadness with others meet a human need to celebrate or to heal?
Since the beginning of time, humans have feared everything great around them. The sun, the moon, the water, and the air. Yet as they grew familiar with these wonders, they began to celebrate them in their own ways, seeking joy wherever it could be found. From these, they discovered reasons for happiness and turned each reason into an occasion. So came a day for flowers, a day for the new year, and another for spring, which Egyptians call Shaminissim. And for summer, the French invented a festival devoted to music. the 21st of June. When the day stretches longer than the night, and its warm sun, long awaited by the people of the Mediterranean, shines after months of rain and snow. But in France, the 21st of June is not just the first day of summer. On this French day, the streets become a theater without walls. Ticket windows disappear. The red velvet curtains rise, and music is set free, flowing into every corner, crossing the borders of France to more than 120 countries that now celebrate this day as their own. La fête de la musique.
Donc le 21 juin. So June 21st is the first day of summer, and so people want to go out. The weather is warm, especially in Europe, and they need to celebrate. To party, they need music, because without music you can't party. And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea that was simple but at the same time clever. And so when people go out, they need music. The music that makes you dance, even if you don't want to dance, you dance anyway and celebrate this festival until the next morning. Time passes very quickly because there are musicians playing for free everywhere. Even the greatest musicians in the world who come out into the streets. Sometimes even grand pianos, philharmonic orchestras, and everything. Everyone plays for the population. There is never sad music on June 21st because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
C'est une journée de joie. Il faut célébrer l'été.
This day was first announced in 1982 at the initiative of the then French Minister of Culture, Jacques Long. Known for his saying, "Music will be everywhere, and the concert will be anywhere."
We cannot live without music. To celebrate, we need joyful and danceable music. For a romantic situation, we need romantic music. And so music has existed since eternity. Since cavemen, we have been making music. We love to dance and celebrate. If there is no music in our life, we cannot live. Once someone asked me, if you go to a desert island, who or what do you take with you? I take a musical instrument with me.
Toi, oui, je prends un instrument de musique.
So we celebrate for many reasons. We don't only celebrate because we enjoy. Sometimes we think that celebration is only a kind of happiness we're enjoying or traditional or even a ritual, but it's much more than that. We need it as, it's something we need as human beings. So humans are social beings that have gathered around since a very long time. And from early on, we are part of a group. So it starts from the family and then socially, and then it widens to a wider community.
Today it's music. But since the earliest years of known history, humankind has embraced many occasions to celebrate and to give symbolic expressions to the renewal of time and a lot more. In the ancient rich land of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians created the new year with the Aikido festival around 4,000 years ago. Celebrated in April, it symbolized the start of the agricultural season and the renewal of life. And it was Wepet Renpet, the opening of the year in ancient Egypt around 5,000 years ago, marking the annual flooding of the Nile River. Not far away from the Nile Valley, Persians and Kurds were and still are celebrating the Nowruz, one of the oldest festivals that have continued uninterrupted to the present day. It begins with the spring equinox, symbolizing the renewal of nature. It is one of the oldest celebrations still observed today as well, and it follows the lunar calendar and falls between late January and mid-February. The new year did not begin on January 1st until the time of Julius Caesar. In Roman civilization, this represented a historical turning point, as the year had traditionally begun in March. Julius Caesar chose January 1st in honor of Janus, the god of gates and beginnings.
Throughout history, one joy has been shared by all, yet it blooms on different days and dances in so many ways.
In 1162, the Venetian festival was established to commemorate the Republic's victory and soon evolved into an annual tradition. Every year, on the 25th of April, a festival of iconic masks that dissolve social boundaries takes over Venice. It allows people to express themselves freely and transform the streets into a vibrant stage filled with history, culture, and celebration.
We don't only come together around joyful moments, but we mark painful ones. We gather after loss, we create rituals around difficult experiences, not because we enjoy those feelings, but we have a space to feel more accepted. It connects to something deeper, our need to belong. I'm part of this, so I can say that I share this with others. So celebration is not just about tradition or about a ritual, it's also a human way of creating a connection, of reinforcing our sense of belonging, and of turning what we go through into something meaningful together.
One day we celebrate women, teachers, mothers, fathers, labor, Earth Day, while other days we are meant to commemorate, not to celebrate. A day for refugees, for food and for peace? Do we highlight even what hurts? But do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together? It was once said that to be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Is it true that happiness is doubled when shared, and sadness is halved when shared as well?
Cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Reports suggest the US and Iran have reached an agreement, but President Trump still needs to give it his final approval. The WHO chief heads to the Democratic Republic of Congo to support colleagues battling a deadly Ebola outbreak. And FIFA is accused of misleading fans in order to explain their ticket prices ahead of the World Cup. The United States and Iran have reportedly reached an agreement to extend the ceasefire and begin negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. However, according to Axios, the deal still needs approval from President Trump. According to a U.S. official, this is an agreement to get everyone to the table, and the details will be worked out in the negotiations. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and news editor of the Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley. Shane and Gemma, great to have you on the show with me. Gemma, let's start with you because it sounds like we've actually had a breakthrough today. What more do we know about this possible agreement?
So there is still a lot of confusion right now, especially in light of the latest US strikes near Bandar Abbas. However, multiple outlets are reporting that the US and Iranian negotiators have agreed on a framework for a 60-day ceasefire extension deal, but that, as you said, it still needs President Trump's approval. Now, this follows reports by Reuters and Axios that negotiators are currently discussing a possible 60-day extension of the truce, reopening nuclear talks, and reducing tensions around the Strait of Hormuz. Now, reports say the strait will reopen, and Iran has been tasked with clearing all the mines in the waterway within 30 days of signing. Now, also said to be on the table is Iran pledging not to build a nuclear weapon, and for the US to open discussions on sanctions relief and the unfreezing of Iranian assets. Now, it's also being suggested that Iranian officials are seeking a full agreement to end the war on all fronts So that's with particular reference to what's going on in Lebanon right now. Now, Trump has publicly rejected suggestions that sanctions relief is close, and he has said that Iran cannot outweigh Washington, if we're still playing this waiting game. And for their part, Iranian officials, they've accused Washington of repeatedly violating the ceasefire through these new strikes. So right now, we're looking at a situation that is a mix of differences between what's being said publicly and privately, ongoing limited military confrontation, attempts at diplomacy and mutual deterrence. Now, all of this confusion stems from this an unofficial draft of a 14-point memorandum, which was reported by Iranian state media on Wednesday. Now, that's sort of like another draft of the 14-point memo that was put forward a few weeks ago. Now, the report said that Tehran wanted the lifting of Washington's naval blockade, withdrawal of US forces from the vicinity of Iran, restoration of non-military traffic through the Strait, and also Iran and Oman in control of the management and routing of vessels. Now, that's caused a lot of controversy itself, but notably absent from the report was any talk of Iranian concessions. Now, the White House have called this purported draft a complete fabrication. And today, Iran's Tasnim news agency have actually cited a source close to the negotiating team, and they've said today that the text of this potential memo of understanding between Iran and the US had not yet been finalised or confirmed. And they said that Tehran hadn't yet even informed the Pakistani mediators that the text was complete, but that's the next step. That's what they're going to do. So at the moment, like I said, still a lot of confusion. But the next few days, it looks like, we need to look at whether the ceasefire will continue and talks around the ceasefire will continue. We need to look at whether any attacks, tit for tat around Hormuz continues. And we need to see if any side looks like they're escalating or de-escalating.
Right now, as you say, it doesn't sound like a solid plan is in place, because we've heard this before. It's almost deja vu. The White House and sources close to the US government say a draft deal is on President Donald Trump's table. It's about to be signed. But as you rightly said, Tasnim news agency is saying Iran has a very different thinking on this at the moment. So in some respects, a deal is closer, but will it be a good deal? Because we don't actually know the details yet. So lots of questions around this deal. But Shane, we have seen the markets really react to a lot of these news headlines that are coming out of the US-Iran situation at the moment. How have oil markets reacted to the news that we're having today? Now, this conflicting report we're getting from Tasnim news agency.
Yeah, well, volatile is the word, and I kind of feel a bit like a broken record, because last week I was saying about how oil was up and down all day in relation to the various different news that was coming out, and again, I'm afraid it's the same story again. Before we were talking before we came on air, and oil was going back down, having been up previously on the back of renewed attacks that went into Kuwait and US attacks into Iran. But scrap all of that, because as Gemma was saying, there has been some sort of breaking news in the last sort of half an hour. So I'm looking at the oil price again, and it's starting to creep back up again, because WTI had fallen below $90 a barrel, and now it's back up to 89. So it's going in that direction. So volatile is the word, and I think the stock markets are going to be equally up and down, because the European ones had dropped and were paring back some of the losses before they closed, and the S&P 500 and Nasdaq were on the way up. So it's difficult to know if you're a trader in oil or in stocks, but there's a couple of other factors that sort of weigh into that as well. In terms of the oil price, there was reports out that the amount of oil that the US had taken out of reserves wasn't as big as people thought. So that meant there was a lot more oil on the table, which meant that prices would go down. So that's going to impact as well. And then if you look at the markets, there has been new US inflation figures out, which is at the fastest pace for 3 years, which is again linked to energy and oil. So people will be hoping that if the oil price starts going down, then that will be good to ease US inflation, which will be good for Donald Trump and his standing with the US public. So I'm sorry I can't be clearer, but unfortunately the market is just not clear itself, so it's difficult. You have to take it minute by minute, hour by hour.
Absolutely. When it comes to the markets, I was speaking to an analyst earlier and they were saying to me oil prices are underpriced at the moment because we keep on getting news of a deal and it actually doesn't come through. And the reality is the Strait of Hormuz is still largely closed. Yes, Iran is letting ships through, but ships that agree with it and agree to pay tolling and fees, and of course countries that are friendlier towards Iran. But Gemma, I want to touch a little bit on Oman, because we heard from Donald Trump yesterday. He had this cabinet meeting at the White House, and he did say Iran needs to behave, Oman, needs to behave or we'll bomb them. And I think this has brought quite a lot of shock to many people, because Oman has been a long-time ally of the US, of course, a mediator in these talks between the US and Iran. And I don't know what the reaction's been from Gulf countries regarding those comments.
You're right. They have like an economic understanding and a bond that dates back to 1833. So this is a relationship that is very, very old, especially, you know, for the region as well. So, yeah, this outburst was at the cabinet meeting. He said Oman will behave just like everybody else, or we'll have to blow them up. They'll understand. They'll be fine. Now, we have to, you know, wonder, is it a threat, or is it, you know, his sort of characteristic lack of decorum or manners or diplomacy when talking about other countries? I think it's probably the latter. That doesn't make it, you know, any better. It's a incredibly rude and threatening thing to say about a country. But Oman and the Gulf, like, they've obviously been playing like a big mediation role in what's happening within the region. But no, we haven't heard any comment from Oman, and I don't think I would expect anything from Muscat. You know, they tend to play their cards close to their chest, and they probably wouldn't react to every kind of outburst that Donald Trump has. If every country reacted to every Trump outburst, you know, that would kind of dominate the news cycle. And nothing from the Gulf countries either, but I think that's to be expected. You know, they're quite actively neutral, you know, for a large part. But yes, we haven't heard anything.
And Shane, just a final thought from you on this, because we actually heard from the US Treasury Chief a little bit earlier on today, Scott Bessent, talking, also threatened to sanction Oman if it facilitates Hormuz tolls. So there is definitely a growing consensus coming out of Trump's administration in the US.
Yeah, I think this is part of the sort of political theater that it goes on the surrounding of the agreement. I think, as Gemma said, I think it's quite unpresidential and unprecedented for Trump to make an allegation like that. And I don't really think it would happen, because obviously Oman is part of the GCC, and you know, which is 6 countries, and you know, Donald Trump is very close to the Crown Prince, the UAE, Qatar. So I don't think they would really sort of take that seriously, and I don't think he was really serious about it. I think it's just a lot of Trumpian sort of hot air.
And as Donald Trump has always said, no deal is better than a bad deal. And what will come out in the coming days will be fascinating, because I think the big question is, can Donald Trump, the salesman, sell this deal to the American people ahead of the midterm elections? But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said no more Ebola cases will be allowed to enter America. It comes as the Bundibugyo virus continues to spread. The World Health Organization has now said a vaccine could become available in the next 2 to 3 months, and that follows a clinical trial. Gemma, let's begin with you, because this has been called a catastrophic collision of both disease and conflict. What has been done to get a handle on this? Because it seems extremely serious.
It is serious, and I think what we have to do first of all is understand what's created these conditions. Obviously, we know that there's been long-term, decades-long unrest in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Now, this is now heavily disrupting healthcare operations as it pertains to this outbreak, because in provinces which have been affected, like Ituri and North Kivu, we've seen attacks on hospitals, Ebola treatment centres, and aid workers, and some facilities have even been burnt down. So you've got health workers who can't reach infected areas to carry out the tracing and the testing, and obviously the safe burials that need to be carried out. You've got ongoing fighting between militias and government forces. Now that makes many areas no-go areas. You've got mass displacement from the conflict, which spreads the virus. And also, this is very important, years of war has made communities very distrustful, not only of authorities, but also of outsiders. So when you have people like the World Health Organization or, Médecins Sans Frontières coming in who are on the ground, it's very difficult for them to go into communities because they've been told, that Ebola doesn't actually exist. They hide their sick relatives because they're fearful that they'll be taken away, and they sort of resist burial protocols because they're so mistrustful of outsiders. And as you mentioned, it's also difficult because there is no vaccine for this strain, although obviously one is now being developed. So far we've had 220 suspected deaths since the outbreak was declared. And you've got authorities and external agencies working together. Now, what they are doing is they're bringing in emergency healthcare protocols. You've got international aid from the WHO, from the EU and from the US coming in. You've got community outreach as well happening. So they're setting up temporary units near outbreak hotspots. That's to reduce transmission. You have Médecins Sans Frontières there helping run treatment facilities and emergency systems. You've also got international aid arriving with things like, masks, gloves, disinfectant, chlorine, body bags, and protective suits for healthcare workers. So look, you've got lots of humanitarian groups working together so that aid workers on the ground can safely access these infected communities. Now, what you also have, there are 10 neighbouring and nearby countries who are on alert for Ebola to cross their borders. So you have countries such as Uganda and Kenya. Now, they've actually increased screening at the border and imposed some temporary travel restrictions.
Very complicated situation you've just outlined. As you say, porous borders. We are in a conflict zone. Ebola is spreading, mistrust for lots of different reasons. I was speaking to someone from the UNHCR earlier who is in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and they are saying we have to go one house by one house to build up trust, explain the situation. And it's a very difficult procedure, but they are trying their very best. And we also have some lines coming out from the WHO right now. As we know, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, the chief of the WHO, is now in the DRC. And it's more talk on this vaccine, and they're saying potentially available within 2 to 3 months. And it's going through a clinical trial at the moment. So maybe there is some hope on the horizon. But Shane, what is the US now doing to protect citizens from this outbreak? Because I think a lot of people are concerned because we don't forget COVID easily, and we know how viruses travel through borders and through aeroplanes.
Yeah, so the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has said that he's determined that no case will enter the US, and they've expanded airport screening, and they put restrictions on travellers. So, for example, non-citizens who have travelled to Congo, Uganda or South Sudan in the last couple of weeks will not be allowed to enter the US, and that recently on Friday, that ban was extended to those who hold green cards. So if you have a green card and you've travelled to any of these countries in the last 21 days, you won't be allowed to travel. So obviously the big sort of like elephant in the room in this regard is the World Cup, which is starting in about 2 weeks on June the 11th. And the US today, with Canada and with Mexico, has announced a joint sort of initiative to combat the spread of this. So we've already mentioned the US. So Canada as well said that anyone residents from the Congo, Uganda and South Sudan were banned, and then any Canadian citizens who have been to these countries they have to quarantine for 21 days. Mexico has said the exact same thing. They observed 21 days of quarantine. So they're taking this all very seriously, because obviously there's going to be fans from all over the world traveling to the US. And the last thing they want is this to become some sort of petri dish for this to lead to an outbreak in stadiums or in cities hosting the World Cup. And when we were talking before, you mentioned how the US is setting up facilities directly in Kenya, which will become operational this week, to try and actively combat it at the source, so that they don't have any of these cases, as Marco Rubio said, getting into the US and contaminating the World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely correct. The United States is setting up a facility in Kenya, it says, for Americans quarantined during the Ebola outbreak in the DRC and Uganda. The facility has been approved by the Kenyan government, and it will be a 50-bed unit which will be used. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now, and actually feeds into FIFA has been accused of misleading fans after allegations of artificially inflating ticket prices ahead of the World Cup. An investigation has now been launched into the Football Federation, asking them to explain why tickets have exceeded the prices for any previous World Cup tournament. Shane, so you were just talking to me about the World Cup. We were talking about the Ebola outbreak, a different angle on the World Cup. But how much money are we talking about for a ticket to a World Cup match? And have we actually heard from FIFA about this? Because I know that social media is alive with this argument at the moment.
Yeah. So I was talking earlier about, inflation being at sort of high levels. Well, this has just sort of taken it to the next level, and is frankly ridiculous. And I think, FIFA's never had a great reputation, I think it's fair to say. But this is really kind of making it quite murky. And, I was saying before, predicting oil prices was complicated. Well, I spent a lot of the evening trying to look into the pricing of this. So to be fair to FIFA, the cheapest prices, if you bought one at face value, was roughly about $60. But the chances of actually getting one of those $60 tickets is like hen's teeth, as we say in Ireland. And basically because you would have to go through your local football association, which I think is a good thing, because then the grassroots fans could have the chance to get tickets rather than the people who become fans every 4 years. But if you look at the other end of the scale, it goes all the way up to there's 4 categories of tickets, and category 1 is the sort of VIP, very important, the best seats in each stadium, and they can go all the way up to $32,000, nearly $33,000, and according to a recent report on The Guardian. But 500 million people applied for these general public tickets and went into various different lotteries. So as you can imagine, now these have gone onto the resale market, and these are going for astronomical prices. And there was quite a comical moment recently where some of the tickets are going. The asking price is $2 million for the grand final for the best category 1 seats. And the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, who didn't really take this quite seriously, and I don't think he's really taking this whole debacle that seriously at all. He said that if he does find somebody who's paid $2 million, he will personally buy them a hot dog and a Coke and make sure that they have a great experience, which is just, I think that shows you the level that FIFA is taking this. They have defended it by saying that it's, this is just like any other sort of concert or, entertainment event, that it's capitalism, it's supply and demand. So we'll just have to wait and see. But there is a lot of talk that, is this demand just being spurred on by FIFA and this high price? Is this just to generate people to go out and buy them early, which again would be a smart tactic? And, again, what does Donald Trump think of this? A couple of weeks ago, he did say and came out and said that he thinks that the prices are too high and that he wouldn't pay them. And this is a man who's the president and a multimillionaire, but I don't think he's going to have to worry about getting a ticket, to be honest.
But he came back and he said recently that this has been the most successful tournament when it comes to ticket sales. He said it's been amazing. They can't believe how it's been sold out. It's the best ever ticket sales. But 2 million for a ticket is just absolutely ludicrous. Gemma, you're actually going to the World Cup. What does this mean to you? But more importantly, what does it mean to the fans of football? When I hear those crazy ticket prices from Shane, it just feels unbelievable.
I do just want to clear up that I did not pay $2 million for my ticket. So just in case anyone in the studio was wondering. Yeah, so with this kind of thing, I do welcome anything that shines a light and looks into how FIFA operates and their dealings and the lifestyles of their top executives, because obviously they are a not-for-profit. So anything that attempts to make the organisation more transparent, I think is a good thing for fans and for football. Now, from my personal perspective, I think football has become really far removed from fans and the fan experience these days. Their fans have been they've been all over social media, they've been voicing their concerns about the extremely high ticket prices, the dynamic pricing, which are two words that absolutely, send a shiver up my spine with regards to anything, and huge resale markups. And then they've also voiced concerns about accommodation costs, internal flights, food and transport, and the fact that because the World Cup is between 3 different countries, it makes following your team, which is a big part of the World Cup experience, it makes that, quite unrealistic and difficult. And yet none of these concerns have been addressed. As Shane said, it's almost kind of a bit of a laugh, really, I'll buy you a hot dog, if you spent $2 million on a ticket. So from my point, I started to look into, whether football could survive without its fans, whether you alienate the fan base so much that they leave you in droves. And I sort of discovered that although it could financially survive in the short term through all, the big lucrative global broadcast and media rights, that ultimately the game would die culturally. And remember, this is a game that dates back to the 3rd century BC, so it's ancient. Now, if I can just channel my inner McDonald's CEO for a moment and look at football as an entertainment product, it will function on television, but at its core, football is a community-driven sport, and it relies on the emotional and financial investment of its supporters. So by removing fans, so many professional clubs would go bankrupt. And we only have to look a few years back at COVID. When you're watching football games on the television with no fans in the stadium, to empty stadiums, it took away so much, because I think what we don't realise is when we're watching a match, we're not just watching the game, we're watching the supporters, we're watching their reactions, we're listening to their chants, we're looking at the posters they hold up and everything. So we know that the sport needs the atmosphere, and that atmosphere is created by the fans.
But
so
Gemma,
ultimately,
you talk about the sport needing the atmosphere, but I think the players need the atmosphere, because a lot of the time, do you not think that under pressure with all of that home crowd behind them, players actually perform better? I'm sure they don't want to perform to empty crowds.
I don't think anyone enjoyed that COVID era of sport. And you're right, the goals do come from the fans, the chanting, the yelling, the last minute kind of celebrations. So absolutely, you're pricing these fans out through kind of corporate greed, from my perspective. And what does that leave you with? Empty stadiums and a game which would become for television only.
I just can't imagine that, Shane. I just want some thoughts from you. I don't know, but every time we hear your country's national anthem in a big stadium and everybody's singing it and the players are there, it's just that emotional link to sport. Yeah. It's so important for us.
Yeah, I think that it is sad that sport is a unifying force, and it's also extremely emotional. I'm not in the office because it's Eid at the moment, but there's a lot of the guys in the office who are like Spurs fans or Arsenal, and it gets extremely emotional, I can tell you that much. But if you bring it back to the money, like the Qatar World Cup, which was kind of seen as quite sort of, they spent a lot of money on that. The most expensive tickets for the final there were 1,600. So I think that puts it into perspective about how ridiculously overpriced these tickets have gone. But the problem is as well is that because it's so fans are so emotional. They will pay the prices because it's their country, and it's only every 4 years, and it's a unique opportunity. So it is, and a lot of the fans are working class. So I think FIFA needs to get its act together and realize that it can only go so high, and you can't keep taking advantage of your core fan base, as Gemma said.
And I hope that everyone who's going, and of course, Gemma, you have a great time. And, supporting your country is such an important moment and things like this. But stay right there as we move on to another story now. And a rare albino buffalo in Bangladesh, nicknamed Donald Trump for its blonde hair, has been spared from sacrifice after a last-minute government intervention. The 700-kilogram viral star will instead be cared for at the National Zoo. Emily Sue reports.
Meet the Donald Trump buffalo. The 700-kilogram albino buffalo earned the nickname with its flowing tuft of blonde hair, resembling the signature look of the U.S. president. It was due to be slaughtered in Bangladesh to celebrate the Eid al-Adha feast of the sacrifice this week. But a last-minute government intervention saved it from sacrifice after the buffalo achieved viral stardom. The country's home minister ordered the buffalo be spared and the buyer refunded. The Donald Trump buffalo will instead be cared for at the National Zoo in Dhaka.
This is a special breed, so the zoo has been given the responsibility to preserve this breed. I will closely monitor all aspects, including its characteristics, diet, and reproduction.
Before arriving at the zoo, the buffalo attracted huge crowds at the home where it was kept. The buyer said he brought the animal 2 months ago.
The main intention behind purchasing it was to please Allah, that is, to sacrifice it in the way of Allah. Now it has gone viral, and because of that there is so much attention and such a huge crowd.
Albino buffaloes are considered rare in Bangladesh, as most are dark-skinned. The Donald Trump buffalo's cream-colored body, pinkish nose, and long blonde hair made it stand out among thousands of cattle prepared for the Muslim festival of Eid al-Adha, when families traditionally sacrifice livestock. Emily Sue, Arabiya English.
Shane, the vegan in me is loving the story because, of course, the buffalo was saved and I couldn't be happier. But what do you make of the story? The face of President Trump has actually saved a buffalo's life, and that buffalo is quite beautiful.
Yeah, well, as it said in your VT, that they're albino buffaloes are extremely rare. They're about 1 in a million births, so it's already a fairly unique animal in itself. But when watching the video, the way they were combing his hair, I could be kind of cynical and say this is a little bit staged, but it went viral, and he's been saved from Eid, and he's now going to live happily ever after in the Dhaka Zoo. So I can kind of see this becoming a sort of like a Pixar Disney sort of movie, and it'll appeal to the MAGA base if they can get it out quite quickly. So I think it's quite a nice story. I'm a little bit cynical about it, but and it's good sort of publicity for Bangladesh as well, and it's a nice sort of cozy story. The buffalo that was saved from the chop, quite literally.
That quiff in that buffalo's hair is definitely something extremely special. Gemma, it's beautiful. But this isn't the first Trump lookalike, Gemma, is it? Because Donald Trump's so famous. Everyone wants to look like him.
It's true. It's true. And I just know that he's going to take credit for saving that buffalo's life. I know that that's going to come out on Truth Social very soon. No, we've seen quite a few examples from the animal kingdom that have gone viral for bearing an uncanny resemblance to the US president. Now, one of the most famous was this male golden pheasant called Little Red. Now, he was at the Hangzhou Zoo in China, and he became an internet sensation because of his bright bright orange gold feathers, which really resemble Trump's signature hairstyle. You can definitely see the resemblance there. Then you've got the flannel moth caterpillar. Now, this is a venomous Peruvian rainforest caterpillar. When it's sat on a leaf, it looks so adorable. Like, you do want to reach out and stroke it, but no, it would sting you. Now, it's been dubbed the Trumpapilla because of its textured, again, it's got this brownish blonde fur that looks like the president's hair. And then this is kind of my favorite one. There was this a frogfish at an aquarium in Blackpool in England, and they named it Donald Trump because it has this belligerent look on its face. You know, when the Donald pushes out his lips, you know, like he's kind of deep in thought and he kind of furrows his brow. Now, the frogfish was renamed Donald Trump, and lots of people went to the aquarium just to see him. He even got moved into a bigger tank, such was his popularity.
I don't know. I just love the fact that Donald Trump is so famous that animals that vaguely resemble him is getting tourism to Bangladesh, to the UK, to all various different countries. Like, that's something else, really.
As you said earlier, it's the new, seeing a famous face on your piece of toast. It's the new version of that. You know, what can we find that looks like Donald Trump?
Incredible, really. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Gemma and Shane have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Gemma, yours is about office jargon, and I love this story. You taught me some new words.
I did, and I picked up on one that you were saying, didn't I? And I was like, Leigh Ann, we're going to have to circle back to that. So, yes, this is a study about office jargon, and it was published in the Personality and Individual Differences Journal. And it found that people who use business jargon in the office is actually a sign of lower intelligence. Now, you all know the kind of phrases that is circle back, touch base, let's take this offline, you know, meaning if a discussion's got a little bit feisty or something that corporate don't want to talk about, they say, let's take it offline, which means, you know, we'll discuss it never. Bandwidth, I don't have the bandwidth for that, when you could just say, I don't have the time or capacity for it. Thinking outside the box, that's quite an old school one. Synergy, move the needle, and I know you quite like this one, a blue sky thinking. So I'm sure you've never heard of it.
I never heard of, what is blue sky thinking? I've not.
Right, blue sky thinking is when you just kind of do a free association. Everyone kind of, it's the kind of way of saying that no idea is foolish, you know, literally let's kind of say anything. But yeah, so using all of these phrases, they might make you think you sound really smart and intelligent when you're saying it, but actually everyone else is kind of rolling their eyes and thinking, why are you taking up my time when you could just use, you know, normal language and not a word salad? And the study found that people actually use them to change other people's perceptions. So if I'm using blue sky thinking, I want you guys to think that I'm much more clever than I actually am.
Shane, I don't know your thoughts on this, but I must say something. I must have really weird intelligence because I don't know many of these words. I did say circle back, brainstorm. Yeah. I don't know if that's still one of them, but basic language, I think, is always better for communication. Shane.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I've sent on LinkedIn a few times that, you know, we need to go back to sort of basic, simple English. When you read some of the press releases I get in my inbox. But the one that I hate the worst, which is a relatively new one, is instead of saying an opinion piece, people love this phrase of saying thought leadership, and it absolutely gives me the ick every time somebody says it. It's just like, you have an opinion, you don't need to be a thought leader. Like, can we just stop like muddling the water and just go back to plain simple English?
There's a lot of thought leaders on LinkedIn. You're absolutely right. It's really annoying.
Everyone is just getting a bit annoying lately, aren't they? Especially when they come. But I must admit, blue sky thinking, I quite like this. I've never heard it before. I'm going to look up more office jargon. But I do normally find that it is people in an office who like to use the big words that tend to try to give themselves a little bit of a bigger role, if that makes any sense. But Shane, yours is actually a story that's a little bit different. It's not about office jargon, it's about weddings, and it's about wrestling, a wrestling match at a wedding. Obviously, it was a couple getting married.
Yeah, so this was in China, and like you said, the couple was getting married, and they had the usual festivities. But then, unusually, they decided to bring out a wrestling ring, and the couple, the bride and groom, wrestled. And the point of it was that whoever won the wrestling match, they would not have to do any chores around the house once they were married. So I'm suspicious of whether this was sort of staged as well, because the groom was a professional wrestler, but he actually lost, which meant then that the referee declared that he would have to do all of the household chores once they're married the next day onwards. So it got me kind of thinking on, this is a very sort of unusual way of trying to decipher that. And when you look at who does the housework in general, and in the US and the UK, it's pretty similar in numbers. It's roughly about 60% of it women do, about 40% men. But when you actually dig down into it, when it comes to laundry and cleaning, it's about 70% men, or 70% women, sorry, and 30%. But actually, when you look back to 1965, 11% of men only did any housework at all. So that we have sort of seen some sort of progress. So I think personally in my house, I do the majority of the cooking, but we live in Dubai, so we have a housekeeper and a cleaner, so we don't really have to worry about it.
I must admit, I have a housekeeper. I live in Saudi. We'll put that into perspective. But also, I'm a bit of a trad wife, Gemma. I don't know about you, because when it's the weekend, the housekeeper's not there. I like to do the cooking. I like to wash the clothes, and I like to clean, because I think that's part of who I am. And it's also the fact no one else does it as well as me.
I think if you like doing something, like, by all means, go for it. I love not washing up, and I love not doing the cleaning. So, they're the things that I love not doing. But yeah, I think if you can, you can kind of get in the zone, can't you? I do quite enjoy dusting. There's something very kind of, meditative about it. So yeah, I just think if you enjoy doing that, and you don't want to wrestle your housekeeper for the privilege of doing it, then, by all means.
I just want to say I watched a bit of that wrestling, and I think that he definitely set that up for her to win, because when she bent down to throw him over her back, he looked like he was jumping over it. So I think, have a look. I don't know what you guys think. I'm a little bit suspicious about that.
It's definitely, especially when he's a professional wrestler himself anyway. But it was just, I have visions now of Gemma as the shake and vac lady going around her house.
Shake and vac.
Freshness back, yeah.
Anyway, thanks to our guest, correspondent and columnist Gemma White, and news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X, G&T, that's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
We have to take care of our people.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson from our headquarters in Riyadh. Coming up in today's programme, despite talk of progress in their negotiations, the US and Iran have their most serious clashes since the ceasefire began. Well, amidst these latest escalations, Kuwait comes under incoming fire and Israel declares swathes of Lebanon to be a combat zone. Plus, we'll be speaking to the former US ambassador to Saudi Arabia for his interpretation of President Trump's plans for peace in the region. And we'll be getting a check of the stories making the front pages in the United States. All of that to come in Global News Today. Hello and a very warm welcome. We begin with the latest on the situation in the Iran war. And on Wednesday, there was optimism that a deal between Tehran and Washington could be imminent. But today, there are growing signs of an escalation. Well, this week, the US has carried out fresh strikes on Iranian targets, most recently in the southern Iranian port city of Bandar Abbas, for which the Iranians appear to have responded by carrying out drone and missile attacks on Kuwait. Well, this flare-up comes in the context of ongoing diplomatic efforts aimed at drawing up an agreement to end the war. Well, we're joined now by Vice Admiral Robert Harwood, who is a former Deputy Commander of US Central Command. He joins us now from Las Vegas. Admiral Harwood, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We're in a situation where a ceasefire has been in place since the beginning of April. But when you look at the situation in the Strait of Hormuz today, the situation in Kuwait, the situation on Iranian soil and in Lebanon, do you think, just broadly speaking, it's fair to say the situation looks as tenuous and as precarious as perhaps as it has done at any stage of the war?
Well, it's kind of been the same concurrent throughout the whole situation. Iran, especially the current government of Iran, still needs to illustrate to the world the threat they possess, because that's all they really got. They haven't got anything else because the country's a shambles. They're facing water problems. They're facing energy problems. So the only thing they have that maintains any credibility is their ability to threaten others. And that's a hell of a way to live every day. But that's the situation we're in.
The United States has, to be fair, carried out some targeted attacks on Iranian interests, Iranian assets in the Strait of Hormuz and in that particular area of the country, attacks that were described as being in self-defense. Today, Iran targeted a U.S. airbase in Kuwait, and U.S. Central Command called that an egregious ceasefire violation. Do you think there was some inevitability, though, about this retaliation, Admiral?
Yes. And look, this has been the whole objective of the campaign by this administration, to eradicate any capability Iran has to project power. And that's primarily their drones and their missiles. So from day one, the goal was to take all of that out. And that continues to be an objective. And Iran continues to try to hide, maintain any capability they can, the few they have less, to illustrate the risk they pose, not only to U.S. forces in the region, but to all the Arab nations that are in the region as well. So that's their bargaining position. They've got to show that they can affect damage to others, significant, if not strategic damage, to enhance their bargaining position at the table. But this administration obviously isn't aligned with those goals and objectives. So they're going to justify every strike they can, like in this case where they shot a missile at Kuwait, where they shot drones at our ships. All of those become fair targets, even if there is a ceasefire in place.
Right, there's a ceasefire in place, there's dialogue underway that sometimes we're told is at a very advanced stage and about to yield results, although that hasn't yet happened. Do you think it's important that the United States continues with kinetic action of one kind or another whilst that dialogue is taking place as a way of sending a message that the United States is still there and they're serious?
Well, the U.S. has been there from day one and they're serious. So I think that message is understood. And I'm a big proponent of reinforcing that and escalating that to drive to the ultimate conclusion that they will not have a nuclear weapon and they will not have any control or influence to the free flow of commerce through the Straits of Hormuz. So I believe using force to meet those two objectives is appropriate. And we've been doing that ever since we started this campaign.
I mean, you mentioned the Strait of Hormuz, and obviously it's a global concern. It's not just a U.S. concern. And looking at all the military hardware the United States has in the region, I mean, why can't the United States reopen the Strait of Hormuz using the resources it has? Isn't there a military solution to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz?
Without a doubt. It's how much do you want to escalate the situation and how much risk do you want to take? So I think that's part of the equation. And you can see how much we value U.S. lives. We lost a pilot in Iran and we almost stopped the war to recover him. But so that kind of sets the tone for our risk tolerance. And yet I do believe a raid or any U.S. boots on the ground is a strong signal, not just to the regime of Iran, but to the Iranian people that we're going to see this through to the end, till there's a government in place in Iran who renounces the Islamic Revolution and all the policies and programs they have. And more importantly, I think that's what the Arab nations are looking for. They're looking for some guarantee from the president that they're going to see this through to the end so they know they will not be a threat from Iran to them for the long term when this conflict is over.
I mean, knowing the terrain and knowing, what the lay of the land is like in the Strait of Hormuz, it's a narrow waterway, an all-important waterway for the economies of pretty much every country on the planet. I mean, wouldn't forcing its reopening take away what looks like currently one of Iran's most powerful weapons? And therefore, why doesn't the United States go ahead and force its opening?
I think that's the next step. If Iran's not going to come to the table and negotiate, I think that's exactly what the president's going to do. He's going to escalate that, go back after all the airstrikes. And I would be, again, a proponent on boots in the ground in Jask and Bandar Abbas, other ports and facilities to ensure there are no speedboats there, no mines, no missiles and drones. The problem becomes where those the missiles and drones that are beyond that reach. Would Iran be willing to launch that at their own cities if we occupied it with U.S. forces? So I think these are all the tools available to the president to enhance the pressure onto this government. And so I think in near order, if they do not capitulate on the nuclear issue and the free flow of commerce, that's ultimately what the president will do. He will escalate and take those steps to ensure the straits are not only open now, but will be permanently open to the free flow of commerce.
I mean, the week began with the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying that a deal might be reached within the day. That was on Monday, and here we are Thursday. There isn't a deal. And when you listen to what Iran is saying, the sort of language they're using today, they said the IRGC is in control and manages the Strait of Hormuz. Any disruption, they say, will be met with a decisive response. I mean, they're not sounding even remotely conciliatory, are they?
You're exactly right. The IRGC isn't just in control of the straits. They're in control of everything in Iran right now, including the the process and the negotiations. So when you saw some of the political leaders trying to reach accommodations, they shut that down very quickly. So at the end of the day, I do not think the regime is ever going to capitulate on this. They're playing the time game. And that's why I believe at the end, to get the real long-term solution here, not only for the U.S., but for UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Saudi, you're going to have to focus on the IRGC itself and ensure they do not control the political process or the people of Iran. So I believe that is the end state everyone's looking for.
So you wouldn't say that a deal is necessarily at all imminent?
Without a doubt. And even if it is imminent, I'm not sure you can ever get a good deal with the Iranians. And that's what I think the president is discovering as he goes down this journey right now.
I mean, really hard to know what's going on because yesterday, Iranian state media put out some details of what it said was a draft deal whereby the United States forces leave the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz, that traffic resumes, that issues like the nuclear issue are tackled at a later round of negotiations. And the United States has dismissed all of that as being, quote, a complete fabrication. I mean, are you finding it very difficult to know what's going on in this conflict?
I think everyone is. I think that's one of the good things, actually. Only the president and the administration really knows what's going on. There's been no leaks, no real vital military intelligence or operations that have been disclosed. And so the part I would be most interested in, I think this administration, is what's going on internal to Iran. And I think that's the criteria by which you need to measure not only your negotiations, but your military operations. And I think that's what the administration and other players, the intel community, are focused on. Internal to Iran, the dynamics, not only in the decision-making process for the regime, but more important with the people willing to go to the streets, willing to fight the regime. And so I think those are the focus of the intel community. I think that's the most telling factors that shape your understanding. So back to the president, he's been very clear on what he's saying, and it's just as deceptive as the Iranians have been in their observations and what they've been saying. But I think other indicators give you a clue of what's going on, and some of that's accommodated by the internet access. It was shut down for months. It's back online. I'm starting to hear a lot from some of my Iranian friends in the region and in the country. So I think those add to the intelligence and inform the negotiations, much less what military options we will pursue.
I just want to ask you one other thing to get your perspective on it about the sorts of messaging we're getting from the president. I mean, just yesterday, President Trump appeared to threaten a key U.S. ally, and I'm talking about Oman, because Oman featured in one of the Iranian plans for eventual control of the Strait of Hormuz. But to be fair, Iran didn't say anything. And yet President Trump said this. He said, Oman will have to behave like everyone else or we'll have to blow them up. I mean, is that really the way you'd expect a U.S. president to talk about a long-standing ally?
Well, I think the president's focused on the long-term stability and security of the region. He wants, at the end of the day, for all of the GCC countries, the Arab nations, to sign on to the Abraham Accord, because that really enables the commerce, the connectivity, the communications, and the coordination to accommodate a long-term solution. So I think all of this is part of those end states and that objectives. And I believe inevitably we're going to get there. It's just a matter of how much time and how much damage is going to be done before we get to those end states.
In terms of what the U.S. Navy and military have got in the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz, we spoke to someone earlier in the week who said that it was an armada on a scale the like of which he'd never seen in his lifetime. Would you agree with that assessment?
He's had a short lifetime then. This is not anything. We are still in a limited level of warfare. If you look back at the height of the Iraq-Iran war, we had over 300,000 forces in the region. We still have a small fraction of that. If the president really wants to ramp up this and go into unlimited war to really go after a complete annihilation of Iran here. We've got a lot of bandwidth left in it. So in the long time I've been in the defense industry, I've seen numerous occasions where we've collaborated and brought together a lot more force than we currently have at play in Iran. So there's a lot of bandwidth left in the U.S. military. And if the president wants to use that, he has that available to call on.
And do you see the U.S. having to maintain that sort of military presence or a significant military and naval presence in the Strait of Hormuz, even long after a deal is struck?
Well, we do that each and every day. Every year we coordinate how many forces we're going to have in the European theater of force, how many forces we're going to have in the Pacific, how many have in this region. And I can tell you right now, we still have more forces in the Pacific theater of operations than we do here. So this is not anything unlike we do day in, day out. Every year we allocate our forces for these theaters so we can maintain this presence indefinitely. It's just a matter of prioritization. And again, it's part of the deception plan. If we want to scale up and really go after Iran, the president can do that on a scale unlike you're seeing today. So all those options are on the table for the president and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It's just a matter of prioritization.
And in terms of lessons learned up until this point, I mean, I'm just wondering whether you think one of the legacies of this conflict as it stands right now is that perhaps, it has been an asymmetrical conflict in many ways, highly sophisticated US weaponry and equipment and very unsophisticated weaponry and equipment on the Iranian side. And it's almost as though, the US is trying to fight something much less significant with really impressive weaponry, and it's almost like there's a mismatch. Would you agree with that assessment, and do you think there's a lesson to be learned here?
Brilliant. You've hit the nail on the head. Absolutely, exactly right. The number one lesson from all of this is this evolution in drone warfare. You look at what we did in Afghanistan and Iran. We spent billions of dollars to provide drones that provided intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance so we could watch the battlefield. You watched then Ukraine come to the war with Russia in a matter of months, take millions of dollars and develop kinetic drones that have allowed them to equal the balance of power against one of the premier superpowers, Russia. You're now watching Iran using drones to balance the power and hold off the United States. So the trillions of dollars we put into air power, be it aircraft carriers, be it thousands of F-35s, F-16s, all that is kind of ineffective. They're very limited in what they can do. So the lesson is here, we're building out our unmanned aircraft, our drones, the autonomy that supports that. That is the future, and everyone realizes that. Look at this current conflict. When we lost a man in Iran, we almost had to stop the war to go and recover him. Those men are too valuable and present too much of a political risk to have manned aircraft over these airspaces. So you've hit the biggest lesson from Iran and Iraq is drones, unmanned platforms that can deter the enemy and strike anywhere and anytime you want. This is the future of warfare and the biggest takeaway from both Ukraine and Iran. So the U.S. defense industry is shifting now. We've got to accelerate the funding. We've got to accelerate the testing, the delivery of these assets to deter our enemies and, if needed, to win our war. So this is the number one lesson learned from the current conflict.
Okay, and just two quick questions before we wrap up. I'm told that you were invited to be President Trump's national security advisor. I don't know if that's true or not. Perhaps you can enlighten us. And clearly you haven't accepted that role. I just wondered if you could shed a bit more light on that report.
During the first administration, I wasn't invited. I was in a meeting with the president. He told his staff that I would be the national security advisor. He hadn't asked me, he just said it. So At the time, I was heavily involved in the region. I had a lot going on. The timing was not right for me. So I told the president, hey, Mr. President, the timing's not right. I'm on your bench. When you need me, let me know. We're back in a period now where I really appreciate the policies of this administration and what they're doing. And I stand behind that, and I'm willing to support that in any way I can.
Okay, so if you were asked tomorrow, would you say yes?
Well, we'd have to get the question first, John, but I support the policies. I really applaud what the president has done here. We let Iran go for decades, having their way with us, the region, and others. They were killing our people, attacking our ships for decades, and no one stood up to that. This president had the courage to do that, and I'm sure he has the courage to see this through. And look at what's happened in Venezuela, what's happening in Cuba. I believe and support those policies. I think this is exactly what the U.S. military and the United States should do. Our taxpayers have put trillions of dollars into building the most powerful military in the world. And all these folks who talk, oh, well, we may lose a portion, and there's risk. I don't care. That's not in the sense I don't care. We're smart enough to make sure we don't do that. But if you're funding and have this military, use it for right. Use it for the things we stand for: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness throughout the world. And so I think this is one of those times in history where we've had a president courageous enough to do that. But now we have to see it through to the end. We've got to make sure Iran has a government that renounces the Islamic Revolution, will not strike at us or our allies in the region with missiles and drones, will not fund Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, and others to proliferate the Islamic Revolution, that won't have a nuclear weapon and won't challenge and threaten the Straits of Hormuz. So that's why having a military and the capability to do that right now is so important, and we can't lose this opportunity.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, it sounds like you might be in the headlines in the not-too-distant future if indeed President Trump does call you up. But you've been in the headlines anyway, Admiral Howard, for a very unusual reason. I think it was the New York Post broke this story of a theory they put out. Some commentators seem to suggest that someone who looked like you or was pretending to be you, wearing a rubber or latex mask that made it look like Admiral Howard was on Fox News. What's your reaction to all of this excitement?
Well, John, I can't control those things. I try to focus on what's important here and what we all need, not only for us as the United States allies in the region. We're at one of these unprecedented times in history where we can affect the world order like never before. So I focus on that alone and try not to be distracted by some of these other things. And more importantly, not distracted from the message and what we're trying to accomplish here.
Okay, so no rubber mask being worn by you today. Okay, seems not. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Vice Admiral Robert Howard, former Deputy Commander of the United States Central Command. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thanks, and good to be with you.
Well, it is Thursday, so we're going to take a look now, as we always do, at what's been making the front pages in the United States. And we're joined this week to discuss those stories by Hank Scheinkopf, who is a Democratic strategist based in New York. Great to have you back with us again, Hank. We're also joined from Washington by Greg Swenson, who is a senior Republican and chair of Republicans Overseas. Welcome back to you as well. Lots to talk about today. We were just talking about the war in Iran in this program, and there seems to have been a certain amount of discussion, some might even say disquiet, in the ranks of the GOP lately. Some party grandees seem to be questioning the merits of the ceasefire, discussing the deal with Iran. People like Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who said
loud enough to get attention. And I think the president does pay attention to the critics. And I think in many ways that's healthy. You know, there's definitely different opinions, even within the administration. For example, Vice President J.D. Vance is more, averse to foreign interventions. And I think you have some that are less averse to it. And surely, Mike Pompeo and Lindsey Graham, are the hawkish voices here in Washington. And remember, Mike Pompeo was on the, sort of the tip of the spear back in Trump 1.0 as being very aggressive with Iran. So, I think that kind of disagreement or criticism is healthy. I think they were worried initially when there were talks of a settlement that it would look too much like the JCPOA. I don't think there's a great risk of that. And you heard that. I think the president, clarified that yesterday. I thought that was, really well put in his Oval Office meeting. So I don't think there's a big concern about that, but I do understand why Lindsey Graham and others were a bit worried about that or a bit nervous about it.
Hank, let me turn to you. I mean, we are in the fourth month, nearly, of a war that was supposed to last between 4 and 6 weeks. And I'm wondering how you see this playing out with the US public, because there do seem to be polls that suggest this war is very unpopular. And I wonder if it's about the war per se, or is it more about the high prices that are a result of the war?
It's a combination of things, truthfully. It's a combination of the economy that isn't what sometimes the Republicans would say, nor it is as bad as the Democrats would say, but it's not great right now. Jobs have been created, yes, but there are real worries about the cost of consumer items, number one. Number two, and the war itself. President Trump, when he was elected this time, promised, and last time, that the United States would not be in endless wars. And for many people, this is what it resembles. Now, is there a historical problem here? You bet. Why? Because in 1983, when Hezbollah bombed and just killed almost 300 American service people, Ronald Reagan did not respond appropriately by letting Tehran know that this was unacceptable. And we've been in that position ever since. So is there a resolution here? Well, very, very difficult.
Okay, Greg, Hank there seems to think this is a problem that dates back, well, it does date back, doesn't it? Many, many decades, hard to dispute that. President Trump saying he's unconcerned about the fallout from an extended conflict. He says, I don't care about the midterms. I mean, how does that sit with the rest of the party, do you think?
Well, I think the president has a point that he's taking the long view here, and Iran has been a problem now for 47 years, and he's the first president to really do anything significant about that. And so, he is taking the long view. He is suffering some political heat for higher gas prices here in the U.S., higher petrol prices, and any sort of suggestion that this could be a forever war, that costs him politically, even within his own party. So, I get that. And I think the president realizes that the risk of Iran, this regime having a nuclear weapon or piling up their ballistic missiles is a real risk to not only to America, but to the world. So, he's willing to sacrifice a bit of political capital for the long-term goal of at least making this regime less of a threat.
Okay, a bit of political capital, but Hank, we might be talking here about the House and the Senate in just 5 months from now. I mean, do you see the GOP as managing to hold on to both the House and the Senate? And what difference would it make for the rest of Trump 0.0 if they don't?
Well, more than any election to date, more than any midterm to date, at least I'd say in the last, let's say, 10 to 15 to 20 years even, this is a referendum on MAGA and Donald Trump. And you can see it in voter attitudes and in voter polling. Even those most loyal to him are questioning. They feel uncomfortable. Why? Consumer prices, number one. Number two, the war. There's a sense that things are out of control. In order for him and for his party, and he's really the issue here, in order for his party to do well enough in the midterms and not get creamed as Clinton was in 1994, what you need is some kind of resolution quickly to the war and something that talks about reduction in consumer prices. Gas is only part of it. It's the cost of basic consumer staples that's making people crazy.
Okay, and Greg, you said at the beginning, President Trump does listen to his critics, and he does listen to these voices in the party. But, when it comes to these high prices, gasoline or petrol, as we call it, I mean, can this be brought under control in time? Or is there a sense that it's just too late for, an election that's taking place in 5 months from now?
Well, there's no doubt it will be challenging, and the party in power always has great difficulty in the midterms, and I don't think this will be any different unless there's a massive turnaround in real wage growth, and that's really the key thing here, because inflation has come down significantly, and real wages have been up since the president took office after 4 years of lower real wages here in the U.S. during the Biden years. So, but the question is how much? And right now, consumers lost $3,300 of buying power during the Biden years. We've got some of that back, but it's only about a third of that real wage growth that's captured a third of that, $3,300. So, we have to do a lot more. Now, it doesn't help that gas prices are up. I think that will ultimately filter into food prices as well. But core inflation is flat. And remember, you have to look at the context of the other policies in the administration. So the tax reform, the deregulation, and the massive boom in energy development is really great for both the economy and Wall Street, but also real wages and Main Street. So, that stuff, all of that is working. So, yeah, the higher gas prices hurt, but it's a fraction of what American consumers received in their tax returns this year. So, I think there's no doubt that higher gas prices will hurt. I think it could be the defining, issue for the midterms. Hopefully this war gets resolved quickly and then prices come down dramatically between now and November.
Okay, let's move on, because there was an article in today's Washington Post, and it carried the headline, Trump won big with the white working class. Now they're souring on him. And this article cites a CBS poll which says 54% of white voters without college degrees disapprove of Trump's performance. That's up from 32% in February 2025. So we've gone from 54% disapproving from 32% just a couple of months ago. Hank, what's your interpretation of what's happening with this demographic?
You lose them, the Republicans are going to get creamed. Why? They're the people that got taken away from the Democrats over time. The dissolution of white blue-collar people from the Democrat Party is really going back to, probably Nixon. So there's nothing new here. But if that's in the reverse trend, it tells you how much trouble the Republicans are in on the ground. How do they reverse this? Again, they've got to be able to show this war is over, 1, and 2. Consumer prices, not just gas, but consumer prices are up. People are having problems doing the purchasing they did a year ago. So claiming, the attempt to claim that things are better is, believable if you're an economist. But if you're an average person who works for a living and has got grit on their hands and has got to go buy a loaf of bread and meat and coffee, the price of coffee alone, it doesn't work out so well. That coffee can is really, if I were running that campaign against him, that coffee can would be my argument. The gas tank, people understand that easy. But it's the coffee can, it's the things that go on that list of staples people need that will bury the Republicans if this doesn't dissipate quickly.
Right, so kitchen table issues that you're talking about there, and Greg, you touched on earlier on how, there was a risk of a forever war, and this is a faraway war. These are things that working class voters, all voters, were promised would not be happening under this current Trump administration. I mean, what's going on here? Do you think white working class voters are feeling betrayed by President Trump?
Well, yeah, I think there's a certain amount of that, Tom, and Hank brings up a good point. It's all about food prices and gas, and including gas prices, but people don't remember who caused that, right? And I can make an argument that it was the Biden years and inflation, but guess what? People don't really remember. People don't really care. It's all about the price now. And again, I don't think prices prior to the war, prices were stable. The problem is we still have to recover a lot of that real wage decline from the Biden years. And again, the voter, especially those voters that swung toward the Republicans in 2016 and again in 2024, really don't care who caused it and how it was caused. They're not going to look at the charts. They're going to look at their paycheck. And yeah, that's definitely an issue. I definitely agree with Hank there.
Hank, it's going to be pretty difficult, isn't it, for this administration to try to pin the blame on the Biden administration for the fact that prices have gone up in the last 3 months. I mean, that's going to be a tough one to spin, isn't it?
Yeah, look, people care about what happened today and yesterday, not what happened last year. And what they see is today, and that is the problem. What Donald Trump promised that X, Y, and Z would happen. It's not about partisan. I'm an analyst. I don't think about this in partisan terms. If I were running that, and I think about how I would run the campaign if I were doing it, it is very difficult today to come up with an argument that gets that great blue wall, in the Midwest of this country that Donald Trump was able to penetrate, to get that not to reform for Democrats. Not because they love Democrats, because they love having more money in their pockets. It's a very different question. And people feel that they don't have that right now, and it was promised them. That's the problem. And the only way you dissipate that, again, end the war, get the prices down, and prove it. You do that, you got a shot of holding on. Will they hold on? Not likely today. Is it possible they could? The answer is yes. Why? Because 10 minutes in politics is 32 years in anything else. Simple.
Hank, let me just stay with you for a moment and draw on some of that expertise. And, you've been doing this for a very long time. I mean, is there a way for the GOP to spin this around and make the midterms not about kitchen table issues, but about immigration, for example? And that's one area that white working class voters seem to think President Trump has done a reasonable job. Can he frame this, the debate leading up to the midterms, as being about immigration?
This has got to be a very targeted campaign if you're going to make those kinds of arguments. Stay out of the traditionally blue states, go to places where the voters can move either way, make the immigration argument, and attach it to something that has even more value, which is job creation, i.e., they're not here, therefore more jobs have been created. But you still run the problem of that great coffee can in front of you and the cost of what tariffs have done. Again, it's going to be very, very tough. And the Senate in play is an indication of where this really is right now, more than the House.
Okay, Greg, I don't know what your thoughts are there, but do you think there's a sense of people blaming President Trump amongst this demographic, or are they blaming the party?
Well, I think there's maybe a little bit of both. I mean, really, the president is going to take the blame. It doesn't matter, why or how. It just matters what people are paying and whether they feel wealthy or not. And what's interesting is consumer confidence is at an all-time low, and yet consumer spending is actually pretty good. And if you look at the chart, the real wages have been up since President Trump took office. And again, they were down for 3 or 4 years during the Biden administration. I think if that can be articulated, it's a tricky one, because you can't blame something that happened 4 years ago. But if you can look at the actual real wage growth, that wage gains have outpaced inflation, and if they continue to do that, that's the good argument to make. Right now, it's a difficult one because we've had a spike in inflation in the last month. So, so essentially real wages right now are flat, but they have been up for the last year and a half. So, if that can be articulated well, that might be a good pressure point for Republicans. But again, Tom, it's difficult. The party in power has only picked up seats in 1998. That was Bill Clinton, after the backlash against his impeachment, and you had a really great economy back in 98. And then, of course, George Bush in 2002 with the tailwinds of 9/11 and the unity around the country. Those were two exceptional moments, and it would be very unusual for the Republicans to actually do well in the midterms.
Okay, let's pivot on to our next topic. The Ken Paxton issue. I'm talking about the Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton winning big in the Texas Republican Senate runoff, trouncing the 4-term incumbent John Cornyn. Paxton clinched the nomination a week after securing an endorsement from President Trump in what's turned out to be one of the most expensive primaries in Senate history. Hank, what is it about Paxton, though, that's made him slightly controversial? Some might even say toxic in some people's minds.
First, I've worked a lot in Texas. I do not believe that Paxton is toxic. I think that's Democrat nonsense. He's kind of a kind of figure that Texans might like. He's not exactly right, but he's not entirely wrong. The problem with Paxton will be he's not a great fundraiser. This is going to be the most expensive election probably in American history, between what is spent in the campaign and what is spent by independent committees. Texas media markets are very, very, very expensive, and there are a lot. I think there's 14 in the state. So the costs alone are going to be overwhelming. Can Paxton win? Yeah, he can. Why? We haven't had a Democrat elected statewide in Texas since, Governor Richards, Ann Richards. That is a long time ago. And the demographic shift is significant. What you have to worry about is what the Republicans say to Mexican Americans or those who trace their roots in that direction. in the southern part of the state, and frankly, in other metropolitan areas. That's the problem. And if that swings the wrong way, it could be a very, very close election.
Greg, I want to get your opinion. Why do you think President Trump endorsed Paxson over the incumbent Republican Senator John Cornyn? Why him?
Well, there was definitely a sense that Cornyn wasn't really, he was late to the game in endorsing President Trump. And it's not that he didn't vote for President Trump's policies. He's been very consistent as a really reliable conservative. But the problem is he wasn't enthusiastic about the president during the 24 campaign. He was a bit late. And also, I think there was just an argument for change. You know, he's been around for, I think, 4 terms, Hank. And so, you know, that's a long time. And I think, you know, the president just wanted to, you know, make an endorsement for someone new that was a bit more enthusiastic for President Trump. And that's not unusual for this president. He's done really well in this primary season. Every one of his endorsements has won. The problem is that doesn't always translate to the general. I think, of course, I think Paxton will win. It is Texas. It's a reliably red state. But it's going to cost a lot of money that could have been used elsewhere in states like Michigan and North Carolina, where there are going to be close races and even potential pickups for Republicans. So, you know, from a purely tactical perspective, it would have been a lot easier to endorse the incumbent in this case, but I do think Paxton will win anyway.
Okay, Hank, I mean, we were just hearing there this, even from Greg, it seems to be touching on this idea that, you know, someone like Paxton can win the primary, but will he win the election? I mean, does that carry a lot of weight as an argument, do you think? Do you think some of these Trump loyalists look great to President Trump, but they don't look quite so good to the electorate?
Well, that's possible. But again, looking at Texas, blue-collar Texas stood up and said, drop dead John Cornyn. Why? Because that's how they felt about it. And Trump's endorsement was just icing on the cake. There was something going on beforehand. That's why that worked out that way. Why? Because the numbers were so lopsided. And you can't give the credit for that entirely to the president. You have to say he was the kind of, like I said, the icing on the cake for an electorate that was absolutely decided that they wanted to be more blue-collar and in typical Texas fashion, do exactly the opposite of what the elites wanted people to do. It's who they are. It's what they do. Is Texas going to be a problem for the Republicans? Yeah, because the money spigot is going to, that is probably my bet. When it's all said and done between independent campaigns and independent committees and what is spent that shows, you're talking about somewhere close to $700 million in a general election. That is an extraordinary amount of money in a state with media markets that are just keep expanding. I mean, it'll be very tough. Very tough for the Democrats to win also. Where are they going to come up with the cash? Really, they're not breaking records and raising money. The Republicans have done much better at that if you look at the totals for the DNC, the RNC, and the other committees.
Yeah, I can see Greg nodding there on the left-hand side of my screen. Let's turn on to another subject now, because on Tuesday, President Trump had his annual medical checkup at the Walter Reed Medical Military Hospital, which is close to Washington, I gather. President Trump says it went perfectly. This, of course, as his 80th birthday approaches. I think it's looming just 2.5 weeks away from now. Greg, President Trump says everything checked out perfectly in his medical. Do you think this is going to put some of that speculation that's been doing the rounds about his health to rest?
Yeah, I don't think there's any merit to those arguments or that speculation. I mean, look, we're coming off 4 years of President Biden, who was, you know, visibly facing difficulty for most of his term. It wasn't just the last year. It started early in his term, and the media and the left did I wouldn't say a great job at covering it up, because even during the great cover-up, 65% of Americans thought he had cognitive issues. And so on the heels of that, it's going to be hard just to argue that President Trump, you know, is old or aging. He is 80. He will be the oldest. But on the other hand, he seems to be in great shape. The energy level is really high. So I just think it's a non-issue.
Okay, Hank, let me ask you. I mean, President Trump turns 80 in 2.5 weeks. I mean, do you think we'll ever really know the results of the medical exam? Do you think the White House would be transparent with us even if there was a problem?
Not likely. I mean, again, you know, presidents have historically hidden medical conditions from people. Kennedy, Eisenhower's heart problems, Kennedy's Addison disease problems, and You know, you want to go back to Woodrow Wilson, his wife ran the government, if you read the literature. So his health is not the issue here. Bringing up Biden won't help either. The problem is the health of the economy and the cost of that cup of coffee. That's really basic bottom line. And that's what this election will hinge on.
Okay, but Hank, do you think, I mean, you know, we've been seeing these presidents pushing past the 80 mark in the last three presidencies, if you count Trump 1.0. I mean, do you think there's an age limit for the job? I mean, clearly people do slow down, don't they, after the age of 70? Most normal people will be well into their retirement at the age of 70, let alone 80. Do you think there should be an age limit?
I don't know the answer to that question. What I do know is that the age argument is much more significant right now among Democrats and Republicans who serve in legislative positions. Why? Because there's a younger generation that wants their jobs. It's very simple. It's not about politics. It's about give me the job. It's a great job, you know. It pays reasonably well. It has a great benefit package. People get to call you by a name besides your name. They call you senator or governor or member or representative. You know, it's not a bad deal. The problem is that generation wants those jobs, and that's one of the reasons why you have this tension.
Greg, let's see if you've got any inside scoop for us, because I know you do sometimes meet the president. You obviously represent the Republicans overseas. President Trump began his first term at the age of 70, which, as I was saying, is quite old by quite a lot of countries' standards. Have you noticed these last 10 years that the president has slowed down at all?
No, that's what's amazing about it, Tom. I've not noticed that at all. You know, he's always been a high energy person. You know, he sleeps only a few hours a night. So I'm not sensing that at all. It's been a busy week in Washington, but the last time I was here was the great state visit by the king, and that was a really fun week. But the one more point on the age thing, and which I think some rules need to be tweaked. I'm not suggesting there should be an age limit, generally speaking, but some things have to be tweaked. Like right now, the number 4 in line after the president, the vice president, and the Speaker of the House, the fourth person is the eldest senator, or the senator with the most tenure in the power and party. It's not the House or the Senate majority leader. So right now, the number 4 in line after that assassination attempt a few weeks ago, it's even more important. But he's 92 years old. And so I think we have to address and tweak some of the rules about succession plans, and make sure that the number 4 in the succession plan is not over 80 or over some some age like 80 or 75. But I think that should be addressed rather than just a blanket age limit.
Hank, I mean, President Trump is not a poster boy for healthy eating. I mean, we're given to understand, I don't know if it's true or not, that he eats a lot of fast food, steak. He's got a penchant for Diet Coke. I mean, should presidents perhaps blaze a slightly healthier trail when it comes to their lifestyle choices?
I kind of believe that the electorate should make these decisions, not a bunch of people in a room that no one gets into. The electorate likes the way he eats and likes the way he looks and likes the way he behaves, then why not? If the electorate doesn't like it, they'll toss him out. And if there's a reason why he shouldn't serve, that he's incapable because of age, guess what? The 25th Amendment will kick in. I have great faith in the people and the people that they elect to do the right thing more often than not. And they have. That's why this republic has lasted as long as it has.
Okay. Greg, I mean, President Trump's birthday is, of course, on the 14th of June. The only thing I know about it, maybe you can tell us a bit more, is that it's being marked, at least in part, with a UFC cage fight, which is going to be held on the White House lawn. I mean, that's just typical President Trump, isn't it? I mean, do we know anything else about what's happening on the big day?
I don't, Tom, but, you bring up a good point. This president is just so different than presidents past, and the fact that there's going to be, as you said, described it, a cage fight. There's going to be a Formula One, not a Formula One, an IndyCar race around Washington in August. There's all kinds of new things. I think the president will enjoy a lot of these 250 events. You've got the Knicks playing in the finals for the first time since 1999. The president's a big Knicks fan. New York Knicks, that's the basketball team. So there's a lot of exciting stuff going on here in Washington and in the area. So I think you'll see some things that you haven't seen in the past from this president. That's for sure.
Okay, Greg, well, we're counting on you to tell us all about them. Sorry, Hank, did you want to say something there?
Yeah, I don't know that presidents have ever been elected or unelected because of age. Ronald Reagan's a classic. You know what? It's about performance. And again, this gets back to bread and butter issues. You know, did you or didn't you? And Americans are very kind and very careful. If they don't like what they see, they'll make the appropriate move and they'll take it on the Congress. That's the difference.
Yeah, OK, but Hank, all right, I was about to move on, but since you bring it up, I mean, President Trump has been spotted nodding off in quite a lot of meetings lately. I don't know if that's more or less than previous presidents. And do you not see him slowing down? Greg doesn't.
Well, look, it's slowing down for public perception. The answer is no. What he does behind when he goes in the White House and no one's looking is a different question. We don't know that. And it's hard to see an ad on the internet or in social media or on television that suddenly shows President Trump half asleep. That's not going to work. What it'll do is inflame older voters, and they will turn out to burn the person that puts that ad out. So that's hard to see. Does he have to make a personal decision about this? That's his decision, the electorate's decision. But age is an argument in a country where seniors vote with great intensity would be an unwise move to make.
OK. I think we're out of time, in fact, so we're going to leave it there. Really appreciate you both taking the time to speak to us. Hank Scheinkopf, Democratic strategist in New York, you've had the last word. Thank you to you, and a very big thank you as well to Greg Swenson, chair of Republicans Overseas in Washington. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Hank.
Well, we're joined now by Joseph W. Westphal, who is the former U.S. ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where he served during the years 2014 to 2017. Prior to that, he was the U.S. Undersecretary of the Army. He's also held a number of positions in the administrations of Presidents Carter, Reagan, Clinton, Bush and Obama, and he's currently a senior fellow at the Lauder Institute for Wharton at the University of Pennsylvania. He joins us from D.C. Thank you so much for joining us, Ambassador. Let me just start by asking you, I mean, we're getting hints of progress towards striking a deal aimed at ending the war in Iran. I mean, does a deal look imminent to you?
I do think there's a deal in the works. Whether it's imminent or not, I'm not sure. I think we can keep following some rule of non-aggression at this time, that is a ceasefire, while time plays to an agreement of some kind. The nuclear piece is obviously very critical in terms of the United States, but also what Israel wants to get out of this. And Israel, of course, is a big player for a variety of reasons. So there's a lot of still things to be worked out, including the free up of the Straits of Hormuz.
Now, just talking about Saudi Arabia, because, of course, you served here, as I said in the introduction, as ambassador. An Eid message was put out by the top U.S. diplomat here in Riyadh. There isn't currently an ambassador, but there is a chargé d'affaires by the name of Alison Dilworth. And in her message, she really reiterated Washington's commitment to the security of Saudi Arabia, which we said was unwavering. She also said that the US-Saudi partnership had been tested in recent months. What do you read into what she said?
Well, I think that, we have not come to support Saudi Arabia, I think, the way we should have. For example, when Iran attacked its Aramco facilities a couple of years ago, I think the question becomes, is the United States really the reliable partner that Saudi Arabia needs? Now, I think Saudi Arabia is more than capable of defending itself. It has the forces and the capability to do so. And I think it has to take a greater effort to, deal with the challenges it has from Iran and from other actors in the region.
Okay, so Ambassador, what do you see the legacy, therefore, of this conflict as being, as far as relations between Washington and Riyadh are concerned?
I think that the relationship will always be strong, but I think we also have to recognize on the part of the United States that Saudi Arabia has many options, and it's going to take those options, that is relations with China, relations with Russia, building ties to Asian countries, strengthening its relations with African countries. So I think, Saudi Arabia is not going to be totally dependent on the United States as maybe it was 30, 40 years ago. It is going to be very much a big player in the international arena.
There was a new dimension that was added to the discussions about what an eventual peace deal might look like between the United States and Iran. And it included, quite suddenly, this idea that regional nations, amongst them Saudi Arabia, join the Abraham Accords. How do you think that idea went down in this region?
I don't think it went down very well. I think there's you could see that there are differences between the Gulf countries about the relationship with Israel. I think, we have to differentiate the goals of Israel and the goals of the United States with respect to Iran and with respect to the region. Israel sees Iran and its proxies as an enemy committed to the elimination of Israel. And they're going to take whatever actions necessary. For us, it's a very different situation. Iran has been a negative force. We're trying to tamper that down. We're trying to control its nuclear ambition. So we have a very different role. And the Abraham Accords aren't really going to solve the problem. Tom, we tried to get, when I was ambassador, along with the Department of Defense, we tried to get the Gulf Coordinating Council to come together to form a kind of a NATO type of group for mutual defense, ballistic missile defense, nuclear proliferation defense, et cetera, et cetera. And we couldn't get the Gulf countries to agree. We couldn't get them to work together to agree to their mutual defense. And now that's even, I think, a more difficult task. So I think it's going to be a challenging opportunity for the United States into the future to get these countries aligned in a possible way. And I don't think the Abraham Accords are the way to do it.
Okay, in terms of normalizing relations with Israel, for the countries that haven't done so already, and some have, do you see as a result of this latest initiative by the Trump administration that more countries will sign up?
I think countries like Saudi Arabia can certainly have diplomatic relations with Israel, trade and commerce and exchange of all kinds of opportunities in science and technology without an Abraham Accord. I think they can just do that, as they have done with Iran, as they have done with other countries around the world. So I don't need they need the Abraham Accords to build our relationship.
The clear obstacle to the signing of the accords by other countries is the recognition of a Palestinian state. I mean, that position is pretty clear, isn't it? And it hasn't shifted as far as I can see.
I don't think so. And I think Prince Mohammed, supports his father's, objective, which was to have a Palestinian state, to have the United States really work to develop that. We haven't done that. We haven't been successful at doing that. And it doesn't look like a Palestinian state is even possible in the near future. So I don't think that that's going to necessarily help in building a relationship between Saudi Arabia and Israel. So I think it's still a big issue. And of course, you have the rebuilding of Gaza and whatever happens to whatever elements of Hamas are still left there. So I think Saudi Arabia will play a role in that to some extent, but I'm not sure exactly how.
Some analysts have been quoted as saying that this idea of bringing the Abraham Accords into this peace deal with Iran was somehow to pacify Israel. And someone we sometimes speak to is Yossi Meckelberg, who is a Middle East expert at Chatham House in London. He said that the Abraham Accords idea was, quote, no more than a sweetener for Israel, and it most likely won't happen. It sounds like you'd agree with that. But what do you make of this idea of trying to pacify Israel? Why should President Trump feel like he has to pacify Israel?
I don't think he does, and I don't think that's really the goal. I think that the challenge that the United States has that President Trump has is that our goals in the region are very different from Israel's goals. We're not at risk. Iran doesn't pose a direct threat to the United States. It does pose a direct threat to Israel. And with its proxies like Hezbollah, Hamas, and others, it's a challenge that Israel is going to meet, at least it's determined to meet at all costs. So we have to work within that rubric, given the fact that we have a different set of goals. And in Saudi Arabia, and one of the things that I think is very possible is that Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and other countries in the region do have military capability. They do have military technology that can protect them to a greater extent than ever before, and I think they ought to be prepared to use it.
Does all of this look to you like carefully planned strategizing on the part of the Trump administration? Or do you think sort of introducing surprise elements like the Abraham Accords at this stage of discussions with relation to Iran is looking like a bit of improvisation going on?
I hate to be critical of my own country, but I can't help but be critical in this particular respect. We have people negotiating, for example, through Pakistan that have no diplomatic experience, have never negotiated anything in their lives except maybe a financial deal. They are not capable negotiators, diplomats who understand the historic and really incredibly complex situation that you have in the Middle East. And you know, our goals keep changing. You know, they keep going from preventing nuclear weapons to reducing regional influence to eliminating, you know, weakening missile defense, or Iran's missile and drone capability. Our goals are all over the place, and we don't know how to solve this issue. Our embassies we have no ambassador in Saudi Arabia. We have no ambassadors in most of the countries in the world, for that matter. So you can't negotiate all this with people who have no experience and have no understanding and capability to look at the historic complexities of all this. Iran is a country of 90 million people. It's not Iraq. It's not like the war in Iraq where, you know, it's a very different country. It's very complex. And we need people who understand that and can negotiate within that framework.
How would you describe the state of U.S. diplomacy today?
I think it's broken. I think it's terribly broken. As I said, you know, we have most of the world. We have no ambassadors. You know, and you can transact very high level things between the White House and perhaps the national security staff and a particular country's leadership. But on the day-to-day effects, when I was ambassador in Saudi Arabia, I worked with almost every ministry on every issue you can imagine, from energy to education to defense, everything. We worked all issues. So we built a very comprehensive relationship. And that's the way it usually is with most countries. You have an embassy that is working all these issues on a daily basis. You don't have that today. You know, countries don't want to deal with the charge. They don't want to deal with a staff that's not empowered. They want to deal with people who have the credibility that they need in order to break open up opportunities for each other.
You're making it sound like U.S. diplomats, in particular this negotiating team that's been charged with trying to find an end to this war, is essentially making it up as they go along. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what they're doing. I mean, I just don't think they have the experience and the knowledge to really negotiate something of this level. Usually, these kinds of negotiations, such as we're trying to do through Pakistan, take a long time with experienced diplomats and experienced people who understand the complexities of such agreements, who can negotiate different aspects of something that can eventually find an opportunity for a deal. I don't think we have those people there. I mean, you know, the vice president is not trained in this area. The people that we have there are not capable of this, and I think that that's a mistake.
I mean, strangely, it sounds like you might agree with something that Iran's supreme leader said in the last couple of days. He said that Washington is losing its influence in the Middle East, and he warned countries in the region to stop hosting US bases, implying that they were more of a liability than an asset. I mean, do you think that's going to chime with people in this region?
Possibly. I mean, we see that having these bases in Bahrain, in Qatar, and in Kuwait have proven to be sort of a hazard to these countries as Iran has attacked them. Do they bring the kinds of revenue and support that these countries need? Are they there really to defend and provide security to these countries? I'm not so sure, So I think that it is a question that needs to be addressed. Again, this is something that needs to be negotiated between the United States and the Gulf countries to see where we go from here and what is the value of having those large military bases there. It's something that I think needs to be done.
Okay, just talking about Iran for a moment. I know it's not your area of expertise, but just looking at it from the outside, does it look to you like this whole idea of regime change in Iran, do you think there's a realization perhaps in Washington and in Israel that that's just not a realistic prospect at this stage?
Well, I think that was probably a goal. Obviously, it was a goal by Israel and a goal by the United States at some point to effectively do regime changes, which is the reason we, killed the supreme leader and many of the top leaders. But what we've done is we've emboldened the more conservative, the more radical elements of the Iranian government, and they are now firmly in control, totally in control. So we've gone from a regime that, we've heard, for example, that the supreme leader, before he died, really had decided that Iran should not have nuclear weapons. He didn't want nuclear weapons for Iran, perhaps to convert the nuclear capability for peaceful purposes like energy and other technologies. But now we've got a very hardcore element that is actually committed to a much more aggressive, perhaps nuclear and military policy in the region on the part of Iran.
Now, Ambassador, 2 weeks ago, we were very much focused on China because, of course, President Trump was paying a visit there precisely 2 weeks ago, and many hoped that China had a role to play here in trying to broker an end to this war. Do you think they did have a role ultimately?
Well, they did help, for example, early on to help establish diplomatic relations between Saudi Arabia and Iran. They allowed for those negotiations to take place. When I was ambassador is when diplomatic relations broke with Iran because the Iranians burnt the Saudi embassy and there was all this turmoil. So that was a good thing to allow the two countries to have diplomatic relations and for China to play a bigger role in that. But I don't think China is interested in playing a major role in this anymore. I don't see that. I think their biggest concern is the flow of oil through the Straits of Hormuz, their ability to get the resources they need from both Iran and from Saudi Arabia, and establish trade and continue to build those relationships. So I think they have a very different, clearer economic and financial interest in this than a policy or political dynamic.
An eventual deal has to include, what would you like to see the deal tackle head on?
I think, first of all, it has to address the nuclear piece. So I think if Iran can agree to stop any elements of weaponizing their nuclear capability, whether that element stays in Iran and they transform it into a peaceful element of nuclear capability. It remains to be seen. I think that could be done, and I think that could be negotiated. I think there will have to be some discussions about Iran, about what happens to its proxy groups like Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis in Yemen, and to provide greater security not just to Israel but also to the Gulf countries. And then I think you have the opportunity to restore a more common defense on the part of Gulf countries to reestablish the strength or strengthen the establishment of the Gulf Coordinating Council in a more positive way in the future. Not so much towards military defense only, but also towards technological, towards improving all kinds of financial and other coordination between Gulf countries that can make them stronger, but more independent of the United States and independent of China as well.
I mean, Iran wants an eventual deal to include Lebanon. Do you think that's likely to be part of the future deal?
I don't think Israel is going to give up on its desire to eliminate the threat of Hezbollah and other proxies they're there. They are directly threatened every day. Hezbollah has been firing rockets and missiles and drones into Israel for years now. I don't think Israel is going to give up on that, and I don't think we're going to be able to talk them out of that. I think that's going to be something that they're going to have to figure out a way to solve that. It's going to be an issue, and I don't think that's going to be part of a deal that the Iranians or us can agree to.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Joseph W. Westfeld, the former U.S. ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Reports suggest the US and Iran have reached an agreement, but President Trump still needs to give it his final approval. Oil prices fall as markets react to the potential easing of tensions. And the WHO chief heads to the Democratic Republic of Congo to support colleagues battling a deadly Ebola outbreak. The United States and Iran have reportedly reached an agreement to extend the ceasefire and begin negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. However, according to Axios, the deal still needs approval from President Donald Trump. According to a U.S. official, this is an agreement to get everyone to the table, and the details will be worked out in negotiations. Let's get the insight of Lord Richard Dannett, former head of the British Army. Lord Dannett, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. So, as I just said there, we're getting some breaking news through that US and Iran agree deal framework, and that is awaiting Donald Trump's approval. What do you make of this?
Well, if it's true, then it has to be a positive step in the right direction. Of course, we all know that Donald Trump is an extremely unpredictable individual. So what he will make of this, I think it's very hard for us to work out. But if there is the beginnings of an agreement, at least an agreement to get around the table and have substantive talks, that's encouraging. It's encouraging for the wider Middle East. It's encouraging for the Western economy, and probably also encouraging for the bulk of the Iranian people.
Yes, indeed, an encouraging step when it comes to diplomacy. But let's go back to events that happened yesterday. Did President Donald Trump launch the latest strikes on Iran out of frustration as Tehran's grip on the Strait of Hormuz remains ironclad?
Well, I think that's probably right. And of course, the whole issue of the Straits of Hormuz are really very perplexing. It beggars belief, really, that the Americans, or at least Donald Trump, didn't understand that Iran was always holding, I'll call it a trump card, a key card in this whole conflict, by being able effectively to stand on the neck of the neck of the West by closing the straits. So if he did launch those attacks yesterday to put more pressure on, it may be that at long last he's realizing that the Iranians are in really quite a strong position, and he is not in the strong position that he would have wished to find himself.
And there's been overwhelming condemnation from Gulf countries in response to Iran's missile attack on a US airbase in Kuwait. What does the possible resumptions of hostilities, we are now hearing about this deal that could be signed, but if the resumptions of hostilities did obviously come into the fore, what will this mean for Gulf military security and also preparedness?
Well, I think the events of the last 3 months really cast into doubt the existing security structure that's been the prevailing atmosphere in the Gulf region for quite some time. I think we're going to see quite a resetting of relationships between Iran and Gulf countries, relationships between the United States and Gulf countries. So I think this precipitate attack by the United States on Iran, very largely at the timing of Israel, I think we have to agree, has very much shaken up security arrangements in the wider Gulf area, which are going to need to settle down, be re-established for the wider security and prosperity of the whole region.
And during a cabinet meeting yesterday, President Donald Trump said Iran is desperate for a deal. We've heard him say this, haven't we, numerous times on different occasions. What is your sense of who is more desperate in getting a deal? Is it Iran or the US?
I think Iran has proven to be remarkably robust during this conflict. And I think the person who wants to end it most quickly is Donald Trump himself. He started it thinking that he could end the conflict very quickly, that the mighty power of the United States would prevail very quickly. It's turned out that Iran is more resilient than he thought and still has quite a lot of military capability. So Donald Trump, knowing that he is impacting the world economy, he's impacting the United States economy, he wants to get this done and dusted as quickly as possible.
Trump hit out at Oman over the Strait of Hormuz, saying they will behave just like everyone else or will have to blow them up. What is your reading of this threat, and what does it mean for Gulf countries who do rely on U.S. security? Because obviously Oman and the U.S. are longtime allies.
Well, indeed, and the UK is a very strong ally of Oman as well. It goes back to what I was saying a moment or two ago, Leigh Ann, that there's going to have to be a resetting of all these security relationships right across the Gulf region to see what the new normal is going to be, who can rely on who can depend on who, and, as I say, a resetting of the whole security infrastructure.
Lord Richard Dannett, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you for your analysis and reaction to that breaking news. For more on this, I'm joined by Freddie Gray, Deputy Editor of The Spectator and host of the Americano podcast. Freddie, let's just start with this news that we're getting in of this potential deal on President Donald Trump's desk, waiting for a signature. Good news? Positive?
Well, it must be positive in some way. I think it's very interesting that it's very often Axios that has these scoops, and Axios is a very good news service. But it's got quite a lot of Israeli sources, and often that seems to be steered by Israelis briefing them about what's going on in the war. I think more generally, you see the conflict for a few weeks now has been in a kind of strange limbo where there doesn't necessarily seem to be that much relationship between the peace process and the hostilities. Yes, things cool down. But then they inexplicably erupt again, as they did yesterday. So there are concerns about whether the IRGC, the Iranians, the Iranian military, whether they really are in a position to entirely control what happens on their own borders, or whether we are dealing with pirate elements similar to the Houthis not so long ago, and the Houthis are still a threat too. So there's lots of mysteries about what's going on with the peace process. But clearly it's a good sign. Clearly both sides do want an off-ramp because this war has been very disruptive for the Iranians. And as your previous guest, the general said, it is bad news for Donald Trump politically at home.
And let's go back to yesterday, because we saw that escalation. The US and Iran are accusing each other of violating the ongoing truce following those exchange of fire that we saw. Do you think that this is a real concern, that if this deal that we're hearing about doesn't come off the ground, we could just slide back into hostilities that we've seen before, this vicious cycle you were talking about?
I mean, the good point against that is the great threat to the global economy. And there is just so much pressure to reopen the strait from so many sides that one hopes, in the name of peace, in the name of prosperity, that the pressure will just be so overwhelming that they will find a way to resolve the conflict, because so many very powerful and important forces depend on that strait being open. That is the hope for the peace process. The worry is that this war may have just got slightly out of control, and not just out of control of Donald Trump's hands, but perhaps even the Iranian government. So, yes, there's obviously a great risk of sliding back into hostilities. And there's also a risk that, similar to the conflict in Gaza, there is a kind of peace process that goes on, but it's not really a peace process because there's still a sort of war going on at the same time. And everybody's a bit mystified as to what the headlines mean, and everybody's a bit sceptical about any actual progress because they can see that actual progress is often undermined. I mean, we heard last weekend that a peace deal was on the verge of being signed, or at least a memorandum of understanding, as they call it. Again, we're hearing that tonight, but we know what happened yesterday.
You know, Freddie, I feel like it's deja vu when it comes to what we hear in the news. And some people are saying that Donald Trump actually is stuck in a loop because he seems to escalate, retreat, and then repeat. Like you said, we heard it on Friday. Nothing came of it. We've seen an escalation. Now we've seen a retreat. Why do you think we're seeing this constant loop from the US president? He doesn't seem to be able to break out of it.
Well, it's partly because Trump's Truth Social statements, his social media statements, are directed for the domestic audience. They're not really meant to be his diplomacy. They are to a certain extent. That's a bit simplistic to call it that. But certainly the US officials, as we understand, have been urging the Iranians to ignore what Donald Trump is saying on social media, because that is for the American audience, and just don't take that very seriously. And so I think Trump's whole role in this conflict does lead to this sense of déjà vu, because he is treating each day as a kind of news cycle and trying to manage it, whereas the peace process is not part of the news cycle. It has its own factions, its own people, it has its own mediators. There's lots of different people involved trying to make it happen, make it work. It's more complex. It's not the sort of daily drama that you get from the President of the United States.
But Trump yesterday hit out at Oman over the Strait of Hormuz, saying they will behave just like everyone else or we'll have to blow them up. Does this frustrated rhetoric, Freddie, risk dragging Gulf countries back into regional conflict? And also, does it make them question US security?
I think to a certain extent, most parties have got used to Trump's language. And while sometimes he can, when he talks about ending civilizations and so on, he can still shock the world with it and terrify people. I think a lot of the time, this is a cynical interpretation of it, but I think a lot of the time people just sort of shrug their shoulders and say that's just Trump being Trump. And I think maybe the worry for the American side is that his threats don't seem to be taken that seriously by the Iranians anymore. And that kind of the threat of overwhelming American military force, which he does have, is not being taken seriously enough.
And the Iranians are hitting back, aren't they, with their own propaganda, Freddie, when we have a look at the war on social media in many respects. But you touched on this a bit earlier, Trump appealing to the domestic audience. Trump says he doesn't care about the midterms at all. He said that in his meeting on Wednesday, yesterday, and that was referring to concerns over how the Iran will impact Republican candidates, of course, in November. Do you think that Trump has got sort of renewed confidence, a renewed boost, because primaries went in his favor?
I think he has. I mean, of course, a lot of these primaries, they are, all these primaries, really, they are within the Republican Party. They're not Republican versus Democrat. Mm-hmm. And so the people that he prefers within the Republican Party are winning, and he takes that as a victory, and he takes that as a sign that his party will do better than people think. And he may not be entirely wrong on that. I think this idea that there will inevitably be a blue Democratic wave is perhaps oversaid, overdone in November. But I do think he's blustering there very, very hard when he says, I don't care about the midterms, because he explained it even within that quote. He said, people say that Iran think that you're worried about the midterms and that's why you want to quit. He's saying, no, I'm not, because he knows from a negotiation point of view, that's a weakness. And the Iranians think that he's worried about the midterms, and that's why he wants to get on the off-ramp. So he's trying to bluster his way out of that very clearly.
And when we have a look at the primaries, if we can just touch on them quickly, and these midterm elections coming up, do you think Donald Trump will do much better than expected? Because the Democrats don't actually have a clear frontrunner or a clear person who could become the next president when we eventually get there. They seem to be a bit lost.
Well, I think they are a bit lost. I'm not sure they need necessarily a clear frontrunner, and they may even benefit from not having one in the midterms. Because it's a state-by-state, congressional seat by congressional seat election process. But it's certainly true that the Democrats are not popular. Donald Trump isn't very popular. The Republican Party isn't very popular. But the Democrats are not loved. They seem to be increasingly radical by a large number of Americans. They have not really recovered from the kind of experiment with woke politics that was conducted in the Biden administration and then was represented by Kamala Harris in the last election. They are a party that is a bit lost. And like a lot of established parties across the Western world, big establishment parties tend to be falling apart. And with the Republican Party, they got taken over by Donald Trump, and that stopped them falling apart because he was this tremendously powerful insurgent force. The Democrats haven't had that yet. And a lot of Americans are worried that their insurgency is going to come from the very radical left. And if Trump can convince enough Americans that the radical left are a threat in the midterms, he may be able to do better than expected.
And Freddie, I just want to go back to what we were talking about when it comes to the US and Iran. And I want to talk about Israel because Israel's expanding its military operations inside of southern Lebanon. We did hear this yesterday from the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and fighting with Hezbollah is really starting to ramp up in Lebanon. Is there risk of a wider regional conflict because of this? And how dangerous of a precedent is it right now? Because Israel appears to be escalating as the US and Iran are trying to sign this deal, and President Donald Trump's desperate for an off-ramp.
I think clearly there's always been a risk of a wider regional conflict, and the Israeli activities in Lebanon, the strikes in Lebanon, the very, very aggressive activity that Israel has been doing in that region is a big impediment to the peace process. It's often been understood that the Iranians won't come to the table or won't sign any memorandum of understanding unless there is some kind of truce between Hezbollah, their allies, their proxies, if you like, in Lebanon, and Israel. And Israel appears to be constantly breaching that. And we understand that occasionally the American side have been very frustrated with Israel for not quite playing ball and helping them with the peace process on that score. So, yes, there is a risk of regional conflict. But then at the same time, you have the Gulf states are clearly playing their part in saying, no, let's resolve this. And I think what you're getting happening, I think what is happening to a certain extent is it is the UAE, it is Saudi Arabia, it is Qatar that are emerging as the mature partners for the Americans. And Israel, while obviously the key ally for America and probably will be for some time to come, is seen as a very important partner, and it has the war wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Israel's strong relationship with America, but nonetheless a slightly erratic partner.
Freddie Gray, as always, really great to have you on the show. Thank you. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said no more Ebola cases will be allowed to enter America. It comes as the Bundibugyo virus continues to spread. The World Health Organization chief has said he's traveling to the Democratic Republic of Congo today, where the outbreak is outpacing the world's ability to respond. He also urged everyone to act together now in order to defeat the current crisis. Let's go live to the UNHCR spokesperson Rachel Chiswell, who joins us now from Kinshasa, which is the capital of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Rachel, thank you so much for joining me on the show. How is the UNHCR adapting its operations in eastern DRC, where conflict, mass displacement and the Ebola outbreak are all overlapping each other? It's a complex situation.
You've said exactly the key risks that we're dealing with here on the ground. And I have to say, first and foremost, it's addressing things one community at a time. So today, my colleagues in the town of Bunia were out in an IDP site, so internally displaced people, just outside, about 10 minutes outside of the city. They were sharing the cartoon version of the prevention methods. And then with the local committee that we've helped support in that site for the last 3 years, they were also providing masks, providing soap, providing hand washing stations so that at the entrance to the camp, there can be preventative measures in place. It's a big situation, but it's a situation that will be dealt with one household at a time. And so we're really trying to do our part, particularly with those who are being forced to flee conflict, to make sure that they have the tools, they have the understanding to be able to take the measures necessary when symptoms emerge.
You just mentioned, Rachel, you have to do it one household at a time. So it's building that trust. It's slowly going into the communities. But as we have heard from the World Health Organization, Ebola is outpacing everybody. So is this approach way too slow at the moment, do you think?
We are slightly privileged in that we have been working with community committees for a number of years as a result of the conflict. So we were able to very rapidly, this week alone, touch 10,000 South Sudanese refugees in their communities in local language with health experts from the local community who could come and give the necessary training. So yes, while the prevention has to happen one household at a time, because we have those links from our work in conflict with people forced to flee, we are able to move relatively quickly in the zones where we already have well-established local camp committees, local site committees, or indeed safety committees in towns at risk.
And how does the spread of Ebola change when outbreaks do reach refugee camps and cross-border regions such as Uganda, the places where you're working?
So one of the biggest things is it means we have to put in a whole layer of protection for the most vulnerable, who are the people who have been forced to flee. A really practical example of that this week. It's important to keep talking about things that aren't just Ebola, and we were working with refugee communities to put together a new livelihoods plan for them. Doing that in person was risky, so we were able to put it online, continue their working, continue their planning for community savings, because livelihoods for these communities are extraordinarily important at this time of risk, but doing it in a way that didn't expose them further to risks of Ebola.
And what level of coordination is there between the UNHCR, health agencies and local authorities to really ensure safe access to affected areas? Because, as you say, you have a workforce going into these places.
Yes. So we are working very closely under the government-led plan for the Ebola response, which happens both with coordination at national level. My colleagues actually just left a coordination meeting related to that, and then all the way down to the very local health district zone, which is the smallest level of administration in the country. We're working to support both in areas controlled by the government and also at this time, because of course we do have the conflict going on, those zones that are controlled by the de facto authorities as well, because epidemics don't discriminate over where people are located. And we need to make sure that those messages of prevention, the soap, the disinfectant gets to where it's needed, no matter where people are in the east of the country.
And Rachel, the US today announced that it was allocating an additional $80 million to help combat the Ebola outbreak in the DRC and also in Uganda. After we've seen those aid cuts from the US, do you think this is enough money? And do you think that some of those cuts actually played into how Ebola managed to spread so quickly?
We definitely know that there are gaps in the coordination structure as a result of the 2025 cuts and the reductions that come from a number of donors, not simply the United States. The money announced today, along with those that have been announced from other sources in the recent days, definitely do help. But we are also very much confronted right now by rising costs as a result of the global fuel crisis. For example, UNHCR is preparing right now to build houses and provide, in the short term, tarps for 25,000 people who are in the zone in question. Between the last time we ordered tarps in February and now, we've seen a 29% increase in the cost of transporting those tarps from our warehouse, which is based in Nairobi. And so it is really the situation where every little bit helps. For example, we just have an order that's coming out of International Humanitarian City in Dubai, and we were really grateful to receive an in-kind donation from a transportation company that's paying the ocean travel to help us get those materials to those who need it the most. But the combination of the rising costs and indeed, yes, the gaps that need to be rapidly filled as a result of the aid cuts last year are an important challenge for us. But it is a challenge that comes down to soap, bleach, masks. It's something each of us have in our cupboards at home, and every little bit helps.
And we've also heard a lot of reports coming through that in the communities, they are storming health facilities and they're also interfering with safe burial practices due to the Ebola outbreak, which is very difficult because a lot of it is tradition and it's religion. How is that hampering efforts too?
Yes, so there's a lot of misinformation and rumors going on at this time, which is why it was so important that the whole international community start with those messages on how you prevent transmission, what are safe burial practices, How can we move forward? And it's very important that those are communicated in local language. There's significant, in the areas we're talking about, there are significant levels of illiteracy. That's why conveying things in cartoon, like we did today, is so very important. And is an ongoing effort for our colleagues and the colleagues of the government, WHO, and others.
Rachel Criswell, thank you so much for joining me. It was really good to speak to you today.
Pleasure. Thanks so much for having us.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Israeli militaries say that they have carried out a strike in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. This comes after a wave of bombings targeting Hezbollah's infrastructure in the south yesterday. Over 3,000 people have been killed in Lebanon since the start of the war, while 23 of Israeli army and 4 civilians have died over the very same period. Australia's health minister says the quarantine period for repatriated passengers on a Dutch-flag luxury cruise ship hit by a hantavirus outbreak will be extended to 42 days. 6 people have been quarantined at a facility near Perth since returning in May. The group's discharge date of the 5th of June has been pushed back after advice from the authorities. China's army says it's driven away a Dutch Navy vessel in the contested South China Sea. The Netherlands Defense Ministry denied that the ship was in violation of international law, but said the vessel was on a planned route. Beijing is claiming the South China Sea despite a 2016 international ruling rejecting that assertion. And 16 students have been killed after a fire at a boarding school in the north of Nairobi in Kenya. Out of the injured pupils who were taken to the hospital, 71 were later discharged. Overcrowding and the failure to follow safety guidelines have been blamed for the outbreak of fires in the dormitories. Now, oil prices gave up earlier gains, turning lower after reports from Axios that the US and Iran have reached a preliminary agreement. The deal would extend the ceasefire by 60 days and begin negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. Meanwhile, gold prices jumped on the news, rebounding from a 2-month low hit earlier in the session. Let's get the thoughts and opinion of economist Laurie Laird. Always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me today. Hello. My pleasure. It's been one of those days on the markets. I feel like they're constantly reacting to the headlines, but oil swinging sharply based on these developments that we are getting. How do you assess the current volatility in oil prices driven by this conflict between the US and Iran?
The oil traders I know say they're absolutely exhausted, although a lot of them are feeling a lot richer than they were in the middle of February. This volatility, while all of us lose from an energy price shock, there are a couple of winners here and there, and people who trade this stuff and make money off of the volatility. So if they're trading, it doesn't matter to them whether the price is going up or going down. They still do well out of it. So we have a lot of very tired, but quite happy oil traders around the world at the moment. But I think looking at today's movement, we're off the lows of the day, and that to me suggests that traders are not entirely convinced that some kind of deal is in the offing. It looks like this truce will be extended. This is something that the Americans have been talking about for a couple of days now. But what this will look like, and crucially, whether the Strait of Hormuz will open is an open question. And I think that traders are starting to look at every announcement that comes out of the U.S. As they're looking at it with a bit of skepticism, because we've been promised a lot. There have been promises of an end to hostilities, opening of the Strait hasn't happened yet. But for all of that, Leigh Ann, I'm still incredibly surprised that oil prices are where they are. We're at about $93.5 a barrel today. This strikes me as underpriced, given that we've had that had the head of the International Energy Organization say this is the biggest disruption to oil supplies in history. So it seems to me that traders, people who price these things, may be in for a surprise if the strait doesn't open as quickly as they think, if it takes a while to get oil fields that have been lying idle for a period of time now, if it takes a while to get these back up and running, I think that there could be an upside surprise on the oil price. So even though dealers are a little bit skeptical right now, I do think they're quite optimistic about the future, the restoration of oil supplies in the short and the medium term.
It's so funny because I feel like you always read my mind, because my next question to you was, do you believe the oil market is underpricing the risk of prolonged disruption in the Strait of Hormuz? And you've just basically told me that. So I think
Absolutely.
probably...
And add to that, Leigh Ann, that stocks where most countries keep stocks of oil because it's such a crucial commodity. Stocks were low before this conflict started. We've had most countries dip into their strategic reserves. So at some point when oil starts flowing more freely, countries are going to have to replenish those stocks. So there will be extra demand, quite heavy demand, over and above the demand we want to power our cars and transport food, from place to place. So demand will be heavy while supply will remain constrained.
And it's just absolutely so interesting, isn't it? Because I would agree with what you're saying there. But if we have a look a little bit at the markets right now in the US and we have a look at the oil price, the markets are at all-time highs. They're doing so well off the back of these earnings. What do you make of this? Because it's really interesting where we are. We're almost seeing two sides of the market play here.
I'm doing everything that I can to not throw my hands up in despair. It's impossible to read this market. You're right. We are hitting a record high after record high. Earlier today, we had some pretty concerning U.S. data. GDP, that's the sum total of economic output for the first quarter, was marked down quite a bit, down from a 2% annualized growth rate when it was first reported, down to 1.6%. That's pretty weak growth. Yet, contained within that report, there's an element that looks at corporate profits. They rose by the most that they've risen since 2021. So we do have this two-tiered economy. Corporates seem to be doing very well, I think, and it's not just in the tech area that we've discussed before. Banks have done very well. Consumer goods companies are doing very well. Places like retailers, Home Depot, where people go to buy home decoration, DIY stuff. This whole range of companies at the moment are doing very, very well. The question will be, I think, as inflation bites, will these companies feel comfortable passing on their increased cost to consumers? Are they going to have to hit their margins if consumers say, wait a second, this inflation is too much for me?
And you spoke a little bit about the fact that we got the Fed's preferred inflation measure out early today. We've got a new Fed chair. Do you think,
Absolutely.
Do you think he's going to cut, or do you think that it's just something that just the other guys just won't get on board with?
Well, you're right in that Kevin Warsh, the new Fed chair, has argued that the productivity gains that we're going to get from AI are going to be so great that we can grow indefinitely with no inflation. I think that remains to be seen. But you're right, we had this key inflation data out today, up at an annual rate of 3.8%. If you take out food and energy, still up by 3.3%. That's a really long way away from that 2% target that the Fed has chasing and has not hit for 5 years. So Kevin Warsh may have publicly called for lower interest rates, and a lot of us think that he was sort of auditioning for the job, and that call for lower interest rates was aimed at an audience of one. But I don't see any way at all. He's one of 7 people who, 12 in total, a board of 7, and then there are regional Fed governors who also vote on rates. So in total, he's one of 12. I cannot see that he will bring that committee with him. And some of those regional Fed officials after the last meeting made it very clear that they were unhappy that the Fed was still talking about cutting rates at some point over the medium term. They dissented quite publicly. So it shows you the Fed is really at odds about where to go next, but I certainly don't see a cut.
Jerome Powell still be on the board. I wonder what he will say.
Yeah,
we will see how he will vote, of course. But we're also just getting some news through now that oil prices turned negative again after EIA data shows smaller than expected draw from U.S. crude stockpiles last week. And you did mention, actually, oil has been volatile, but not so much hope on this deal.
And I'm a little surprised to see that those stockpiles are. And I saw the headline just as we went on air. Didn't get a chance to read it. Surprised me a little bit because this is a time of very heavy oil demand in the U.S. We've just come out of a holiday weekend. People tend to drive places. Now these numbers will be adjusted for seasonality, but the fact that drawdown is less than what was expected would seem to suggest that people are looking at the price of oil and saying, okay, we can't afford that anymore. We're going to be a lot more sparing with the oil that we buy. Maybe we won't drive long distances while the oil price remains elevated. You and I have spoken before. The price of oil is such an in-your-face metric in the U.S. You drive down the road and there are advertisements in neon for the price of a gallon of oil. Everybody knows where that is, what it is. And as a result of that, it really is a metric for how people feel about the economy, the price of oil.
Yes, and I'm sure every US president, as they say, always keeps a real close eye on the price of oil. Donald Trump, as he always likes to tell us, the US is the hottest economy right now. Laurie Laird, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Let's get a look at the sports news now. Italian tennis champion Jannik Sinner is out on day 5 of the French Open after being beaten during 5 sets in the heat in Paris. The world number 1 led 5-1 but took a medical timeout when serving for the match in the 3rd set. He was apparently suffering from cramp. And Arsenal will face Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League final on Saturday in Budapest. PSG have racked up 16 Champions League games, while Arsenal have played just 14. Now, a rare albino buffalo in Bangladesh, nicknamed Donald Trump for its blonde tuft, has been spared from sacrifice after a last-minute government intervention. The 400-kilogram viral star will instead be cared for at the National Zoo. Emily Sue reports.
Meet the Donald Trump buffalo. The 700-kilogram albino buffalo earned the nickname with its flowing tuft of blonde hair, resembling the signature look of the U.S. president. It was due to be slaughtered in Bangladesh to celebrate the Eid al-Adha Feast of the Sacrifice this week. But a last-minute government intervention saved it from sacrifice after the buffalo achieved viral stardom. The country's home minister ordered the buffalo be spared and the buyer refunded. The Donald Trump buffalo will instead be cared for at the National Zoo in Dhaka.
This is a special breed, so the zoo has been given the responsibility to preserve this breed. I will closely monitor all aspects, including its characteristics, diet, and reproduction.
Before arriving at the zoo, the buffalo attracted huge crowds at the home where it was kept. The buyer said he brought the animal 2 months ago.
The main intention behind purchasing it was to please Allah, that is, to sacrifice it in the way of Allah. Now it has gone viral, and because of that there is so much attention and such a huge crowd.
Albino buffaloes are considered rare in Bangladesh, as most are dark-skinned. The Donald Trump buffalo's cream-colored body, pinkish nose, and long blonde hair made it stand out among thousands of cattle prepared for the Muslim festival of Eid al-Adha, when families traditionally sacrifice livestock. Emily Sue, Arabiya English.
A reminder of our top stories. Reports suggest the US and Iran have reached an agreement, but Trump still needs to give it his final approval. Oil prices fall as markets react to the potential easing of tensions. And the WHO chief heads to the Democratic Republic of Congo to support colleagues battling a deadly Ebola outbreak. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for this interview. Undoubtedly, the first question in light of the current security situation is your assessment of the implications of this war on the Saudi economy, as well as on the fund's strategy.
Naturally, the impact of the war is not limited to the Saudi economy or the fund's strategy alone, but extends to the global economy as a whole. Oil prices have increased, shipping and insurance costs increased, food prices have increased, as a significant portion of chemical fertilizers passes through Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. In addition, helium gas is facing difficulties reaching Taiwan, leading to delays in semiconductor chip manufacturing or increased costs. As for the fund, our strategy is long-term rather than short-term. It spans the next 5 years and represents a continuation and evolution of previous strategies since the fund's establishment in 1971, through the transformation phases in 2015 and 2017, followed by the 2021 to 2025 strategy, and now the current strategy for the period from 2026 to 2030.
We will return to the fund's new strategy or its next phase shortly. But specifically regarding the war, Your Excellency, were there any initial commitments to external deals that are now being reconsidered due to the impact of the war?
Some deals and investments are being reviewed, whether due to the war or for reasons related to economic feasibility. We continuously reassess our priorities and existing investments. I cannot say that we cancel a specific investment in favor of another, as this process is inherently dynamic, both in times of war and under normal circumstances. However, it is certain that the presence of war places greater pressure on the need to reposition certain priorities.
And where do the priorities lie?
Priorities are naturally defined based on national needs and aligned with the requirements of the national economy, which constitutes a key priority for us. We do not operate solely as financial investors. Rather, our role extends beyond that. Since the fund's establishment, the objective has not been limited to generating financial returns. While returns are an important part of the fund's goals, they are not the only objective.
Financial returns and developmental objectives for the fund. Based on that, how do you measure performance? And what KPIs do you rely on to assess what has been achieved for the Saudi economy?
KPIs are significant in light of what has been achieved. To answer this question, it is important to review the fund's stages of development since its establishment in 1971. In its early years, the fund focused on developing the local economy, particularly in the financial sector, the petrochemical sector, and infrastructure projects such as railways, playing a clear role in driving development. In 2015, a major transformation took place. Developmental goals were no longer the sole objective, but became part of a broader framework that also includes economic feasibility. Limiting objectives to development alone would mean overlooking the economic viability of projects. In 2015, following the transfer of the fund from the Ministry of Finance to the oversight of the Council of Economic and Development Affairs, work began on redefining its strategy for the 2018 to 2020 period as part of this transformation phase. During this transformation period, we established several companies and major projects. Among the largest globally were launched, including NEOM, the Red Sea Project, and Qiddiya. The fund also strengthened its partnerships locally and internationally, contributed to the creation of significant job opportunities, and enhanced collaboration with the private sector. At the start of 2021, the fund entered the third phase of its strategic development for the 2021 to 2025 period, marking a stage of expansion and growth while building on the achievements of previous phases. Several national companies were launched, including Roshen, Humine, and Savvy, while existing companies such as ACWA Power, Bari, and Ma'aden were further enabled and developed, with the fund playing a key role in expanding their operations and strengthening their impact. The current strategy, covering the period from 2026 to 2030, builds on this trajectory and focuses on transforming 13 strategic sectors into 6 integrated economic ecosystems.
On what basis were these ecosystems selected?
To answer this question logically, it is important to explain how the fund's investment structure has evolved. In the early phase of its strategy, the approach was based on a geographic allocation of investment objectives. The fund had 6 investment portfolios, 2 dedicated to international investments, 2 to domestic investments, and 2 to local real estate investments, including a dedicated portfolio for mega projects. We have now moved to implementing 3 main portfolios: the Vision Portfolio, the Strategic Investment Portfolio, and the Financial Investment Portfolio. Each of these portfolios has distinct investment objectives, although all are ultimately aimed at delivering strong financial returns. The Vision Portfolio focuses on enhancing integration across priority strategic sectors for the Saudi economy and the Public Investment Fund. It also aims to maximize value for the fund's companies and support local economic growth through the development of integrated economic ecosystems, numbering around 6. The second portfolio, which is the Strategic Investment Portfolio, focuses on managing and maximizing returns from strategic assets, while also increasing the economic impact of the fund's companies. The third portfolio, the Financial Investment Portfolio, is primarily focused on generating financial returns, both domestically and internationally.
Since the transformation, the fund has achieved average returns of around 7%. Are you now targeting higher returns than that?
Overall, yes. Let me provide a historical overview of the fund's achievements. The fund's AUM, or Assets Under Management, has grown from approximately 500 billion Saudi riyal in 2015 to more than 3 trillion riyal. Total shareholder returns have averaged around 7% annually. Approximately 750 billion Saudi riyals have been invested domestically, contributing an estimated 910 billion riyal to the GDP. Most importantly, local content has reached around 590 billion Saudi riyal. These indicators contribute to enhancing what is known as economic complexity, as the focus is not solely on GDP growth, but also on the diversification and sophistication of the economy, with local content being a key pillar of this concept. In addition, a number of global asset managers and investment funds have established regional headquarters within the kingdom. Also, from 2021 to 2025, foreign investments exceeding 75 billion riyals were brought into the Saudi market, with support from the fund.
Is foreign investor appetite today affected by the war?
Certainly, investor appetite is affected across the board, not just among foreign investors. Even European investors within Europe see shifts in sentiment, as do investors in Asia, whether in China, South Korea, Japan, or Indonesia. Everyone is impacted. That is because the war is not taking place in a remote region, but in one of the world's most critical areas for supplying essential commodities, including oil, gas, and their derivatives, as well as industrial fertilizers. As a result, it is only natural that the situation is having a clear impact.
Your Excellency, does the new strategy include any changes in the scale of investments to be deployed domestically compared to other investments?
In fact, this approach has been in place from the outset and is something we continue to build on. It has been reflected in the restructuring of investment portfolios into three main categories: the Vision portfolio, the Strategic Investments portfolio, and the Financial Investments portfolio. Our primary focus remains on the Saudi economy by strengthening local investments in a way that delivers strong financial and commercial returns.
Is there a target ratio for the allocation of domestic investments?
From the outset, we announced that approximately 80% of investments would be domestic, compared to 20% allocated to international investments. Historically, the fund's focus on domestic investment was around 98.5%, before international investments increased to approximately 30%. However, this does not mean reducing the absolute value of investments. Amounts may continue to increase, even if the percentage declines, as assets under management is expected to grow in the coming years. Therefore, even with a lower percentage, the total value of investments can still rise.
Your Excellency, over the past 5 or 6 years, we have seen some significant exits from the local market, particularly in the stock market, most notably the full exit from SABEC, as well as a reduction in your stake in STC. Could we see similar exits going forward?
Certainly.
This year?
I can't say whether it's this or the next, but in general, our investments go through around 7 stages, starting with the initial investment concept, followed by preliminary and detailed feasibility studies, then execution of the deal or project, company establishment, performance monitoring, and finally the 7th and most important stage, the sale. These stages are structured this way because exit or sale is a fundamental part of the investment cycle. No investor holds a single investment indefinitely. For example, we saw that SABEC had reached a suitable stage for us to exit, and that its transition to Aramco would create greater synergies between the two. As a result, we recycled the proceeds from that exit into new investments. Similarly, in telecoms companies or others, we reduce our stakes and redirect those investments into new or existing companies, with the aim of expanding our investment scope and maximizing returns.
Your Excellency, even before the war, discussions in Saudi Arabia were centered around spending priorities, particularly with major upcoming events such as the World Cup and Expo. Where do spending priorities stand in the kingdom today?
As mentioned, spending priorities fall under the Vision portfolio, which consists of 6 main sectors. The first ecosystem is travel, tourism, and entertainment. The second is urban development and urbanization, including projects such as Roshan, New Maraba, and Kaft. The third is advanced industries and innovation, including companies such as Lefra and Sear. The fourth sector is logistics services, including companies such as Maiden, Hadid, and Bari. The fifth is infrastructure for renewable and clean energy, as well as water. The sixth infrastructure is NEOM. If we return to the first sector, that's travel, tourism, and entertainment, we find that it includes a number of companies that have been integrated under one framework. For example, King Salman International Airport. With major events such as Expo and the World Cup approaching, passenger numbers are expected to rise significantly. Therefore, we must invest more in developing and expanding King Salman Airport to accommodate this demand. Similarly, Riyadh Air aims to increase the number of routes and connect Riyadh to destinations around the world. Investment in Expo and the construction of World Cup stadiums are also key priorities within this sector. It is also important to note that priorities have evolved alongside the strategy. During the 2021 to 2025 period, artificial intelligence was not as prominent as it is today. As a result, some priorities have been reshuffled and investment objectives repositioned, with greater focus on AI infrastructure and investments in AI companies, both domestically, such as Humane, and internationally across regions including the United States, Europe, and Asia. Accordingly, the repositioning of investments remains an ongoing process driven by emerging global priorities.
So, artificial intelligence is a priority today. Could defense also be a priority?
Defense is certainly one of our key priorities. It has been important in the past, but it carries even greater significance today. We have SAMI, a company specialized in defense industries. It falls under the third sector, which is advanced industries and innovation. This ecosystem also includes companies such as Humane, Tazaru, Sear, SAMI, and Lefera in the healthcare sector.
Your Excellency, we have heard a lot about the reassessment of some major projects, or even the cancellation of some. Are these reports accurate?
This reinforces what we consistently emphasize. We continuously review our priorities. We rely on top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. The top-down approach is driven by the Public Investment Funds Board, where strategic directions and priorities are defined. The bottom-up approach, on the other hand, originates from the companies and projects themselves, with recommendations based on operational and investment realities. Accordingly, guidance is provided to our portfolio companies, and projects are reassessed in terms of their financing structure, whether they are fully funded through equity, through debt and loans, or by bringing in partners through joint ventures. As a result, there is always an ongoing review of how investments are directed. While the overall scale of a project may not necessarily decrease, but the level of capital investment from our side may be reduced.
For example, NEOM specifically. NEOM consists of several zones, and there has been a lot of talk about the cancellation of some projects within it.
So far, what is being circulated about the cancellation of projects in NEOM is not accurate. No projects have been canceled. However, the company has been directed to rearrange its priorities. There is a common perception that the line represents NEOM in its entirety, whereas in reality, it is just one of the projects under NEOM. Is it necessary for the line to be completed by 2030? I don't think so. It's good to have, but it's not a must-have. The must-have is the industrial zone Oxagon, which includes a port for commercial shipping and trade, multiple data centers, and hosts a number of local and foreign investors. Based on our strategy and the ecosystems we operate within, Oxagon is currently the most suitable focus for investment, while some other projects within NEOM may be deferred. As for deferrals, these are managed through directives given to our companies, including NEOM, within the framework of an integrated ecosystem under the Vision portfolio. The company itself evaluates these directives after receiving guidance from its board and the funds board, and we then await the company's plan on how to achieve all or part of the objectives in the most financially efficient way possible. Historically, most of the fund's projects, especially in mega projects, infrastructure, and real estate, were fully funded through equity from the fund. But is this the optimal approach? Certainly not. This aligns with our current strategy, which aims to achieve the same objectives or a significant portion of them with less capital. As an economic catalyst, we initially assumed the early-stage risks by developing the infrastructure. Once that phase is completed, it becomes much easier for the private sector, both locally and internationally, to step in and invest. For example, it would be extremely difficult for any private investor to initiate a project on the scale of NEOM or the Red Sea projects, given that their scope is comparable to entire countries, and in some cases even larger than certain European or Middle Eastern nations for a single company. Therefore, it is impossible for any private sector investor, whether local or international, to initiate. However, we initiated by putting infrastructure in place. And now, the Red Sea, most people, whether local or international, saw on the ground what offerings are in place, improved investor understanding, and consequently, increased interest. Today, we are seeing growing demand from both local and international investors to participate in these projects. I recently met with one of the largest American investment management firms, and they said, "We understand infrastructure, and we like it and want to invest in it." We have also observed that investors tend to invest in sectors they understand. As a concept, the Red Sea, or Russian, are unprecedented in the entire world. As these projects evolve and become more concrete, investment decisions become much easier for them to make.
Your Excellency, let us move to the final topic in this interview, one that concerns a wide segment of viewers and has recently sparked debate, the sports sector. Specifically, the fund's investments in major football clubs, where questions have been raised about a lack of parity and fairness in spending among these clubs. How do you respond to that?
I don't think this is true. When comparing clubs within the kingdom to their counterparts in Europe, we see that systems such as financial fair play are implemented there. In Saudi Arabia, we aim to adopt similar frameworks once we reach a comparable level, in coordination with the relevant regulatory bodies, such as the Ministry of Sport and the Football Federation. In general, club revenues are derived from ticket sales, broadcasting rights, merchandise, and sponsorships. In Saudi Arabia, this is further supplemented by support from board members, as well as contributions from fans, which often come in the form of donations or financial backing. Naturally, clubs differ in the scale of these resources. Some receive greater support from their fan base or board members than others, which directly impacts their spending capacity. As for the fund, it invests in club companies at relatively similar levels. However, we cannot control donations or external contributions that fall outside its investment framework, whether from honorary members or fans.
However, the primary objective for these clubs remains their privatization and eventual sale. Are there serious negotiations underway in this regard?
Yes, there are ongoing negotiations, and we expect, God willing, to announce within the next 2 days the sale of our stake in one of the clubs.
Can we know the name of the club?
You will find out within the next 2 days, God willing.
And are there other deals that could be completed this year?
As mentioned earlier, our investments go through several stages, with the 7th being exit or divestment. We entered the club sector with the objective of improving governance, which was previously quite weak but has now significantly improved. We have also worked on enhancing financial sustainability and increasing club revenues, particularly on match days, where revenues have risen by approximately 120%, more than double. We are gradually moving toward the privatization of these clubs. While we may retain certain stakes, we will not remain the majority owner.
Your Excellency Governor Yasser Al-Rumayyan, thank you very much for this interview.
Thank you.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.